Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. I almost said Wednesday. We are a little bit early today, but yeah, we're going to have some fun here. I'm looking forward to having a good show. Need to address something that I did on Propaganda. I screwed up as far as my whole spiel about what's going on tonight. So I advertised that I am going to be on Good Morning Comrade tonight on this space. In fact, I'm going to be on Good Morning Comrade on their channel later to be broadcast on this space. That was, again, my bad. Elaney, it's wild how Stan knows what time it is too. Oh yeah, no, he knows exactly what's up. He's ready to go. He wants to work. It's funny. Whenever I come down here to start stream, I say, go to work. And he just, ears perk up, and he just sits there waiting by the door like a good old boy. Look at him. He is, yeah, look at him. You know what? We got to start the stream right. We're going to give the good boy a treat. He deserves it. He deserves it. Look at him. He's so dang cute. But yeah, grabbing by the pep talks is wild, dude. Well, I did not put that together. I didn't write that script or anything. That was our man Kirk who put together that wonderful intro of mine, which I do still. Like, I love it. Every time that I hit that music, it makes me smile. Like, I love my intro. Really? Oh, I just noticed that somebody dipped out on Twitch there. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder what it was. I hope it wasn't the programming yesterday. So, I should probably address the Kyle Kalinske segment that happened yesterday. That was completely... It was show... It was show-stopping, actually. You know what? To use the term or phrase properly, it was show-stopping. Because what ended up happening is we watched this Kyle Kalinske bit. Laney, I'm not sure. I don't think you were here yesterday. But it was crazy, man. So he started covering the RFK news about RFK's affair. So if you guys didn't know, RFK had an affair with a reporter. That reporter was married to a certain other guy in media. He has been leaking the text messages. It was insane. I'm not going to go over them. I'm not even going to use the terms that were in there. So far, so good on YouTube. We'll see what happens. They were doing weird stuff. Oh, yes, they were doing weird stuff. Very weird stuff. The problem is I did have, I had one person specifically, but then I also did kind of see that, like, there were other people that might not have dug that content specifically because they're not used to it. They're not used to me really going hard in the paint as far as pushing into the comedy aspect of some of that. Pinkerbell, I know you enjoyed it. That was I know that a few of you guys really enjoyed it, and I mean, for what it's worth, I had one of the most fun shows I think I have ever had. I never try to spoil it, but it's very weird. Honestly, Elaney, I don't usually do this, but you should check out the show yesterday. The live VOD. As long as it is up right now, it's not going to be edited until they tell me otherwise. So That shit was funny as hell. It was one of the funniest things I think I've ever had happen on this channel. That was Happy Harvest. It's been ruined forever. I can't believe I have that, like, literally coming downstairs. I was just like, it is ruined forever. But yeah, I just figured I should probably address that. I hope that Groove Dragon makes his way back here and understands that that is not a daily occurrence over here on Pep Talks. Also, today is going to be a little bit more of a PG-13 day. Since I'm going to be on Good Morning Comrade, he does a syndicated show that I think it's on FM. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I do know that it's on a radio station, so got to keep it, nice and FCC friendly. So we're going to try to keep it a little more FCC friendly on this side, just so I can kind of train for it. I'm excited. I'm really excited to be on the show tonight. Pep going to be on the radio. Yeah. Not my first time. That was kind of funny, because when I was talking to him about it, I gave him a little bit of my background where it's just like, hey, I was actually trained to do that. So I do have that one up on a few people. I think it's true, though, English has a word for literally everything. What do you mean? Are you talking about, like, the RFK stuff, or are you still talking, are you still talking about that, or are you talking just in general about how the curse words over on the FCC are just no bueno? Like, I could not do the Kyle Kalinske story at all in the way that we covered it. Whoa. RFK, that's what I thought. Okay. Like I said, definitely check here. As I don't usually do this, but this VOD, wait, did I do the right one? Ah, crap. Hold on. I didn't. I did the stream that's on now. Here, the VOD from yesterday. I think the timestamp was right around 3 hours. Definitely check it out, though. You can see it right when I go to the Kyle Kalinske segment if you fast forward. I would clip it and put it out as its own. You know what? Maybe I will as a members only thing. That would be a good idea. You know what? I'm going to do that. All right. We'll see. We'll see. Because I am shocked right now that I have nothing coming back to that, because that was a wild segment. People tried to talk me into radio. Really? Why not? Why didn't you do it? Well, okay. Depends on what time they tried to talk you into radio. Yeah, I got talked into it right before podcasting became huge, and right at the time that it was just starting to be a thing. I've told this story before where in broadcasting school, I would get out of broadcasting school and then go and listen to the original Joe Rogan Experience when it was him and Red Band chilling in their I thought it was an apartment because it always looked like an apartment, but I don't know. According to some of the lore, it was Rogan's house. So, oh yeah, this is very good. I'm telling you, man, that segment, no joke, was like the funniest thing I think I've done on the show yet. I have not laughed that hard with you guys. I don't think I have, because, dude, I was crying. I was literally crying. I was laughing so hard. But yeah. This was 2000-ish. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. What up? Zombie Banana, welcome. Glad to have you here. What up, Bryant? How you doing? Glad to see you. Hermit, also. Not sure if I singled you out yet, but what up, Hermit? But yeah, radio is shit. I did a interning program that was just the worst. I did not have any fun in it. I have a few stories that I can't even tell because they made us sign NDAs that are still current. So I'm like, oh, great. There's nothing I can really say about it outside of I hated it. And yeah, it was back when radio internships were truly unpaid. So I was expected to show up at a certain time every day driving for about 45 minutes because it was the only station that I could get in with. Yeah, it sucked. And then the only thing that I got was a little bit of time on a morning slot. And it was like the shit morning slot, the one before the main one. So it was just not fun. It kind of made me rethink the whole career choice, I'll be honest. I already had a professor. I've told you guys this story where he told me that radio was a cesspool, and he was just like, if you think that you're going to have a talk show, I have something that you like, here's the hard reality. You're not going to have a talk show. He's like, you're going to work for about a decade, spinning records, being a guest, and just eating a lot of shit and missing a lot of holidays, and then maybe you'll get a talk show. So, I am, what if I upload it to Internet Archive, only if you consent? I don't think I can get in trouble. You know what, Elaney, do me a favor. Make sure that I can't take any hits for that. If I do that, if it's completely kosher, then I'll do it. What up, Bandit? How you doing? Greetings. Yes, welcome to the show, everybody. I know we're an hour early. I think that I told you guys that I'm gonna be on Good Morning Comrade again on his channel, not this space. We are doing the record and then putting it on this space. So I will promote the crap out of that, though, when it's on, because, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Those guys are cool. Although I do think that Lumen's not going to make it. So it will still be fun. Anyway, we got a lot to get to. Okay, so from yesterday, I was not able to get to the Sam Seder on CNN bit that I wanted to. We'll cover that today. The Senator Kelly stuff is insane. Like the way that they're going after the, I think it was 8 Democrats. It was either 5 or 8. I can't remember. But excuse me. Dang. But, yeah. We'll go through that. And then we got the fun stuff where we got the Nick Fuentes Tucker crash out, which that happened so fast. You gotta love how all of a sudden Tucker kind of was like, yeah, you know what? I wasn't fully with him, and he's kind of still, he's definitely an anti-Semite. He didn't take that too well. If you are always early, you are never late. This is true. This is very true. As somebody who has, you know what? I'll admit this. I have not been good at time management for the majority of my life. To the point where my friends had pep time, where they would just say, yep. So is this going to be pep time or you're actually going to be here on time? It was like, ugh. I'm glad that I haven't been that way for about 10 years now, because that was one of the first things that I really worked on, where I was like, nah, I don't want to be that way anymore. And now I get mad when somebody makes that kind of joke, where I'm just like, no, I'm always early now. Fuck you. One of my pet peeves is overachievers like slow down and relax. Well, yes. Making the rest of us look bad. Okay, yeah, okay. I can see that. I do occasionally get a little angry at the overachievers too, where it is just, come on, man, I want to be lazy right now. Why can't I just enjoy myself? Brian, I'm glad you said that. But yeah, I worked on that. I'm better. Now I am able to maintain my schedule outside of this, of course, too, which not always the easiest thing. You know what? I'll be honest. And I give a lot of people credit for, if you guys are able to maintain a schedule, like, good for you. That's an accomplishment, guys. Like, I really hope that you take the small things in your life and you congratulate yourself in a little way. Now, don't go crazy, but if you have like a little something that you want, you can always like do the reward system where it's just like, I deserve this. I did this. Ooh, appreciate that. You did get started early
for $2.
Look at you.
Feed the pupper.
He is so ready for. He loves stream, by the way. I know I kind of covered this at the start here because we were talking about how good he is, but for real, he loves being down here. It's not like Hassan. God, I still can't believe that was actual discourse. Kaya loves him. That's all that matters. I'm having time management problems, still new on ADHD drugs. Ah, see? Okay, so I had a similar thing happen where I started a medication regimen specifically for that. And I noticed that it was making it harder for me to actually do that. Like it was almost impossible because I had a weird response to one of the meds where it made it worse, like so much worse. My focus problems were just the worst. I'll say worst one more time. But yeah, I hope you are not going through that. Oh man, what's going on with my voice today? Must be dry or something. I don't know. But holy crap. All right, there we go. Managing medication is important and difficult. It is. It is, but you got to give it time. I'm speaking from personal experience on this one. I didn't give a certain medication time, so I quit it. And then I realized that, well, I got prescribed it again for the same thing. And then I was like, all right, well, I think it really was me just not giving it the time to fix the things that were, it was supposed to. Yeah, it finally did. So I'm getting more done, but still. Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially if you get like I don't want to say the word, that amins. Yeah. I don't think I can even say it. Because I know that there's a bit there where you couldn't even bring up the medication that you are usually on. Well, it is. It really is, dude. Like, there's nothing really differentiating. Like, the two. I think that it is the same drug that they used to call that, so. Either way, I don't think that, because I have a pretty hard stance on this one, because I've known too many people that abuse it, which makes it, anytime that somebody abuses a psychological drug that you need, and then regulations get a little bit more intense behind it, I do get really pissed at people like that. My oldest finally got tested for ADHD. The place that did the testing was like, oh, yeah, you have ADHD. Anyway, good luck, I guess, with no kind of direction towards the next step for treatment. That's insane. That's insane. Wait, what? They really left you hanging like that? That's not cool. Texas? What the hell? Wait, did he get diagnosed by a mental professional or like a GP? Like, that was the weirdest part that I've experienced. I had a GP fucking try to give me a diagnosis for something that was like mental, and I was like, I don't think that you're qualified for that, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know shit. So, yeah, the support, especially in the U.S., is horrible. No, it's crazy the way that they just say good luck. I had that when I had a small bout of depression that got also misdiagnosed because I saw a really shit therapist who they didn't ask me anything outside of how I was feeling in the moment, so there was no context. So, yeah, I had a similar situation to the last one I was talking about where I had to see another professional who did do that, and then they said, you don't have clinical depression the way that why does it say you have clinical? I'm like, I don't know. That's what they diagnosed me with. He was just like, you have situational depression. I was just like, that sounds a lot more on the nose, because, yeah. I'll just say that was right around the time my brother passed, so The only support you'll get is just giving meds. They want my bro on meds, even without an official diagnosis. Just giving kids pills. See, I've experienced the opposite. Like, I don't know. Maybe Chicago's different, but they kind of make you jump through hoops unless you go to the right doctor, I guess. Growing up, my dad said I just needed to work more. My mom thought I needed Jesus. Turns out I was bipolar and needed medication. Yeah. I actually just watched a really good documentary about the exorcism of Emily Rose was based on this case where it was just mismanaged and misdiagnosed schizophrenia. So a psychologist did the exam, but their center has months-long wait for their practitioners, which is like, what good is this? Yeah, especially if you're having problems. Is your kid if your kid is still in school, that's insane. Like, they need to get your kid on the right medication because that will affect their schooling hands down. And that's something that could really benefit them. Like, had I had a proper I cannot talk today. Bad for my my whole thing here. No, I had a problem where I could not pay attention in school. So had they properly diagnosed me, I think that would have given me a lot more focus. But then again, I'm also just a shit student. I'll be completely honest. I hated school. I was a bad student. I was an underachiever, like a mofo. I tested great. My ACT score legit scared. Like, it was so good that my principal and my school administrator, they set up a meeting with my parents because they were just like, we really need to talk about his GPA. Because I think they thought I was stupid for a while, and then I kind of gave like the game away because the first thing that my school counselor said was, "Do you know what an underachiever is?" I was like, yeah. He's in trade school. This is the whole reason we were trying to get him help. Ah, nice. A psychologist did the exam, but they're okay. Yeah, being misdiagnosed is scary. I will admit that. And I don't like admitting that because I'm not trying to scare anybody off of seeking out treatment, but just be vigilant too. There are times that you'll know. Like, you'll just, if you if you see the red flags and your brain is just going, that doesn't sound right, kind of trust that a little bit, because some of these people, they really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm not talking about the psychologists. I'm talking about the ones that don't necessarily practice training in like mental health. But anyway, yeah, it sucks. Being neurodivergent sucks, but you also, I mean, I've grown to love it. I really have. I don't see it as a disability, and I actually kind of hate the term disability towards it, where it's like, no, it's my superpower. What are you talking about? Like, it gives me deficits as far as, this is where the attention deficit, yeah, that definitely is a thing. But I think that you guys could probably see that from my stream. I also, I'm on a very, very, very mild medication, so it's not the type that probably like you there, Hermit, where it kind of gets you like hyper focused or whatever. Yeah. My issue is the medication costs close to $3,000 a month. The ailment, neurodivergence is whatever. That's insane. Again, the fact, yeah, dude, we live in such a fucked up country. We really do. I don't want to harp on that too much because I already did that on Propaganda, talking about the nurse problem that we're having where they're reclassifying nurses as non-professional, which is insane. But yeah, we also have that. Don't you just love how Trump's idea too was just like, I have a new proposal sometime. Oh boy. Fun times. Anyway, let's get to some news today, because I've only got a certain amount of time that I can really do the show today. Hence the early start. But welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. You guys know the deal, though. Let's get that ratio up. I see that we have a little number of people. Oh, actually, decent number of people here. If you guys can hit that like button, really, really helps me out. Also, if you can also do me a favor. This works. Cool. If you could hop on over to Twitch and follow over there, if you don't already, please do. We are 10 away from 500. As I said, I think someone might have jumped off yesterday, which, dude, that sucks. And I just hope it's not who I think it is. Because that would be shitty. But then again, whatever. I've always said, if I'm not your cup of tea, I'm not your cup of tea. I can't bring my people-pleasing thing to this. I try, I try to be as palatable to everybody, ish. Actually, no, that's bullshit. No, that's bullshit, because I would be much more PG. I wouldn't even swear. I don't care. I'm here if you guys like, getting high, laughing, and covering some politics. If we have a difference in sense of humor and all that, then that's that. But anyway, no lecturing today. What we are going to do, though, is we have breaking news. You see that? It says breaking news. That means it is indeed breaking news. Let's break some news. What up, Joe? Fist bump. Welcome to the show. Again, if you guys could hit that like button on your way in, I really appreciate it. Helps out the show, especially earlier on here. So let's do this.
We're coming back for some brand.
Okay. I thought that I would hate all their graphics. That one was actually kind of cool.
New breaking news. MS Now has just learned that FBI Director Kash Patel may be out of a job in the coming months. 3 people with knowledge of the situation.
The coming months. See, now that's the weird part. This was broken by MS Now, so I don't know. I have a feeling that because they're the ones who broke it, this could actually have the opposite effect of getting him, of having him get fired. I think that this might save him. Because now they're going to do the thing to prove the liberal media wrong and just be like, look, they were reporting on fake news. We were never going to fire him.
Say President Trump and his top aides have grown tired of Patel and the unflattering headlines he's been generating recently, including using a government jet to visit his girlfriend and enlisting a SWAT team as her security.
He's such a competent
detail. Joining us, MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delaney and MS Now White House reporter Laura Barone Lopez. Both of them broke this story along with Carol Lenig. Ken, give me more.
Give me more.
Well, Katie, I should say, first of all the qualifiers apply here. With Donald Trump and personnel decisions, you never actually know exactly what's going on. But we are being told that Kash Patel, the FBI director, is on increasingly thin ice. And the president is considering replacing him by the end of the year with Andrew Bailey, the former Attorney General of Missouri, who is acting now as co-deputy FBI director.
I hate to say it's probably a more qualified person.
Along with
Look at this idiot. Look at this absolute buffoon of a human being that is just
Dan Bongino. And it's for all the reasons that you just said and others.
I can't believe that they made him the fucking the director of the FBI. Like, it's not a serious law enforcement position. He has no background in that.
The use of taxpayer resources, the flying his girlfriend around on the FBI jet, but also the premature tweets.
Has anyone seen Bongino? No.
Related to the Charlie Kirk assassination and other investigations, that terrorist attack in Michigan where Patel got out in front of the investigation and tweeted about the arrests before the rest of the government was ready for that to happen. So Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche of the Justice Department have been annoyed with Patel for a long time, although they've publicly denied it when others have reported it. And now it's increasingly clear that the White House is as well.
The fact that it is White House leaks, though.
Now, our reporting this may actually enhance his job security, right? So it's hard to know
Yeah, see? All right, you recognize that.
exactly what's going to happen. But
What up, Luke? How you doing? Love from Canada.
that is
Thank
the
you.
reporting at this hour, Katie.
Yeah, no, we have seen
Luke, if I know you from by a different name because of this new at system, just let me know what your old one
situations
was.
where when it comes out that somebody is being considered for removal in order to prove that that Donald Trump does not have any chaos on his team or in his cabinet, has come out and said, no, of course not. I'm not considering anything. Let me play the president a little bit earlier
Evening, Zach.
today talking about Kash Patel during the Turkey pardon.
FBI Director Kash Patel has been very busy and doing a great job. Also, thank you, Kash.
Was that scripted? Was that always intended to be there, or was he responding to a question, Laura?
Look, I will say that right before we went out there for that Turkey pardon, I had asked the White House for comment on this story. And so because sources had been telling me, those that were talking to Carol and Ken were also telling us that essentially this ouster could be closer than ever. And part of that is because Andrew Bailey would now be able to take that role after reaching this 90-day requirement for being in that position. And so the White House had responded to me
Swift returns.
right before this event started. White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson not denying it outright, not saying
Which one you want, Luke or Swift?
not calling this false, but she did say that the FBI Director Patel is a critical member of the president's team and that he's working tirelessly to ensure the integrity of the FBI. That's what Abigail Jackson, the White House spokeswoman, said.
Also,
and then
glad to have you back.
After that, I went out there for the Turkey pardon into the Rose Garden, and I thought it was interesting that the president said, thanked him and said that he was doing a, quote, great job. And then there was some clapping, and the president said, see, Kash, you have a following. So was it scripted? That's the timing when it happened. But this appears closer than it's ever been before because, of course, sources close
Does he understand that he low-key embarrassed the crap out of him there?
to the White House have told me that they've definitely
I
heard
mean,
grumblings
come
about
on.
Patel for all the reasons that Ken laid out. But this time around, more because of the back-to-back bad headlines about Patel's use of government resources seems to really be pushing those around the president and allies to the edge when it comes to Patel.
Keep it simple.
You know, what's interesting, Ken, is if we think about the first administration and when cabinet members had been ousted, a lot of them had been accused of mishandling or misusing government funds, misusing government planes, a version of corruption. And I guess this would...
Yeah, you guys remember how, what was that other dipshit from the first administration that was doing the same thing with him and his wife?
This would fall into the...
Remember his wife would go on like Facebook and Instagram and just post like this lavish lifestyle on the government dime, and she was just like, the taxpayers paid for this. It's just like, maybe don't do that.
same category.
Especially when you're already rich.
If you're talking about the SWAT
Mnuchin. Steve Mnuchin.
team and the using the private jet, at the very least, just a misuse or an unseemly use of government property.
Unseemly.
Yes, and
God. All right. Can we reserve some of this? Just some of it where it's like either it's outrageous and it shouldn't happen, or it's just okay, because it's unseemly. It's unseemly, guys. You know, I'm not going to fully clutch my pearls. I'm just going to take one little pearl and just kind of squeeze it a little bit.
the SWAT team reference, just to make sure our viewers understand.
Got to stop by and give Pep a thumbs up. Tamara, thank
This
you.
goes back to our reporting that members
Always
of
good
the
to have you
SWAT
here.
team in
Appreciate it.
Nashville have been deployed as a security detail for Kash Patel's country singer girlfriend who lives in Nashville. And the New York Times has reported that other SWAT details from other cities have also been enlisted in that cause. What's also interesting, and you're absolutely right, Katie, that those kinds of things, Donald
Has Bongino's been seen since Trump threw the mysterious garbage bags out of the White
Trump
House?
has a track record of looking on with distaste
I don't know.
and disdain. But what's also interesting is that Kash Patel is under fire from MAGA activists for things that probably our viewers are not paying attention to. There's a series of conspiracy theories, for example, about the January 6th pipe bombs. That case remains unsolved.
Okay, so if it isn't like her being attracted to power and influence, what the fuck? Like, do you think that he's a funny guy, like low key or something?
A lot of people.
Hey, Kat. Good to see you.
The MAGA world have these unfounded beliefs that somehow the government was involved in.
There's no way he's a good fuck. There's no way.
That the FBI is covering up.
Look at that guy.
And Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have not been as forthcoming as these people.
Can't figure out how to like the stream on my phone.
Like about that case.
Should just be a little thumb up button underneath the.
So they're mad about that.
Video.
They were also angry the other day.
Oh, you got to back out of chat. Hit X in chat. Then hit the like button, then come back to chat.
When they essentially leaked the story to Fox News, or did an interview with Fox News, and laid out their findings in the assassination plot against Donald Trump, and essentially said the guy acted alone, there's no larger conspiracy. That runs against a lot of conspiracy theories that are percolating in MAGA world right now. And so it's a really interesting dichotomy. You have, so every current and former FBI agent I've ever talked to has absolute disdain for the way Kash Patel is running the Bureau. But then you also have the MAGA right that's not happy with Kash Patel.
And Laura, who's Andrew Bailey? Give us a little bit more on him.
Well, Andrew Bailey, as Ken was laying out, used to be the Missouri Attorney General. He was brought in because of the fact that those inside the White House, those inside the FBI were not happy, which, as Ken has documented very well, were not happy with Dan Bongino. And Bongino was very upset and rebelling a bit over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files over the summer. And Bailey was brought in as co-director, or co-deputy director, excuse me, of the FBI, which is, as Ken was explaining, this position that is not normal. He's someone, according to sources that I talked to this week, that so far the administration seems happy with, and that and that lawmakers like. And so generally speaking, he hasn't really ruffled any feathers so far with those around the president and with those across the administration. Katie.
All right, Laura Barone Lopez, Ken Delanian, thank you very much for bringing us that breaking news. Appreciate it.
By the way, I just dropped a link to my new short that I dropped today. Go give that a quick watch whenever you get the chance. Put that in your queue. All right, let's continue on to the next story here in a minute. I want to talk about Kash Patel here for a sec. I'm glad that the guy said pretty much the same thing I did, where it's like, yeah, you know, just us reporting on this could have the opposite effect. And I'm glad that they're kind of catching on, but that also means, like, I don't know, man. Let's see. How did they title this? Suddenly considering firing Kash Patel? Yeah. I don't know. I think he's going to be just fine. It used to be cute word to avoid saying undergarments. That just seems pervy. Yeah. Undergarments. Oh no, what they weren't called pantaloons. What were they? There's another thing that they were called. Bloomers. They're called bloomers. Bring bloomers back. All right. Unmentionables. Unmentionables. Ooh, breaking news. Hold on. A few other GOP members messaged just over the weekend saying that they too are considering retiring in the middle of the term. Here's one particularly exercised senior Republican. This entire White House team has treated us all... Well, wait, I think I saw those. I'll just read it either way. This entire White House team has treated all members like garbage, all of us. Mike Johnson has let it happen because he wanted to let it happen. That is the sentiment of nearly everybody. Appropriators, authorizers, hawks, doves, rank and file. The arrogance of this White House team is off-putting to members who are run roughshod and threatened. They don't even allow little wins like announcing small grants or even responding from agencies. Not even the high profile, the regular rank and file random members are more upset than ever. Members know they are going to be the minority after the midterms. More explosive early resignations are coming. It's a tinderbox. Morale has never been lower. Mike Johnson will be stripped of his gavel, and they will lose the majority before this term is even out. Yeah, we kind of saw that yesterday, but dang. This really does kind of make it a little bit more real, where you have you have somebody putting out this, like, because who is this? Jake Sherman. Let's see. Anna, do you know where Jake Sherman was reporting from? Because I've seen this from multiple agencies, so this is legit. This isn't something just circulating on Twitter. I think Bongino lost his mind on the Epstein thing. Well, I know he also didn't want to actually be part of the FBI anymore. There was a story that came out pretty shortly after he got, I don't know, you know what, this was like the middle of the summer, so he had a few months in, but dude, he apparently was miserable. There's one little area of my hair that's just like alfalfa-ing out. What the hell is it? Ah, that's why. No. Got tangle. Look at that. Bongino is a dumbass, but I think he was legit when it came to, well, I think, yeah, people forget that Bongino did have a background. He was a Secret Service agent. Like, I think he was also in the military. So, like, yeah, he actually had kind of qualifications to even be in that position, whereas Kash Patel really didn't have any. Like, the dude was a podcaster. And that's where I'm trying to be fair here, because they were saying the same thing about Dan Bongino, but again, Bongino became a personality because he used to be part of the Obama and then first Trump White House. Like, he was a part of the security detail, so whatever. Honestly, Bongino, how's he gonna change this? And he's not the one that's gonna get the position of power. Punch Bowl News. Oh, that's right. That's the Punch Bowl News thing. Ugh. I hate the fact that they call it that. How did we allow Punch Bowl News and Cat Turd to exist in the same space and then give us our fucking news? To be fair, Cash is an award-winning children's book author. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Dan Bongino was always a dumbass muscle stooge, the kind of guy that puts a suit and tie on and then that you stand in the background. Says me. Oh, no, you're not. I'm not trying to give the guy any undue praise or anything like that. It's just literally, I'm talking about his qualifications to be part of any law enforcement agency. And that's also where I'm trying to kind of point out just how absurd it is that Kash Patel is in that position. Wonder how many copies of that book he sold. You mean not to himself? God, I don't know though, because after seeing that thing with Luke Beasley yesterday with him and Michael Knowles, I don't know, because when that one girl came onto the microphone and said, "Yeah, I think that Michael Knowles, like when I can't get advice from my dad, you're like my radio dad." It's just like, ugh. That was disturbing. All the packs buy in bulk, so who knows really? Yeah, well, this is where I'm confused. I haven't had anybody answer this, by the way, and I've asked Chad a few times. What's going on? Why? Like, why would MTG need to resign right now? Like, why? Why the 5th? Why? Like, I'm very confused by this. And it's the same with them. Why now? Why at the whole, like, the middle of their terms, essentially, and at the prospect of them being primaried, that's what they're running from? Why? Like, is it because it's going to cost them money to do a campaign? Which, hey, welcome to politics, bitch. Fucking open primaries every season. There we go. You shouldn't be safe in your seat. Fuck you. Announcing the America First Party on January 6, 2026. Half joke. They already the thing is, they already announced it. You already had Elon Musk announce that he's doing the America First Party. Nobody took him serious. So he went and he groveled to Trump, tried to get some more stuff from him, didn't get what he wanted, so he keeps going back where he's like, you know what? Actually, we need the America First Party. And now that MTG is on the outs with Trump, and he completely threw her under the bus, embarrassed the crap out of her. Genuinely, I think that's because she's not attractive enough. I think that's it. I think that's why he will not entertain her. That's why he looks at Lauren Boebert and he's like, you know what? She's still technically good looking, but the other one, she looks like the bottom of my foot. And I'm talking when it's all calloused and swollen. Yeah, I can't stand looking at her. She always looks swollen. She always looks like she's been stung by bees. I don't know. I think that personally, I think she's fucking really ugly. She's a really ugly person inside and out. And you know what? I ain't taking that back. I know how people feel about like, well, I don't attack people's looks like that. Well, why? Seriously. They're gonna attack yours. Just because, like, I've never understood people that will try to go, and be the better person, specifically with people that are that reprehensible. Like, good for you. I'm glad that you're a genuinely good person. And I will never try to get people to change that, because I think that's bullshit. But yeah, let us be mean. Like, don't do the fucking don't do that. Those guys are always buy 10 to 25,000 copies to get better, the bestseller. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book. See what I did there? I don't know. This America First Party, you kind of got me thinking about that. Here, you know what? Let's see. Do we have any theory videos about this? The America First Party can refer to a historical political party from 1940 and 1941. Oh, we've already tried this. Founded by Yale students. To keep the United States out of World War II, key figures were Charles Lindbergh. Wasn't he a piece of shit? Like, I know that his kid got kidnapped and all that, but I also think that, like, I kind of remember learning that guy was kind of a POS. Unless I'm mixing up my historical figures, which I do from time to time. Yeah, he was. That's what I thought. Okay. Here, you know what?
Turning now to Congress. Interesting story. So in the wake of Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation, there's been a discussion about Congress in particular and Republicans who are in Congress. What do they do all day? Do they even really want to stay there? There's been a spate, actually, of a number of people in Congress who are resigning.
Speed this up.
What was his name? Jared Golden, is that his name? In Maine?
Yeah.
Who said he would resign. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene, he said he wouldn't run for re-election. Marjorie Taylor Greene said she's going to resign. But people broadly are just fed up with the institution, and they feel like they waste their time and they don't do anything. Let's put this up here on the screen from Jake Sherman. He's one of these inside the Beltway reporters who really, he speaks to everybody and reports some of the inside gossip. So here's what he says. A few other GOP members have messaged us over the weekend saying they too are considering retiring in the middle of the term. Here is one exercised senior House Republican. This entire White House team has treated all members like garbage, all. And Mike Johnson has let it happen because he wanted it to happen. That is the sentiment of nearly all. Appropriators, authorizers, hawks, doves, rank and file. The
Lindy was a Nazi sympathizer. That's what I thought.
Of this
Yeah,
White House
I remember
team
him
is
being like
to
that.
members who run roughshod and threatened. They don't even allow little wins like announcing small grants or even responding from agencies. Not even the high profile, the regular rank and file random members are more upset than ever. Members know they are going into the minority after the midterms. More explosive early.
Again, does anybody here have a theory about this? Maybe that's what I'm looking for, because I just need anybody else to kind of give me anything, any just little bit of a theory. Is it insider trading? What is it? Why would they just cut and run like this? Why? They cannot be that scared of primarying because they could still win the primary. So what's so fucking scary about this? What is it? What are they so scared of?
Nations are coming. It's a tinderbox. Morale has never been lower.
Who cares?
Johnson will be.
So you're just gonna abandon your majority here?
Stripped of his gavel, and they will lose the majority before this term is out. Woo. That is shocking. Now, remember, I flagged this, that MTG resigning was a big problem for Mike Johnson because that was
essentially,
what is it, 2 votes?
Okay.
They're in the House of Representatives. You lose 2 more. Take a look at an actuarial table, if you might, for the average age for a number of people in Congress. You're hanging on there by a real thread. And I think what's interesting about the whole White House treating them like garbage thing is you could blame the White House, but you could also blame Congress. And that's the part where I get a little bit annoyed, where I'm like, well, nothing's stopping you from being like MTG and trying to stand up. It's you're who afraid of standing up, quote unquote, to Congress or standing up to the White House or, getting on
Which is
their
weird. Again, like, what the fuck?
that side. You're the ones who live in fear of it.
They have the power now. Why not exercise it? If you're gonna already be gone, then what the fuck are you doing?
Trump Truth Social, or who go around the Capitol and say, well, I haven't seen the tweet, or I'm not aware of what it is, or I'm not aware yet.
Is this a way that they can still maintain their pension? Like, I don't understand this.
Of what the president has said, but always praising him on the other side, even though behind the scenes you totally disagree. So it's kind of it's a revealing story in the way that they act.
I don't like using Grok or any of that for anything, but this is one of those cases where I'm gonna ask.
But it's on them. And I think that's really what I wanted to make this about is, look, I think it's sad that MTG is leaving. I really do wish that she would stay, at the very least, just to use her voice and salience to make other people uncomfortable, stand up to the White House. But, nothing has stopped them from standing up on even issues like Venezuela, for example. They refuse to take control over their ability to declare war and to exercise some oversight over the United States military, which is
to pursue another office or another job. To avoid a challenging primary or general election, a congressperson might resign to spare themselves and their district from potentially hurtful and hateful primary battles, especially if they face political retribution. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Their constitutional.
So are they technically putting party first?
One of their obligations, right,
Even
is to
I
review
feel like
especially
that's
appropriations and the
bullshit,
literal
but-
right to declare war. They refuse to exercise any power over that. They refuse to exercise any power, let's say, over weapon shipments and the Leahy law. Like they pass laws into office or they pass laws on the books and then they
Wait, weapon shipments? You think that's where they would draw a fucking line? Dude, Sagar he's such a moron because he is a right winger. At the end of the day, he's a right winger. So he has these tiny little disagreements, and he'll make that his entire bread and butter and just be like, yeah, these weapon shipments, God, it's a bridge too far for me, even though I'll caucus with them, just bridge too far.
refuse to actually ensure or try to ensure that those laws are being followed. And
God, someone procreated with this numbnuts.
This isn't just a Trump story. It's really a story of post-Iraq, is that ever since Iraq, when congressmen and senators, or when senators voted to support the war in Iraq, and then Hillary basically lost in 2008 because of the Iraq war vote, they just don't want to take any difficult vote, and they're happy to just pass the buck to the executives so that they own all the political consequences. And that's really the case on everything. Even if you remember Crystal Obamacare.
But this is one of the rare times that's not the case. Because you have Trump he's already at risk of owning all of it. You guys are in lockstep with him all the fucking time. So why would he not own that? And why would it be all of a sudden a bad reflection on you standing up against some of his more less popular policies? Like, this really does come down to the fact that they're just like, oh, you know what, Trump with his party, they're still really popular and don't get mad at us. But then again, he's got the lowest approval ratings of any president to ever sit in that office. So what do we do? I guess we just quit.
Not when it was passed, but when the Republicans tried to repeal it. Many Republicans who lost in 2018 blamed their vote on Obamacare, on trying to repeal Obamacare, for the reason they lost. I remember Martha McSally specifically talking about that in the state of Arizona, and multiple others who actually ended up losing in that election. They don't want to take difficult votes. That's why they put things in big bills, and they just kind of like shunt it once a year so that they can recover later on, if they need to, from the political consequences. So I blame the institution much more than I blame just the White House in this way. They're acting like most White Houses do when it comes to Congress.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's...
What?
They're working
Yes. Other White Houses have strong-armed Congress the exact same way that Donald Trump has. Good take, Sagar.
together to give the executive as much power as possible. Like, that's effectively what's happened here. I mean, they've co-signed Trump's executive power grab from the beginning. Even if you think about Doge, right?
Oh, yeah.
Out of the gates. Doge is now, by the way, finished after having, decimated parts of the federal government.
He's such a kiss
but
ass.
Negative cost savings.
Honestly, what's the point of them having their fucking studio if they're just half the time going to be at home? Like, what a waste.
And, wrought a lot of havoc in people's lives.
What a waste. Just run the fucking show, like, from your homes. You do realize that most people don't even give a shit anymore.
Integrated government services, et cetera. So congratulations to all involved. And now the Doge boys who were part of it are apparently afraid that they're going to be prosecuted for, not following the law while they were there. But in any case, out of the gates,
It's
all these
birthday week.
Republicans were so excited about Doge and all this cost cutting.
Birthday week? Wait, what?
And, complete.
Oh, she's part of that elite class. That's right. Oh, okay, cool.
Completely on board with the executive branch just unilaterally deciding what funds were going to be spent, what program.
Meanwhile, I haven't had a freaking vacation in almost 16 years.
Were going to be cut. They didn't assert their authority as a legislative body, because, I mean, this is
not salty at all, guys. Not salty at all.
The way this is supposed to work, as everyone knows, is Congress appropriates funds, and then the executive has discretion over exactly how Congress's wishes are fulfilled. But the constitutional understanding is that Congress has the power of the purse, and the executive branch doesn't just get to say, hey, we're just not doing the Department of Education anymore. No, that was congressionally mandated. So if you're a Republican and you have control of the House and the Senate, and you want to decimate USAID or you want to decimate the Department of Education, okay, those are congressionally mandated, authorized agencies. You go through a process, or if they're individual programs that you're like, you know what, I'm not on board with this subsidy to green energy or whatever it is. Again, you can pass legislation to roll back what was done in the past. Instead, they were happy to hand it off to Elon and his chainsaw and President Trump. So you can't now turn around and be like, hey, they treat us like a potted plant. They treat us like garbage. Or another quote was, they act like we're the Duma, which is, the Russian parliament that's just like a rubber stamp for Putin. Like, they treat us like.
You did it to yourselves. You literally did it to your fucking selves by. I'm not sure if you signed anything, but you, like, in your actions, you have publicly signed off on the fact that, yeah, Donald Trump, he is the king. We just do whatever king wants us to do.
It's like that. It's like, yeah, you asked for that treatment. You handed all of this power. You went along with this whole executive power grab. You celebrated. You were in support of it. And now you're like, where's my consultation on this and that? Like, get out of here. But, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny how they're just like, wait a minute. What do you mean I can't have my power? I didn't mean to give that up. Oops.
I think the sense of frustration and disgust has set in after the 2025 election results, where it is now incredibly clear that they are going to lose the majority. So the only thing worse than being treated like garbage in a potted plant in the majority,
even with the gerrymandering tactics they try,
is being treated like garbage in a potted plant, and being in the minority and having to deal with the Democrats and whatever subpoenas and investigations they're going to do as well. So, it wouldn't surprise me if this comes to pass that enough say, forget it, I'm out of here before the midterms, that Johnson loses his gavel. A lot of these, like, they'll go to special elections. The timing of those varies by state. I'm not sure exactly what will happen in Florida. It's a very red district. You're likely to get another Republican. But in the meantime, there'll be a vacancy for a while that will make their, holding on to the majority more difficult, and keeping everyone together will require Mike Johnson to keep literally everyone together on every single priority. And then you look at something like, in Tennessee, there's this special election going on right now in a district Trump won by 22 points. I think the Republicans are probably going to win it, but they're a little bit nervous. They're having to spend money. That shows you how dangerous this situation is, especially in special elections where, you know, Democrats' high turnout base
I don't know
now
about
shows
that.
up for these things, and Republicans.
I don't know about that. When you're neck and neck with the challenger, like the opposition,
You know, base which is shifted and
I
become
had it right. Challenger.
more working class and is less likely to turn up for these elections may not be paying attention.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
make
think
my
you
cup of
are
coffee here in a
definitely
minute.
correct. And for Mike Johnson, let's put MTG's response, D2, up there on the screen.
Actually,
She
what
says,
was
fact
this?
check, it's true, but it's worse than people inside the bubble know. When you talk to real Americans about the wicked snow globe of Washington, D.C., love that. Myself and many of my colleagues have come courageously roaring into 2025 with legislation that matched the election mandate, only to be totally sidelined by Johnson under full obedience of the White House. Executive orders are temporary. Q memes have not obliterated the deep state. My colleagues constantly trying to pass a loyalty test instead of demanding what is right. Won't help Americans pay their rent, stop corporations from buying home, buy groceries, provide good paying jobs, and more.
Yeah, it's almost like you should do your fucking jobs.
Passing effective legislation that gets signed into law is permanent.
Because again, what did that get you? All that loyalty, what'd that get you? You're gonna lose the majority anyway.
And actually,
Like, holy shit, dude, they really are. This is gonna go down as one of the least ineffective
solves problems.
Congress congressional.
Now the House members are switching gears in the camp.
Holy crap, I
campaign
cannot
mode
think
and will be
today.
fighting
Yep,
for their
I need
lives.
coffee.
Our legislative majority has been wasted. Our best shot was the first 6 to 9 months. When Republicans lose the midterms, it becomes total and complete political war. Gridlock once again. The Union Party
It
always
just hit
wins.
me.
What is a convincing message for 2026 and likely 2028? It will be the American people asking candidates, what tangible thing have you done for me? How did it or will it make my life any better? I think she's right. It also
I mean, yeah, if you're going to face them, but your challengers are going to have a lot to run on.
Demonstrates, you know, some of the issues
Bottom line.
that we have right now with Congress broadly. And there's also a joke, apparently. Let's put this next one up here on the screen. Inside the White House, top advisors joke that they are ruling Congress with an iron fist, according to people who have heard the comments. Steve Bannon, the influential Trump ally, likened Congress to the Duma, the Russian assembly that is largely ceremonial, which is...
Yeah, I forgot it was Bannon who was the one who said that.
Who said it was the
observed that.
Duma. Which Duma? That's the question. Real Russia watchers will know. Hey, if you like...
You saw Duma, saw a dumbass, and then saw yourself in the reflection and were like, yes. Oh, soccer. So what's going to happen? Yeah, so what's going to happen to her seat then? Because they're not going to be able to have a special election. Does it just go like... Special election will be held for the 14th district. Okay. Where the special election will serve till the end of her current term, while a separate process will determine who holds the seat for the next term, beginning in 2027. Governor's rule. The U.S. Constitution requires that the state executive authority to issue a right of election to fill the vacancy. Timeline, temporary vacancy from January 5th. Early speculation suggests the special election will likely occur in March 2026. So during the primaries. Okay. So they're going to issue primary ballots, but then on that ballot is going to be a special election. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. Who's up for her seat? Do we know? Me watching her resignation video for about 5 minutes to realize that this was not AI generated. Ricky Hess, chairman of the Republican Party, said, talked with everybody else, which blindsided Republicans in Washington, still reverberating through the 14th district. Blah, blah, blah. We wanted Marjorie to be Marjorie. We appreciate her. Candidates already angling for the special election. Georgia's primary is set to take place on May 19th. So this will... Oh, never mind. They'll be right before the primary then. Okay, so the special election must take place at least 30 days after Kemp calls it. If no candidate tops 50% in the contest featuring all candidates, regardless of the party, a runoff election will, featuring the top 2 finishers, would take place in 4 weeks after that. One potential candidate, Colton Moore, has a penchant for controversy. He was arrested in January for attempting to enter the State House, where he had been banned for Kemp's State of the State speech. Moore has been banned. He had been banned after he denounced the late House Speaker David Ralston, calling him one of the most corrupt Georgia leaders we'll ever see in our lifetime. CJ Pearson also is floating a run. I hear there's an opening in Congress in my home state of Georgia. That's not how it works, though. You need to be from that district. But leave it to them to just move. But you need to live there in the district for, I think it's a full calendar year to run, if I remember correctly. I wonder if they don't want to try to campaign after the ACA subsidies expire. Oh, do you really think that they are preparing for the collapse of their party because they understand just what they did and how mad people are going to be and how they're not going to be able to spin it? That's an interesting thought. Right. Man, Twitch is twitching. What is up with this shit, dude? Politics. Let's do politics, right? There we go. Might as well. Alrighty, so I need a cup of coffee. What I'm going to do, I'll put on something that I've seen the beginning of. This should take me all of 2 minutes to accomplish. Okay, I'll be right back. So, here we go. We'll do the Mark Kelly thing. I kind of saw this already. Yeah. So, they really are not going to allow Mark Kelly and I keep mixing up Slotkin and the governor Stefanik. Like, honestly, I keep thinking that her name is Stefanik, but Slotkin, who fuck her. Like, seriously, she sucks. She is like, the fact that they're trying to make her some sort of leader in the Democratic Party is the most blind way to read a room that I've seen in a long time. Because if they double down on her policies, the Democrats are fucked.
The United States is part of something called the Five Eyes. It's 5 countries: the United States, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. The Five Eyes countries share intelligence in a relatively seamless way. This is an arrangement that originated in World War II. It continues today, and it's really, really important. Members of the Five Eyes like to describe it as the world's oldest and most significant intelligence alliance. Literally decades of these 5 countries, these 5 like-minded nations, freely sharing intelligence with each other about everything from, Soviet spies to terrorism plots to drug trafficking and everything in between. That said, it is not at all clear that the Five Eyes alliance is going to survive the Trump administration. Quote, the United Kingdom is no longer sharing intelligence with the U.S. about suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean because it does not want to be complicit in U.S. military strikes and believes the attacks are illegal. CNN broke the news of the UK's intelligence sharing suspension on Veterans Day this month, reporting, quote, for years, the UK, which controls a number of territories in the Caribbean where it bases intelligence assets, have helped the U.S. locate vessels suspected of carrying drugs so that the U.S. Coast Guard could interdict them. The UK's decision marks a significant break from its closest ally and intelligence sharing partner and underscores the growing skepticism over the legality of the U.S. military's campaign around Latin America. The skepticism is not just coming from our allies, though. It is also coming from inside the U.S. military. The senior military lawyer at Southern Command, which is the combatant command that oversees all the attacks on, fishing boats that Trump keeps doing in that region, that senior JAG officer reportedly told his superiors that these strikes on these boats were illegal. But he was reportedly overruled and then pushed aside from the decision-making process inside that combatant command. NBC News reporting that JAG, that military lawyer at Southern Command, quote, specifically expressed concern that strikes against people on boats in the Caribbean Sea and the Eastern Pacific could amount to extrajudicial killings, and therefore legally expose service members involved in the operations. And if our longstanding allies are pulling out of intelligence sharing with us because they think Trump's orders on these boat strikes are illegal, and if U.S. military lawyers, senior U.S. military lawyers with expertise in the field and in the region, if they are being pushed out of their jobs for saying that Trump's orders against these boats are illegal, well, that might go some distance toward explaining why 6 members of Congress, all of them former military or intelligence officers, decided to release this video about the possibility that Trump might be giving military orders that are illegal.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
This video seems to have touched a nerve with President Donald Trump, who said in response that these lawmakers had committed, quote, seditious behavior, punishable by death. He's calling for sitting members of Congress to be executed for saying that U.S. service members must refuse illegal orders, which in fact is a true thing about U.S. service members under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Today, the Pentagon said it is investigating U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, a decorated retired Navy captain, for his part in this video. Pentagon saying they are reviewing, quote, serious allegations of misconduct against Senator Kelly and that he could be recalled to active duty for court-martial proceedings. Joining us now for his first TV interview since that Pentagon threat is Senator Mark Kelly, Democrat of Arizona, retired Navy captain, and, of course, NASA astronaut. Senator Kelly, it's an honor to have you here tonight.
Been to space.
Thank you for having me on, Rachel.
Let me first just get your response to this threat from the Defense Department saying that they are investigating you. They may potentially recall you to active duty to face a court-martial.
Well, Rachel, I said something that was pretty simple and non-controversial, and that was that members of the military should follow the law. And in response to that, Donald Trump said I should be executed. I should be hanged. I should be prosecuted. He even went on and said something about go get them. I guess sending a mob to round me and the other folks up. So this is, I think it says a lot more about him than it says about me. He doesn't want accountability.
Inciting violence, then what does?
I'm not going to be intimidated.
Seriously, man. How come he can constantly escape the fucking law? Why have we all collectively just gone, isn't he a general? Yes.
When you and your colleagues made that video, were there specific, potentially illegal orders that you were thinking about that were the sort of...
He's also been to space. He's a fucking astronaut.
Precipitating cause for you guys to get together and do that.
Here's the thing, Rachel. You don't want to wait for your kid to get hit by a car before you tell
him
to look
like,
both
not
ways.
Elon Musk been to space. I mean, like, he conducted experiments and, like, he spent a significant amount of time up there. Not cosplaying, you know?
Go back to 2016. Donald Trump on a debate stage talking about, some action that he was going to take. He was reminded...
How many people in Space Force do you think have actually been to space?
...by the moderator that would be illegal, that the military wouldn't be able to follow those orders. And his response...
By the way, guys,
Donald Trump's
don't forget,
response
make
was
your
the
guesses.
military
We're
would
getting
not
to the point.
refuse my orders. And then as president, he talked about shooting people,
you guys want to change it,
of
just
this
let me know.
country in the legs.
That Brian we're this close.
Thankfully, Mark Esper, Mark Milley, explained to him that would be not be a good idea. Now he's talking about the Insurrection Act.
I know exactly what I didn't do right. I didn't put enough sugar in.
Sending troops to more cities, using U.S. cities.
That's the reason it's taking so long.
As training grounds and U.S. citizens for training of the United States military. So, Rachel, we wanted to do something pretty simple here. We wanted to just remind folks that they need to comply with the law and be reminded, and also explain to members of the military that we have their backs, that we know what's going on as part of our job, accountability over the federal government. And this is the response we get. He told the world that we should be hanged.
I wanted to ask you about that pledge, that we have your backs. It's sort of the apex of that piece, that video that you made with your colleagues. What does that mean in practical terms? If I'm an enlisted service member somewhere, maybe I'm serving in Southern Command, maybe I'm asked to do something that I believe is illegal or that I have received advice might be illegal. If those service members are thinking about you right now as being on their side, as having their back, what does that mean in practical terms about what that service member can do when faced with a potentially illegal order from the commander-in-chief and from the chain of command?
Well, Rachel, I spent 25 years in the United States Navy. I flew 39 combat missions over Iraq and Kuwait. Let me start by saying I never questioned any order. And you're required to follow all legal orders. You're also required not to follow illegal ones. And I think most people can figure out, just take some common sense in what would be an illegal order. But I think it's important for people to know that they need to be able to stand up and speak out. And I wanted them to know that members of Congress...
Again, we're called alarmists until he does it, and then it's so normalized as people will defend it. Well, the other problem is, look at the way that even MS Now is covering this. There's something to be said about professionalism in journalism. Like, there is. And you're supposed to not show biases, but not showing biases has turned into not showing emotion at all, which, I don't know, man. I'm getting more a lot, and I've been talking about this on my channel a lot, where I can't really trust people that are just news robots.
Understand that this president doesn't seem to care about the Constitution, the rule of law. And I have to say, I don't think there's any...
Because we're already seeing it. The way that CBS News is doing it with Barry Weiss, and the way that the editorial team over on MS Now is trying to tell them to kind of switch to center-left politics.
More patriotic than standing up for the Constitution. And right here, right now, this week, the president clearly is not doing that.
Of the 6 Democratic lawmakers who made these statements, which have so upset the president, he's coming after you. At least he's coming after you first. Do you have any opinion as to why he may have singled you out in this way?
I don't know. We would have to ask.
Someone said that Rachel Maddow looks like your stereotypical NHL hockey player, and I can't unsee it.
Tim, that question could be him, could be Pete Hegseth. I don't know. And I would have been really shocked if any other president, did.
Now, starting for the Montreal Canadiens, Rachel Maddow.
Did this. But when I saw that tweet today, it kind of sort of made sense. I mean, these two guys, they informed me of this in a tweet, because this is not about the law. This is about the media cycle, and it's about intimidation. And it's almost, the whole thing's almost comical. Like, how does reciting the UCMJ, how is that, which is the Uniform Code of Military Justice? We basically repeated the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and they're saying that's in violation.
Which is insane that people are just kind of like, yeah, what's
of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's absurd.
Doesn't Hegseth have more underwear photo shoots to worry about? I like how Kat Abou-Ghazaleh kind of hammered that one home, where she was just like, "This is, we should not normalize this. That's insane."
I hear you when you say that it is absurd and that it is almost comical, but also that it is intended to be intimidating. I do just have to ask you at a human level, Senator, you and your family have dealt with more than your fair share of sacrifice for this country and trial and tribulation. I just have to ask, even though I hear you when you say you're not intimidated, this must be a source of stress for you and your family. I just have to ask the kind of impact that it's having on you and your loved ones.
Rachel, I've had a missile blow up next to my airplane. I've been shot down, nearly shot down multiple times. I've flown a rocket ship into space 4 times, built by the lowest bidder. And my wife, Gabby Giffords, meeting with their constituents, shot in the head. 6 people killed around her. A horrific thing. She spent 6 months in the hospital. We know what political violence is, and we know what causes it, too. The statements that
Gabby
Donald Trump
Gifford,
made,
I forgot about that.
Is insightful, incites others. He's got millions of supporters. People listen to what he says more so than anybody else in the country. And he should be careful with his words. But I'm not going to be silenced here. Is it stressful? I've been stressed by things more important than Donald Trump trying to intimidate me into shutting my mouth and not doing my job. He didn't like what I said. I'm going to show up for work every day, support the Constitution, do my job, hold this administration accountable, hold this president accountable when he is out of line. That's the responsibility of every U.S. Senator and every member of Congress. He's not going to silence us.
Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. Sir, thank you so much for your time and for being here tonight to give us that response. I really appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right. This is all a distraction from the Epstein stuff, and it worked again. He brought Zoran Mamdani in. If there's one thing that I'm just going to give Trump credit on, it's the fact that he is a master manipulator of mass media. It's crazy. What up, Fred? How you doing? I can't. What am I supposed to say anymore? Like, even me. Like, we couldn't not talk about the Zoran stuff. You can't not talk about the MTG stuff, which the MTG stuff was a gift horse. Speaking of, you know what? Screw this. Let's do an Epstein story. You know what? I'm going to do my part. That was weird. Where's that Epstein update? Where's the Epstein update? Give me 1 second. Oh, here we go.
Even
we will do the Epstein update now. Whoa! Wow! What the fuck? There we go.
This is our original reporting on those newly released emails from the deceased sex trafficker. So we turn to how Epstein tonight, who had used money and politically connected lawyers to duck the worst charges in his original sex crime case, how he continued that playbook.
The president don't need to speed
it
up.
Clear. Even as the legal walls closed in those final couple years before he was arrested, things looked tough.
Oh my God, Alan Dershowitz is at. See, again, no wonder he was so flustered. I'm surprised he went on Piers Morgan, dude.
The legal team did change over time, but he continued to keep up with the two lawyers you see here, Ken Starr and Alan Dershowitz. And they brought more than courtroom experience. They had links to the very top of the government and business elites who run large parts of this country. The new emails shed more light on how Epstein and Starr seemed very close. They met regularly. Starr was at times a professional, where Epstein
doesn't
had been
surprise
his
me in the
client, a
slightest.
paid lawyer, but he also was noticeably warm. We see in these emails he signed them hugs and love. A cuddly rhetorical side of Starr that was not his public persona. He was, politicos will remember, the special counsel who went after President Clinton and later represented Trump.
Is it bad that I'm actually bothered by the fact that they they have more communication with their friends than I do with mine?
His impeachment defense,
You know
as
what?
see here.
I think I got to be a better friend. I got to start texting my friends more.
So did Dershowitz. So think about
What a
just
creep.
that
No
before I
shit.
read you more emails. Epstein managed to tap two lawyers who would later represent the very president who oversaw the DOJ that indicted Epstein. And we have a lot of contemporaneous evidence from that time that Epstein viewed part of his planned defense as having these type of elites who might prevent or corruptly intercede in the legal justice and accountability that he might otherwise face. That's, by the way, one of the reasons so many people in the public domain who haven't read every email get the gist of this and are skeptical of government elites continuing secrecy when they know the rules are not enforced equally.
Yeah.
Now, the activities in these emails stretch beyond court and into Epstein's fixation on redeeming his public reputation. That was a theme we reported for you earlier in the week in those Bannon emails, where the Trump vet was openly saying he wanted to help Epstein's media rehab tour. Well, here in the new emails I'm reading to you, Epstein links with star Trump author Michael Wolff, who had that big hit book he was writing about the Trump presidency. Starr writes, with thanks to Jeffrey, I'm delighted to come into your orbit.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All these creeps.
Well, then
all these fucking old-ass
there
creeps.
was a public push where Epstein, who began his relationship with Starr and Dershowitz in that first Florida case, which was the first legal crack in the Epstein facility.
You know, if this was so normal in these elite circles, we really should start looking into who's the new Epstein? Who's the one that is going to get outed for this, or is just who just took over? Because I'm telling you right now, this didn't just stop.
Saw it in 2006. Now, this is relevant to the later.
These fucking creeps are out there doing it. Or maybe it just turned into a situation where, oh, you know what? Hold on. It's like the Andrew Tate. Hold on.
Emails. They were key. to securing a sweetheart plea deal.
Might not even
Back
be that
then,
hidden.
It was resolved a couple of years after the filing
Also,
around the
what up, Fred?
And Starr was using connections to be Epstein's, quote,
How are you?
fixer, according to that acclaimed
Doing well.
reporting by Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown. Remember, it was her expose with her team that actually sparked the
Great
new
point.
program.
Ask Matt Gaetz. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are they doing this, huh? Who's the Ghislaine in that? Who was the one that put Matt Gaetz in contact with these 17-year-old girls? Or are they just skipping, like, do you not need a Ghislaine Maxwell anymore? Are they just doing it online? Which, again, hello, can we just get the frickin' the trail there? Like, there's a digital footprint everywhere for this shit.
So here's a 2018 email from Starr where they are
Matt Gaetz still has a job, by the way.
discussing trying to rebut
let's be
the
real.
criticism of that, quote,
And I'm not talking even in government. Like,
sweetheart deal. They were preparing an op-ed that defends Epstein and argues critiquing the resolution of a long-ago case involving our former client and now.
don't you just love how the ones that are always actually implicated in, like, doing some shady shit turn out to be, like, family value Republicans?
Now, friend Jeffrey Epstein.
Which, I'll just say this, and it's anecdotal. The people in my life that tend to be the most, Christian, trying to prove something, they really are the worst human beings I know.
They go on to say the critique is profoundly misplaced, and the draft article goes on from there. Now, Starr says former client there. We don't have all the information on when Starr, now deceased,
Cole Hiddens. Matt should not be allowed to be hired anywhere. I mean, he's working for frickin' Newsmax now.
representing Epstein.
Also, welcome to the show.
Money. It is notable that he said that
He's just going to prison, right? No.
they had become friends.
Not at the moment, because I don't think they formally charged him with the newest ones.
That is certainly not the
Because there were new text messages that came out that implicated him in more different stuff with a different teenager.
case of every lawyer who is involved in defending people from heinous accusations or charges. And we can all recognize people have a right to legal defense. But as I will show you tonight, some of this went beyond that courtroom defense. And these
Is it bad that every time I hear about that, though, I always think, wonder how their parents voted? Like, specifically the girl that fucked Matt Gaetz, I wonder how her dad voted.
They're individuals who were clearly attractive to Epstein, not just because they were accredited lawyers, but because of their long
Right, this isn't his first rodeo. No.
political history, the kind of people who could call the top of the DOJ.
That's why Madison Cawthorn, the wheelchair dude, he made the biggest mistake of exposing the fact that all these guys are on illicit substances, allegedly, and also do some alleged, elite backroom bullshit that we all know about, but we all just go, well, yeah, I'll tell the elite's party, dude.
Or even higher, maybe pick up a call to the donors and the White House officials and even a president who runs everything.
I'm surprised more NBA stars haven't been implicated in stuff. Again, those NDAs be strong.
The history of power is what Epstein wanted to exploit.
They push out everyone who isn't a pervert. Yeah.
You ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Under the age of 18.
I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Were there young women in another part of the house giving massages when I wasn't around?
We're going to watch the Anna Kasparian video of her freaking out on Dershowitz a few days ago. Because I may not be a fan of Anna Kasparian, but God, she went after him.
If a president does something which he believes will help him get elected in the public interest, that cannot be the kind of quid pro quo.
The president, in the course of those efforts, misused his authority and his power as president. Presidential impeachment was truly a measure of last resort.
When it comes to Trump, all the president's men there were also all the sex traffickers' men.
Yeah, weird.
That's
convenient.
who they represented. That's what they did. Now, I want to again emphasize that impeachment was later. Both of those lawyers were retained by President Trump after the Epstein history. But again, their representation of Epstein was public. So make of that choice what you will. And there is still judgment when you're talking about who a president hires. I'd be the first and the last to remind everyone, legal counsel is a right in America, not a choice, not something to be bartered away when someone faces a big enough accusation. Everyone is entitled to that right, Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump both. But the president's choice there may speak volumes, and we will see if we get the rest of the evidence to understand who he chose. Another 2017 email from a journalist who had worked for the New York Times prior suggests Epstein hired Starr, saying he was fielding questions about why Epstein hired Starr, meaning we, again, are following whether that so-called friendship also still involved being paid. A New York Times 2019 op-ed notes Jeffrey Epstein's current and former lawyer is assigned by Starr, but he doesn't appear to be on his official defense team in that July 2019 case. That's the case brought by the Trump DOJ, where, of course, Epstein ultimately died in prison before trial. Dershowitz said in late 2018 he was still advising Epstein. Now, Epstein was cultivating these relationships with people, not just again,
He just,
and for legal
he's fucking
skills, but with
lawyers,
their
dude.
proximity to power, and specifically Trump. Starr's not accused of wrongdoing here. He has died. Alan Dershowitz has denied any wrongdoing, and we played a clip of him discussing that if there was something going on over there, he says he did not know about it. Epstein also wrote during a text exchange that CIA Director Brennan's description of Trump as drunk with power seems apt. And then he adds, any thought on who he might at least listen to seriously? Ken Starr, Kissinger, Hannity. A reply.
Knew Kissinger. I fucking knew it.
Epstein said, Hannity, maybe. Now here's another email where you see Epstein wants advice on
Hannity's just sitting there sweating.
responding to news that the DOJ would be reviewing the old plea deal. Quote,
to be a fly on the wall when he gets the news that this stuff comes out.
Continue to ignore? Ann Coulter, Handy, attack op-ed, not my skill set. He's asking, what about the penning something, it's the word there that we don't know who he might mean, something that suggests indignation and lays out some of the facts. And then you have Bannon, who we've been seeing advise him on the media side, says, well, that drives it a week. Epstein bemoaned how Senator Ben Sass, called him a, quote, child rapist. What about Ken talking directly to him? We believe, by inference, that would be this Ken Starr. Bannon says, won't help, but yes. Epstein was worried about how MAGA and prominent people were identifying him this way, which would, of course, not help his argument that somehow the DOJ should back down under Trump. He was scrambling for rehab. And when Bannon was advising him, we have a Trump official there, or ex-Trump official, who clearly was trying to help. There's also some evidence that consultants, as we reported,
Seems like that's always the case, though. There's always somebody to catch them.
Wanted to distort what would be the actual results from reality and Google. Of course, Google's debatable, but it's a place people look. They were trying to strengthen other friendly websites they call assets and push down.
This is why it's also kind of confounding that this took so long.
Down the reports of his factual.
There's so much evidence.
Sex crimes.
It's just out there
conviction.
publicly.
Starr was involved in a 2018 Epstein exchange where there was a text to an associate.
And this is the stuff that wasn't out before.
During op-ed by Starr and Dershowitz, law review article, higher PR.
Was out before. You know what I mean? Sorry. I said that backwards.
Have to think with the group on the way forward. That is context for Starr sending the draft op-ed I mentioned at the top. It defends Epstein at his request. Yeah. Indeed, the question about the friend reference is, was Starr, having benefited in the past or recently from payment by Epstein, was he trying to somehow use more credibility to claim this was a, view of a friend rather than paid work? And there's a PR expert named Matthew Hiltzik in these emails who says, think there should be
Epstein sure had a lot of friends.
A line in there.
Nobody that just overtly said, yeah, you know what, I'm part of your club, wink, wink.
Somewhere, which clearly confirms
Christ.
that
How stupid are people? Do you think people just hear this stuff and they're just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, they're just associates.
Presumably Epstein, his initials, understands and
doesn't mean they were
recognizes
guilty.
He did something wrong. Imagine that.
I don't know. I was always raised on guilt by association, and this is why you don't want to hang around a bunch of assholes.
And I don't mean to laugh like it's funny, more like it's sad that it took the PR person to tell all these other guys, hey, do we ever want to mention he knows it was wrong? Epstein and Starr discussed Trump's involvement in the Mueller probe, Russian interference. Epstein telling an associate who's not named here that he spent the morning with Starr. The person asked, how bad a shape does he think DJT is in? Epstein recounts Starr told him Mueller's case isn't strong enough. That's an interesting view from someone who, of course, had been a special counsel himself, a rarefied group. He argues no evidence of corruption. Person replies, epic. Trump clear on Mueller, if that's the case. Again, we're seeing deep inside the way these people communicate in ways we never normally would. If any 3 of these emails leaked out of the blue, it'd be front page New York Times. When 20,000 leak, it's hard to keep track of them all. Epstein replies, the issues will be the related financial ones. Trump, of course, has faced questions and legal cases about how he's handled finances.
Kind of forget that there were 20,000 emails, so they're going to have a lot. Like, anytime that there's a slow news day, they're just going to bring this shit back up.
A better part of his career. Some involved allegations of civil fraud, that case on appeal. Communication continued even when the feds closed in. Months before the arrest that would lead to his in-custody death, Epstein sent his legal team and Star this link to a Miami Herald video of Bill Barr, who was going to be potentially Attorney General, who was saying in public he would look into the handling of the Epstein case. Now, knowing what we know about Epstein, that fits his MO of trying to use powerful people, not just to get his case heard or get an op-ed published or have a lawyer defend him in court, which, as I mentioned, is his legal right. No, it was the building, combined with allegations of blackmail that Pam Bondi said she's not going to look into, of a larger question that haunts, obviously, those officials I mentioned, but also past administrations, people in both parties, of whether beyond his legal right for representation.
Wait, do you think that that might be the reason that they're talking about Cash getting fired right now, is because Cash was too busy going and getting his, flying his girlfriend around and going and doing all these public appearances? He didn't focus on getting the Epstein files and all that shit redacted, so they might not make the deadline, and they might have to release everything, and they won't be ready to.
There was interference, malfeasance, or threats to try to get the feds to back off.
Makes you think. Really does make you think. Here, you know what? Let me pull up the Anna Kasparian yelling at Dershowitz bit, because honestly, it is impressive. Although she blocked the this is kind of funny. If you don't already follow the political punk, you should. He's a pretty boss ass dude. Yeah, Anna Kasparian unfollowed him. Which, hey, good on him for getting on the radar at least. Where the hell did I put those? Kasparian crashing out on Alan Dershowitz. What the hell? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Aha.
In the government.
There we go. All right. This is, like I said, not a big fan of her, but she puts Dershowitz on blast the way that he needs to be.
This is not about partisanship. This is about justice for the survivors, and it's about knowing whether or not we have disgusting pedophiles governing us in the government.
You sound just like Joseph McCarthy. We have pedophiles running our government.
Okay,
we
sure.
have imposition of authority. That's what Joseph McCarthy did. I have a list of pedophiles who are running America. You are a McCarthyite. You are the worst violator of due process. You are exactly what this country has to be afraid of. Shame on you.
This brings me exactly. I would be more afraid of a guy who signs up to be the defense attorney for said pedophile.
That was our very own Anna Kasparian, and she went head-to-head with Jeffrey Epstein's former...
Damn it. I thought I had the full video here. Hold on. You know what? I hit the wrong one. You know what? Hold on. We're going to do something else first, and then we'll go back to that. I just kind of want to hang for a second. Holden, what up? Yeah, we're definitely going back to the Epstein stuff. Trump's not going to escape it. You know, he can meet with Mom Donnie as many times as he needs to. He can wear the scarves. He can not wear his makeup. He can change his entire demeanor. He can even say he's you know what? Zoran, he's such a cool guy. Fuck it, I'm not even MAGA anymore. I'm a democratic socialist. I'm going to just come out and say it. Democratic socialism, not too bad. Not too bad. I always said, Bernie, me and Bernie, we got along. We got along on some things. He's really overstating this. Come on, Bern. Come on. You know, we're pals. We're buddies. We're pals. I'm sorry that I shocked you with the little shocky thing. You know, I've always liked a little practical joke here and there, and I may have caused some damage with your hair. You know what? Apologies. Oh, man. You know what? What is going on with this? Might as well just say what's going on. Here, I'm going to give you a play-by-play. YouTube just froze, and it's... Oh, please tell me I'm not about to have a computer problem. Nope. We're good. Okay. Whew. Don't know what the hell happened there. There we go. Okay. That was a year ago. Hold on. The hell? Do they not have the full interview out? Oh, it's lame. Here, we'll go to the
This is not about partisanship. This is about justice for the survivors, and it's about knowing whether or not we have disgusting pedophiles governing us in the government.
You sound just like Joseph McCarthy. We have pedophiles running our government.
Okay,
we
sure.
have imposition of authority. That's what Joseph McCarthy did. I have a list of pedophiles who are running America. You are a McCarthyite. You are the worst violator of due process. You are exactly what...
He really is guilty as fuck. I'm just saying, man. He comes across as guilty as fuck. When you're pushing back this much and you're just kind of attacking the people that are trying to say, hey, we want accountability for the survivors. I don't know, man. Maybe, like, don't go on these public appearances. I think he's doing more damage by trying to stand up for himself. Which, hey, here for it. Fuck that guy. Alan Dershowitz sucks. My name was cleared. Yeah, sure it was. Here. We got the Nick Fuentes crash out that I wanted to go through here. Now, the fact that the damage is already done with Tucker Carlson, the Turning Point guy, I'm already happy about that. But now Nick Fuentes is turning on Tucker Carlson, which it's based on stuff that his audience is saying in TTS. So, do you know how funny that would be if he, like... All right, just a theory, guys. Just a theory. That somebody might have gone on his show and just been like, hey, I'll throw a, $20 dono out there so he'll read this and maybe get a little pissed off and play exactly into what I thought he would. Oops. No, I'm playing. But no, it is kind of funny to see him just completely go after Tucker Carlson now.
So as you all know, there's a massive right-wing civil war currently ongoing. You have
just remember, though, he's technically one of the faces of the New America First Party if that becomes a thing. So, keep it up.
When Mark Levin versus Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens to one extent or another. Then you got people who are like...
Pendulous Dragon maybe don't protect pedophiles.
Like sort of in the middle trying to make peace, like Alex Jones and Matt Walsh. Hey, why can't we all just get along? That sort of shit. It's really showing no signs of slowing down. If anything, it's speeding up, right? Ted Cruz is now leaning into the fight against Tucker Carlson, and you have the pro-Israel right versus the anti-Israel right, and there's, all these different dividing lines. And it's all happening because MAGA's falling apart, because Trump is making horrible decisions. It's a mess. He's a mess. He's an absolute mess. When, your trade war is destroying the economy, this is where you end up. Your own people end up at each other's throats. When your endless warmongering is, busting Nick Fuentes, not to be deterred, cannot help himself, and he decided to go after Tucker Carlson, one of the only fellow travelers in this war.
I knew I had this timestamped.
This right-wing civil war that he has. Here we go.
I don't know why I went back to the beginning.
Patreon for the Sean Ryan Show, talking shit in circular state.
Yeah, see? I told you. He has TTS.
For 2 hours about you. You are winning. Stay strong, brother. Just a wang up in
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't like that he keeps calling me an anti-Semite. What the fuck is that? He didn't call me an anti-Semite on the show or in person, so what is that? We dinner for 3 hours, then we do a show, we do this big interview, now I'm an anti-Semite. Well, since when? So let me get it straight. First, I was a gay fed in my parents' basement. Then, we're totally kosher, now I'm an anti-Semite. So what the fuck is that? He goes on for 3 years, he's been going around telling everybody, oh, he's a fed. He was a fed at J6. And what else did he say about me? Everything.
I mean, do you guys think that this is Tucker Carlson doing like the soft pivot where he's just like, you know what? I platformed him because he was interesting, but I do not share his views at all. He is, in fact, exactly what you say he is.
You can think of. He was trash talking me to anybody who would listen for years. To Alex Jones, to groups of people. I heard this secondhand from a lot of people. This guy was talking shit about me for years. He worked on that hit piece. Then he goes with Candace Owens finally and says, oh, he's a weird gay kid, came from nowhere, he's a fed, he's the David Duke, blah, blah, blah. Then I do a show, none of that. Oh, let's just not talk about that stuff. Okay, if we're friends, sure, let's not talk about it. Now I'm an anti-Semite. Oh, okay. So what is that? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like fakers. I don't like fakers. I don't like people that, I don't like the put on. Like, just cut this shit. Cut the act. Like, see, I'm so over that kind. It's deeply frustrating to just kind of have people lying to your face playing games like that. Oh my gosh. Maybe I'm just not cut out for politics, but that's just very like two-faced. Is it because they're on his ass now or what is that? But he's going around saying, I disagree with his anti-Semitism. What the fuck? Sorry, are you Ben Shapiro now? What is anti-Semitic about what I say? Honest to God. I go on the show every night. I say, I don't hate anybody. Don't attack people, physically or verbally.
Nick knows what he's doing.
We don't hate them. We don't want to hurt them. We don't want to take their rights. We just want them to be loyal to America. They can't have power if they're abusing it. What is anti-Semitic about that, honestly?
I can't believe you're watching Kyle after what happened yesterday. Oh, why? Because you think is it PTSD or is it because he's a dirty, dirty boy?
And he's totally, totally playing a game with me right now where he's trying to go.
We're all dirtier for having. We are.
Around and say.
I can't walk down. I literally cannot walk downstairs without seeing that freaking wreath anymore and just being like, oh.
We understand and we pity him. And we just want to know why people like him. Why? So you can reverse engineer it and make some other guy that isn't like me at all? You want to know why people like me? Why? So you can kill me and then take my audience? Is that
Bloodstone? Does Nick know he can be gay and anti-Semitic at the same time? You can do both. Not recommended, but you can do both.
Why?
Do you actually think that's what Tucker's doing? Oh my God!
You want to pander to my audience, take me out, and then you're going to give my audience to Rufo and Lomez or JD Vance or something? It's all bullshit.
So he's already in the midst of like a 4-front war, and he goes, let's add a fifth. Let's add a fifth. So Candace Owens, who's nominally on his side in this right-wing civil war, he also hates her and goes after her all the time. Is there anybody that he hasn't gone after?
I don't think so. That's the thing. I think he has legit gone after everybody on the right wing.
It's just so funny that in this moment where, like, the schism is there, the right is fucking imploding, and you're having your moment, and you're winning the fight. Look at Ben Shapiro's numbers on Daily Wire. Look at fucking, they've imploded. Mark Levin was always just propped up because he was on Fox News and shit. He was never was never actually the force of his own personality. He couldn't make it in the free market of online media, right? But, like, you're winning, and what do? You turn to the only other person on your side in the fight, and you take some shots at him. That's amazing. Now, I'm sure he's saying that, like, oh, Tucker's the one who started it. But, Nick, the reason why Tucker says those things is because you said, quote, Hitler was really fucking cool. I admire Hitler. You denied the numbers in the Holocaust. You had that clip talking about, oh, can you really bake 6 million cookies? This standard Holocaust denial sheet.
I mean, he went and...
Maybe that's why he says you're an anti-Semite. Maybe that's it.
Is he like, okay, I'm not really sure about this because I don't search out his content. Is Nick Fuentes trying to say that he's changed and that he's reformed in some of the ways that he thought? Like, I'm genuinely asking this because I don't think that would have popped up.
That's all, right? That like,
because it doesn't help like us sell the fact that it's like, no, well,
you have.
I listen. This is me trying to be as fair as fucking possible.
Moments like that.
I don't think he did
on camera.
Go out on a limb.
Is it really a big jump to? Oh, he admires Hitler. Maybe a touch anti-Semitic. is that unreasonable? Oh man, that's wild. That is wild. I love it. No, in all seriousness, he's playing an amazing role right now. Fuentes is.
He's just saying he's Catholic Christian.
Whether or not he realized
that's not a thing.
He's
Catholic Christian isn't a thing.
He's acting like a left-wing op. I think it's fair to say
you're either a Catholic or you're a Christian. There are fundamental differences.
And by the way, I bet Shapiro would make.
He loves everybody like Jesus.
And he thinks this guy's a left-wing op.
For somebody who loves everybody, he seems to hate a lot of people.
Now he's not. He's a real guy.
It is weird.
With real opinions, and he's giving them, and he's
really
winning that battle on the right at the moment. But functionally, he is dividing and conquering the right wing. He is, for sure. Like, I view the role he plays as very similar to the role that Jimmy Dore played on the left in, like, 2017, 2018, where he was he ended up being functionally a right-wing op, even though he wasn't, right? Where, like, he spent all his time, let me go after AOC, let me go after Bernie, let me say that the most left in Congress and the Senate are not left enough.
That's a fair take.
And only shit on them exclusively, and never go after the Republicans. And so you end up dividing and conquering your side. That's what he's doing. He's going, look, all these right-wing...
It's more so the other side of it.
Donald Trump, not right-wing enough, not fascist enough. Ben Shapiro, not right-wing enough, not fascist enough. Mark Levin, not right-wing enough, not fascist enough. We're the true right-wingers. We are the real right-wing, the true principled right-wingers. And, we're the only path forward. And so it's divide and conquer. And that's why the end result is...
They have fundamental differences in their forms of salvation.
The right is plummeting in relevance. I mean, they hold every lever of power, but MAGA is just falling apart right in front of our eyes. Trumpism is collapsing right in front of our eyes. So I genuinely and sincerely want to be like, hey, man, thank you for playing this role of imploding the right. I really appreciate you imploding the right. We've been trying to do that. It's
definitely been kind of funny to watch.
I do it full time since 2012. Fuck if I won that battle. I didn't win that battle. I'm an outsider lobbing bombs. You're from within and planting mortars. That's what you're doing. So I love it. He can't help himself. He's going to go after Candace again. He's going to go after Tucker again. Anybody else who's nominally on his side, eventually you'll catch a stray too. Can't help himself. He can't fucking help himself. And then
which that's great.
Now Nick is dealing with, there's members of his own audience that are going, well, what the fuck? I signed up for being anti-Semitic. And now you're saying don't be anti-Semitic? Your whole thing was being anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to just say, yes, I am that, and explain why it's good?
That is kind of funny, where it's just like, see?
So there's some people in his audience that are going, hey, man, what the fuck? Why are you moderating so hard? We don't want you to moderate. We want you to go all the way. We want you... We're anti-Semitic.
He did go after his audience recently, like, pretty hard.
But, no, I mean, he decides to do this instead. Decides to take shots at Tucker. It's funny, like, it's the old quotes just, he can't outrun him. He can't outrun Hitler was really fucking cool, and I admire Hitler. He can't outrun women shouldn't have the right to vote.
I mean, oddly enough, he could if he just owned it and, like, said, I honestly, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking kind of shit, or I have reformed my ways. Like, I don't know, man.
He can't outrun boys and girls.
My big thing is, and I know Hassan talks a lot about this, and this is why I appreciate his takes on, like, Reformation and just being like, okay, like, people can change their points of view, and you can't always hold them to their worst takes. And Kyle tends to do that. Like, Kyle would be the worst for somebody that's like an addict Because he probably would just do the thing where it's like, no, you are the worst version of yourself, and that's what I'm holding you to. It's like, okay, fuck you, Kyle.
Girls should get married as teens. He can't outrun, be against women's rights, be against them
I
getting
don't know. I'll be honest, like Kyle's dude, he's been taking L's on his content lately.
educated, ban birth control,
At least in my
contraceptives.
opinion.
Women shouldn't be in the workforce, ban them from voting, ban pornography, ban transgenderism, homosexuality, sodomy.
Hassan would say that after his 9/11 comment. I think he did.
Can't outrun Catholic Taliban rule in America is what we should have. He can't outrun wanting to go back to the Middle Ages or giving the death penalty to Jews, atheists, and witches.
Why do I think that Kyle's taking L's lately? It's specifically in the way that he, like yesterday, he was talking about how if you're over the age of 70, I guess you can't, have sexual relations with anybody. Or shouldn't even think about it. You just need to go be old and, knit blankets or whatever the fuck. And it's just little things like that where it's just like, dude, what a weird take.
It's hard. It's hard to outrun those ones, man.
And like kind of that where it's just like, I do feel like if Nick Fuentes just overtly came out and said, no, you know what? I condemn everything that I was saying. Fuck these, Nazi assholes in my audience. And Kyle would still just be like, yeah, but you said Hitler was based.
To me, one of the big ones is, I fucking hate the poor, I love the rich. That's a rough one. That's a rough one.
I thought Kyle was a libertarian socialist. I don't even fucking know anymore.
You can't claim to be leading the working class revolution, right? He did this whole spiel against Tucker a while back where he was like, what happened, Tucker? I thought you were supposed to be representing me, the disaffected young white man. But, you forgot and you started calling me a gay fed. You forgot who you were supposed to be representing. You're just smearing the people who you're supposed to be supporting. Well, Nick, you kind of did that too when you said, quote, I fucking hate the poor, I love the rich. You can't really lead that working class revolution either when you say some shit like that, right? So, anyway, keep going, fella. Keep going. Keep going. I bet Tucker's watching this go, what the fuck? I invite you on I have dinner with you, tell you it's going to be a softball interview. I give you a softball interview with minimal...
And then he reads one chat comment and turns on...
Fucking push...
Let's be real, that's exactly what happened.
Basically, the only pushback he gives is all Jews aren't the problem.
Could you imagine if that wasn't what happened and he was just like, oh, you're telling me that my audience member was lying to me to rile me up? Oops.
Problem, Nick. It's not all of them that are the problem. Come on. As a Christian, we're supposed to treat everybody equally and fairly. Gives minimal pushback, and still it's not enough. It's not enough for Nick. It's heaping, fawning, praise and adoration, or nothing, right? And since Tucker's somewhere in that middle ground, now in the midst of a war where they're fighting 80 people, they got to turn to each other and start ripping each other's faces off. Or at least Nick's doing that to Tucker. I don't think Tucker's going to do that, but anyway, there you have it.
Oh, God. Kyle Kulinski. The weird part is, I still like his content. Because I think that he may have a few L takes here and there. Yeah, his old people doing it take was weird. He takes the weird stance on things that makes it harder to see what the issue is, like complaining about the wrong thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, when he was making that whole, oh, this guy's giving big, grown-up playing with dolls vibe, it's just like, what? And, he made that point a few times where it's just like, okay, man, are you one of those guys, too, where it's just like, oh, yeah, these nerds that just nerd out over their cardboard cards nerds? He really has... You want to talk about that type of energy? You got fucking prick... I still shop at Hollister as a 30-something-year-old. Fucking shut up. Get some more hair dye. Ooh, he is. Yeah, no. Although, I don't know, because he's like, I still have my Pokemon cards. And that's where it's like, you say Pokemon. There's that. It's Pokemon. 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 Anyway. No, he's definitely... Yeah, he totally shops at Hollister. I mean, I think we caught him Like, he was wearing a Hollister sweatshirt. It's like, oh, you still shop at Hollister? That tracks. I mean, listen, I shouldn't be talking. I literally buy my stuff from freaking, like, dispensaries and just, you know, if I'm at a restaurant and they got hoodies and, especially if they're comfortable hoodies, I will buy one. It's kind of my thing. So I have a lot of just random shirts and hoodies from a bunch of places that I've gone that aren't necessarily clothing places. I thought it was like Pokeball. It is. Yeah, no, you got it. You got it right. All right. Here. We got this fun little video with Sam SEDER and his appearance on CNN.
In this country, you do get to undermine the president of the United States.
Not if you're in the military.
No.
He's the commander-in-chief.
If you are a member of Congress, you absolutely, in this country, have a free right to undermine the president of the United States. You know that, right?
The commander-in-chief.
The argument that the Democrats were making in that video, because the fact is the military is not obligated to follow illegal orders.
Who's giving the illegal orders? Where are they?
You're not obligated to follow illegal orders.
In today's video, Sam SEDER destroys Terry on the CNN show as the two...
Okay. I thought that this was a clip. My bad.
The president called them traitors.
Dude, okay. This is getting annoying too, because like CNN specifically, I'm not sure if they're watching like the live and recording it and then they're posting it, which you would think that'd be the stuff that CNN might have a problem with. CNN didn't post this, so I was just looking for something that would have Sam SEDER's appearance.
He said that they could be executed for seditious behavior. He even promoted another message that called for their hangings.
Yo.
One columnist says,
yo, that's a little shady. I don't know, man. You zoom in on the content and that's your transfer. You know what? Just because I want to see the Sam bit and I don't know where else I'm going to get it, but I don't condone that. It's all a
distraction from the bad news that he's been facing this week, from Epstein to the economy. Now, while that could most certainly be true, can it be ignored? Should it be ignored? Especially when those lawmakers say that his rhetoric is putting their lives actually in danger. After all, Trump and Republicans get angry when Democrats, liken his behavior to a fascist or a dictator. But calling for the execution of political opponents fits the definition.
Do you understand why people don't care, Abby? Is because you report it just like this. This is what happens when you report everything right down the fucking center.
And it's certainly more extreme than calling someone a descriptor. I mean, do you think that, I hear this sort of like, don't fall for the okie doke.
It's only zoomed in to avoid content detection. I know, which is fucked up. I have to say, I don't know, man. I work hard to kind of like make sure that I'm following these rules, but this is one of the shadier attempts at just jacking content that I've seen. But you know what?
It's just trying to distract you from Democrats.
I also do. I have chair stream moments, so I'm not going to fucking.
That's a lot.
Too much.
Do you think this falls into that category, or is it something else?
Well, I mean, I think, frankly, you've got two sides that are preparing for perhaps what's going to happen over the course of the next year. Donald Trump's approval ratings are dismal. The Republican Party is on their back heels. They got destroyed, wiped out in a way that I haven't seen in 20 years in those elections 2 weeks ago.
This feels dirty.
And so I think there's genuine concern amongst a lot of people in the country that Donald Trump is going to send in troops.
Like, I'll be honest, if he doesn't chime in with some commentary in between it.
He's already got these 500
he did a lead-in, which is all right.
Response forces that are beginning to train and are going to be able to be deployed by spring. I think there's a lot of people who are concerned about what's going to happen over the course of the next 12 months in the run-up to the midterm elections. And I think the Democrats...
I mean, if you're going to get ground news, just remember code pep talks. I think it still works.
We're trying to get out in front of that, and I think Donald Trump is trying to prevent them from getting out in front of it. And, you know, his rhetoric is, of course,
terrifying. His rhetoric is terrifying.
It's terrifying, but I think it's also indicative of what he's willing to do over the course of the next 12 months to make sure that Republicans retain the House.
No, I mean, but what do you mean? Do you mean in terms of actually following through on the threats, or what?
Well, I think there is a concern that Donald Trump is going to try and prevent the midterm elections from happening.
Okay,
in a
you're
way
talking
that
about these are the illegal orders.
Oh, okay, that
Yes.
he's trying to. Oh, okay, okay.
Exactly.
But let's just talk about just what's happening right now and how we just think that he's planning
Someone needs to get Sam a lemon with tea.
ahead. What world
Or a tea with a lemon. Goddamn dyslexia.
do we live in when a president it gives an idea that yes, I think execution is okay.
That too.
For my political opponents. What world do we live in when we just ignore that and we don't talk about what that actually means? Because we're used to what he's done. He's numbed us. We're normalizing his behavior. I think that's really dangerous. And I think all of it, yes, it is a distraction. Yes, it is something for us to pay attention to. But how dangerous is it as we come off of an assassination of Charlie Kirk?
The thing about this conversation between Sam Seder and
Okay.
Kerry Champion is that they're both tapping into two equally real parts of the current political moment. Sam is right to point out that Trump isn't just being loud, he's telegraphing strategy. Historically, whenever a
Wait, that's the problem, is he's telegraphing his strategy. Oh, God. Oh, God. Really? Oh, my God. He goes,
Is this someone?
all right,
is this
fine.
someone is,
It feels less dirty. At least he does, like, give his takes. But, yeah, he's not on screen, so I'm just like, okay.
Violence in this country is one-sided, and everyone knows it, right? What Trump is
Tell me
talking about
more.
is sedition,
Tell
which
me
is
more.
a law and order process. It goes, by the way, you know, George Washington had generals who did insurrections put to death as well, right? So, like,
That was literally during the fucking founding of the country, numbnuts. So that means, like, there were still, like, when we were developing this country, it was a little bit different when, you know, we were coming out of the Revolutionary War.
our first president that we ever had. Trump is...
Wait, hold on.
That is an insane fucking take.
Hold on.
Let me just be clear.
Are you suggesting that Trump is right that these Democrats
No,
should
what
be
I'm
put
saying
to
is,
death?
which is that you're taking him literally instead of seriously. What he is obviously...
What?
I'm sorry,
pointing out-
he's the
hold on.
president of the...
He's the fucking, yes, he's the president of the United States. I'm getting kind of, I am really done with you guys being like, why the fuck would you listen to the president of the United States words and take him seriously? That's fucking crazy. He's just a wise guy.
United States. I think it is warranted.
You monumental weenies.
To take him quite
But
literally.
you fall for this game every
I'm
time.
sorry, he is not he's not candidate Trump anymore. It's President Trump.
But what those
He
Democrats
gets to
are
be
doing
taken
is
seriously.
absolutely treasonous. It's disloyal. They are causing division within the military. Who's issuing unlawful
How is
orders?
that treasonous?
The same type of normalizing of violent rhetoric that led to the assassinations that we've seen. That's come from DNR. I mean, we've seen.
Which are?
I'm saying I think
Democratic
there's been,
lawmakers in Minnesota
Oh,
were
the ones that were
assassinated.
killed after the Medicaid wasn't expanded to illegal immigrants.
Hold
the
on.
ones that,
Wait, excuse me?
It's just
What?
all. It's
No.
just
Are you
all
saying that's
crazy.
okay?
No,
What are you-
I'm
what are you
saying they were
saying?
Democrats that killed them.
No,
this is
it-
not
you don't-
Republicans
it
killing
wasn't-
You don't know
Democrats.
that.
No, that is
I'm sorry.
not
You do not know that.
Because Charlie Kirk was actually a friend.
I understand
And to hear
that,
people
but-
talk about Donald Trump and Republicans
sorry,
inciting
but Terry,
violence, it's just crazy.
the
It's
history-
crazy.
This guy's an asshole, like, just in general. And I'm not talking, like, just personality-wise. Like, he's an idiot, too. Like, everyone around this table is looking at him just like, what? Even the Republican colleague is kind of like, no, that's a little, no.
Of political violence in this country is not a Democrat story. That is factually inaccurate.
It is in the last 5 years.
No, it is in the last 1 year. One, single. Okay? This year, 2025, is the first and only year in the last 20 years where left-wing violence has exceeded right-wing violence. That is a fact. In the last
Has it, though?
5 years, it's been...
If you're literally going based off of the reporting of the FBI on the recent things happening here, but also can we go back to the whole Trump shooter being a right-winger thing? Oh, yeah, that's not being focused on. Wonder why.
4 years, it's right-wing violence. 1 year, left-wing violence.
Abby, Philip, and Terry really...
Where's Sam? Oh, Sam actually gave his 2 cents. All right, well, whatever. Oh, man. Let's chill for a minute. Yeah, Sim been sick. Because I noticed that his voice was a little like that on the show yesterday. I wasn't able to watch today, but I think I was able to check in and chat at least. I always try to do that even while I'm doing my show prep for this space, which, again, follow this space if you have not already, folks. Alrighty. FBI requests interviews with 6 Democratic lawmakers over military illegal order video. On Tuesday, the FBI asked the U.S. Capitol Police to arrange interviews with 6 members of Congress. Fox News reported roughly a week. Okay, so what exactly are they going to try and charge them with? Sedition? Because that'd be funny. That'd be, like, legitimately funny. Because you do understand that all it takes is for the clip of the video. Notice how like these Republican channels are cutting the portion out where it says unlawful orders. And they're really not focusing on it. Gee, wonder why that would be. On Tuesday, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, blah, 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 blah. Mark Kelly. Yeah. We already kind of went through that. So we have the crash out. We had the FBI. All right. We got the what's really going on with Candace Owens bit. Here we go. Okay. YouTube, I don't know what the hell is going on with you today, but the stream has had a few problems. I'm going to be honest, because if I seem a little distracted, it's because over on my studio side, I'll just say this much. The view count does not match how many people are here. Unless I be lurking. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm telling you right now. Nah. It says that it went to, doesn't seem to make sense. I did have that moment, though. I'm like, or it could just... Oh, yeah, you know what? Refresh. Oh, there we go. That worked. Yay. Thank you for that. Also, you just reminded me I should probably turn this on. There we go. Alrighty. We got this channel 100 video. I'll count as 0.92 viewers, I think. You know, oh, hey. All right, so I'm not sure if you guys know anything about this, and I've been looking into it. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of answers. So you know how they're stopping production of the penny, and there's this national penny shortage? What are they going to do about this? Are we going to unilaterally come to the agreement that, okay, well, you can't have these taxes come out to, buy the pennies? Because at that point, you do understand that, like, if we just start accepting where it's just like, fine, take the extra, fucking 9 cents per fucking each one, because, nickels, 4 cents. But then they're gonna come for the nickels. Ooh. I mean, let's be real. I understand that a lot of people are fine with this because they're just like, I don't really use cash. It's like, yeah, but that's a problem. You do understand, right, that, although, hold on, because I'm sure that when we abolished the gold standard, it was the same shit, so, I don't know, whatever. Money's all fake. It's all fake. Every single bit of it. This whole world's fake. We live in a simulation. Let's try and change our part in it. All right. Man. Oh, Pendulous, did you did you talk to Groove? I haven't seen him around. Who, what, when, where are probably the most used words in the dictionary. I would agree with that. At least for someone like me who asks a lot of questions. Very curious. Very curious. Here. Let's watch this video about Candace Owens. And what's really going on with her. Is it truly a grift, or is there something more to it? Been sleeping today, been looking for him.
Something has shifted with Candace Owens. And if you've been watching closely, you can...
I have not. That's kind of not like... This is where I don't have the commitment that some of these content creators have, and I'm going to just admit that, where they go and subscribe and watch most of their stuff to try and just be like, look at this, isn't this outrageous? Whereas, you know, I do the Josiah bit where I follow Fox News clips. You know, I'll take a look at the highlights because thank God Fox News clips is kind of cut for people like us, where it's just like, no, these are the most outrageous things that they've been saying.
See the exact moment that it happened. Candace has always trafficked in controversy. That's her job. But ever since Charlie Kirk was shot and killed in September, something inside her cracked. Within weeks, Candace wasn't just arguing with liberals. She was accusing Israel of killing Charlie Kirk, the FBI of covering up plots, billionaires of threatening him, and the French government of trying to
That's the newest
assassinate her. And what's spilling out now is less of her normal political commentary and something a lot more sinister, and honestly, a lot more concerning. The unraveling of Candace Owens.
God, I really love the way she breaks down everything by chapter.
To understand how she ended up here, you have to start with the issue that shattered her career long before Charlie Kirk was shot.
My view is that, Judaism is a faith. Israel is a
I did not realize she did this on Piers Morgan.
state. It is not above critique. And that what Bibi Netanyahu has done to the Palestinians since October 7th is a Holocaust.
Oh my God, was she the conduit that made Piers kind of start changing his? Oh, wait a minute.
It's the fight that ended her relationship with the Daily Wire.
I wish the best to the
She looks like Gwen Stacy.
Daily Wire. I wouldn't change a single thing.
It's the issue she and Charlie never fully agreed on.
A child,
unless that's not a headband,
who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
And it's the thing she now believes is tied to his assassination.
That's not a headband. My bad.
There were, for whatever reason, 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground at Utah Valley University the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Candace later claimed that in August of 2025, Charlie told people that he was pressured and even threatened by billionaire investor Bill Ackman during a meeting in the Hamptons about his comments on Israel.
Do you think Bill Ackman's go after her, like legally?
An intervention.
Because, I mean, she is kind of going out there with names of people. So
Staged by Bill Ackman. Because
damn, see right there.
Charlie's rational
no ambiguity
thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. Bill Ackman was very upset, and threats were made.
But Ackman denied it outright. At no time have I ever threatened Charlie Kirk, Turning Point, or anyone associated with him. But Candace turns the...
Candace is going to literally burn her entire empire to the ground just by being irresponsible with her accusations.
This alleged moment into a much larger narrative. Charlie...
Not that I care. I'm just saying that that's the fact.
Criticized...
Because, man, she has gone out and she's just overtly said it.
Israel, Charlie was threatened. Charlie felt unsafe. Charlie was killed. It became the emotional glue of her spiraling. Because once she believed that Israel killed Charlie for speaking the truth, it wasn't long before she believed they were coming for her next. The Kirk-Owens dynamic. Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk weren't just like colleagues. They toured together with Turning Point USA. They grew famous together. They sat in endless green rooms and airport lounges, prepping speeches and feeding off each other's energy. People genuinely
I can't get over it.
saw
It's
them as a
fucking
pair.
gums.
Different personalities of the same project. So when Charlie was killed on stage at Utah Valley University, this wasn't just a political earthquake. For Candace, it was like the core pillar of her life had been shattered.
I will never unsee the footage of what I saw, the violence of it.
I have to say, okay, I'm gonna be fair here. If it was my friend, that's a totally different thing. Yeah.
I pray for the people who took any pleasure
gotta be fucked
in
up.
that. I would never,
I mean, it was fucked up to see in general, but yeah.
a single person in the world that I would wish that
I'll
on.
at least give that.
But then pretty quickly posted, be very wary and suspicious of the people who are already telling us to stop asking questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Suspicion took over grief, and she just went straight into full investigation mode. From here, the unraveling...
Yes, she did, but she's also notoriously conspiracy brain, so her forms of investigation are going to be super biased in confirming her conspiracies. But again, they're not going to be actual evidence.
Really begins.
I was not invited to speak
Channel 100 is
alongside
awesome. Oh, hell
President
yeah.
Trump and J.D. Vance on the stage.
She's probably one of my favorite channels on YouTube right now.
With
Although Dark Star's back, Dark Star 2525.
Tucker Carlson at a memorial event. What does this have to do with anything? The answer is it has to do with nothing. They're working on a narrative like they always do. They're coming in, they're squeezing, and they're trying to pretend that Charlie and I didn't speak for years. It could not be further
Yeah, late
from
cheers.
the
Yeah,
truth.
I just realized
This was a major rupture. The movement that she helped build, the people she defended, suddenly closed ranks without her. She has shared a different old message, a real one, where Charlie said, "Since the beginning of TPUSA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time." Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson did confirm that Charlie was frustrated with Netanyahu, but only Candace turned this into an assassination plot, some massive scheme behind the scenes. And from here, the spiral just continues. The theories keep coming. Once the Israel theory took shape in her mind, everything started to become connected. She claimed the footage from the shooting
Just
never
realized
existed.
that my thing didn't go. My little ping didn't go off.
She suggested that someone faked evidence to frame the shooter. Candace publicly questioned whether Charlie's widow was behaving.
Thank you for whoever became a member.
Normally,
Appreciate that.
saying
There's two things. She could be on
If you'd
autopilot.
like me to shout you out, I
And some
will.
people could be reading that the wrong way and thinking, oh, well, she's not acting right. Okay. Is she on autopilot because she fears something?
this was a turning point because it's mean. It's mean to judge somebody's
She said the thing. She said the thing. Turning point. Huh?
behavior and then decide it's because there's some sort of plot against them. It's also just quite odd. Sounding a little hypocritical from me, but not from random punters or political commentators. But for Candace,
Yeah, something
that's your
definitely broke in her. Like, okay, seeing some of the older footage there, like, there's something. Yeah.
dead friends.
Yeah, as someone who's kind of seen something like this happen to a family member, where there was a major traumatic event and all of a sudden it like something clicked, and they turned from a relatively normal person, like they always had some quirks, but into like full blown QAnon style.
Wife. Read the room, girl. You know.
And they will. It's always you have to question everything except for anybody telling me all this information that I want to know.
But people noticed
Like, again,
and
Alex Jones and all his
recoiled
folk.
when a French rumor became Candace's obsession.
This is so weird. Why did you make this your identity?
The Brigitte
Who cares?
Macron conspiracy is the clearest example of how far Candace has drifted. She didn't invent it, but she did globalize it. And yes, she's been talking about it for a while, but bear with me.
There's a lot of white women out there because she's one of the we cannot ignore this. She's one of the #1 podcasts in America. So there'd be a lot of white women that are listening to this just going like, wow, yeah, I didn't know that. Wow.
Brigitte Macron is secretly a man conspiracy began back in 2021, a 4-hour video by French bloggers Amandine Roy and Natasha Ray. It stayed French until Candace picked it up. In March 2024, she said, I would stake my entire professional reputation
You sure are.
on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. She then released an 8-part podcast series, Becoming Brigitte, platforming the original conspiracy theorists. France responded hard. Over the last year, French prosecutors are charging people with gender-based harassment. Brigitte Macron's daughter testified that the abuse had deteriorated her mother's health. But Candace is different. She took it international. So the Macrons filed a 250-page defamation lawsuit in the United States. Their lawyer said they were prepared to submit
I gotta say, that means that, her lawyers are pretty good.
photographic evidence.
What the fuck, really? They're using that? Notice how the feet don't even line up.
Scientific evidence, pregnancy photos.
Evie's accent is killer.
All to prove that Brigitte Macron is in fact.
I think that she's Australian, but this is the bitch. I have been known to conflate New Zealand and Australian accents.
A cisgendered woman. Imagine the humiliation. A 72-year-old grandmother forced to gather pregnancy photos because an American podcaster insisted that she was secretly a man. I mean, talk about their weird age gap. Why are you transvestigating the First Lady of France?
Yeah.
Here we're seeing real-world consequences of Candace's words. Real-life hurt inflicted on somebody else. And that's important now that she's spiraling. Because now Candace has, once again, turned it into a murder plot. She began claiming the French government wanted her.
Somebody said that yesterday, that she's onto her new grift, and that was it. Where it's like, yeah, she's now co-opting something that she's been focused on before, and now turning it into something like, oh, now they want to Kirk me.
Dead, alleging French intelligence was running an active operation against her. The lawsuit was a cover for something darker. European officials were sending a message. As far as I know, France does not assassinate American podcasters. There is zero historical basis for that. And this is such a leap. I mean, you defamed someone a bunch of times.
But
they
her audience is eating it up.
Deservedly, and now you think they're trying to assassinate you? It's so extreme that even her usual allies have stayed silent. What is actually happening to her? Candace Owens is isolated, and isolation is gasoline for paranoia. And say what you want about Candace.
And Charlie Kirk was her bridge to that world. Because she definitely burnt the bridge with, the Ben Shapiros, and Daily Wire ain't going to do shit with her anymore, obviously. She burnt the bridge with Steven Crowder.
Believe me, there is a lot to say.
Interesting.
But you can't deny she's a talented broadcaster.
Yeah.
She works hard. She researches hard. She's articulate, self-assured. She's fearless. Honestly, far too fearless for her own good.
Self-assurance is the part I'll be
But
working
she
on.
is also
Come on, folks.
a woman who watched her friend die on camera.
Give me a nice compliment every now and then.
Probably replayed the clip over and over. Grief like that does something to a person.
It does.
Especially someone
that does.
already operating at her level of intensity. And instead of support, the conservative world closed its
I haven't gone full into hey, the medical industry killed my mom.
doors. She wasn't invited to Charlie's memorial.
What up, DJX? How you doing?
She was
Good to see ya.
pushed further to the fringe. And then she was
checked out some of your guitar videos.
Rewarded online
shred.
for spiraling. That is a dangerous combination. Because when very smart, very intense people with really big platforms feel sidelined, betrayed, punished, misunderstood, alone, their thinking can tip into grand conspiracies. Conspiracies feel like clarity. Conspiracies feel like control. Conspiracies feel like justice when the world feels chaotic. She's trying to explain why a friend was taken from her, and she can't. What we're watching isn't just a political
Watching her and Charlie
radicalization. It's a psychological unraveling
makes
happening
you wonder why, how come they didn't just
in real time. And she's always been saying crazy stuff. And she's always liked a conspiracy, but at the moment, she really thinks there are multiple assassination plots against her and other people she knows. And I don't think people should be encouraging her right now. And there are real consequences coming. The French lawsuit could force her under oath. Her conspiracies may isolate her even further from conservative media or anyone in her life who could say, hey, calm down.
Yeah.
Her audience
I'm sure
may
her
drag
husband ain't too happy about
her
this.
deeper into this loop, and her audiences listen to her. So the real question is, does Candace Owens truly believe she is being hunted by governments, billionaires, foreign intelligence agencies, and the widow of her dead friend? Because if she does, that's not commentary or strategy or a brand. That's a woman who is just not okay.
I really appreciate her take on this.
And whether you agree with her or
Yeah, you can hate her all you want. That's not cool.
not, let's just say not, it's hard not to see the through line here. A friend died, a community closed its doors, and Candace Owens stepped into a world where everything is suddenly connected and everyone is after her. It's sad.
That's sad.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't want to sit here, but
I'm kind of going through my own thing, and I have to say, like, if I would hope though that if I started doing that, that I have people, like to kind of talk to me.
nice to Candace. She says really crazy stuff, but like, do you know what I mean? If you want more breakdowns on how power, paranoia, and politics
100% Pep. There's something to be concerned about.
collide in this
Who dis?
crazy year of 20.
Channel 100 with Evie. She is badass. You will love all of her content. Honestly, I haven't gotten into a channel like this since I found Swoop.
25.
Where,
Then make
like,
sure
I
you
just went and watched a whole bunch of her stuff.
subscribe, because this is not the last conservative influencer to have a spiral, but you know, it might be the most.
She reminds me kind of Mooncat too, which I wish Mooncat didn't stop making content like randomly.
Dramatic. And hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's
pops
right.
up, like,
Maybe this
occasionally
government's
for a
out to
live.
get her, and I'm being judgmental. Let me know in the comments. If you want more, check out my deep dive into Erica Kirk. Bye.
Candy had 60K viewers on YouTube when she streamed live. Really? Wow. That's insane. 60K? Jeez. Even Vosh does fucking only 10, so jeez. Yeah, I saw that the other day. He was streaming to 10K. I was like, whoa. Which, again, it's not about the numbers. At least not for me. Like, I've always been very open and honest about this. If I can make enough to do this as a living, but also just maintain my existence, I'm totally fine. But I will do this like I'm speaking to millions of people regardless, because that's how I was literally trained. I can give a free broadcast lesson. And I did have a pretty cool teacher. So she was all about making sure that you didn't focus on things like that. I think that this would break her brain where we can see live viewership. Because she was all about, like, don't pay attention to the ratings, because we would get weekly ratings, which would kind of give you an idea of how many people are listening to you live. And she's like, just don't let your program directors and your producers worry about that, because as long as you're always thinking, like, acting like you are speaking to millions of people, you will never get freaked out when you are, or you'll also when you do have just a few people, it's humbling. I mean, influencing 10K people is a big responsibility that is shirked all too often. Yes. But Vosh also cultivated a very I don't want to call it, well, no, it is unique. It's a unique audience. I would say, I mean, he says this himself. He's just like, yeah, I have a very autistic audience. Obviously LGBT. There are, I don't know, man. I have a problem watching his content because I can't get over the stuff that, and it wasn't like the smear campaign stuff. It was the stuff that he did to himself. Like, when he opened that file, it was just like, oh, bro. Oh, bro. Really? Fucking A, bro. Like, ugh. That's pretty much my reaction. But, yeah. No, I definitely feel... I feel responsibility regardless. Like, I take broadcasting seriously. Truth after that, I could look at him. Or couldn't. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Did you mean couldn't? Yeah, because it's... Occasionally, I'll pop in for a video to kind of get his take on, like, a bigger situation. I think, let's see. What's the last one that I can even remember viewing? God, it had to be right around the time that Kirk got kirked. Although, no, there had to be a more... whatever. I don't condemn people who watch him, though. If you still enjoy him, I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to content police. Like, I know that I have some viewers that still watch Destiny, so, like, whatever. I just personally don't. I don't watch Voosh, but at the same time, I have no big problem with him. He just seems like kind of arrogant at times. Yes, he does. But like I made the little joke about self-assurance there. I need to work on that one a little bit. Sometimes I'm, dare I say, a little too open. Honestly, life's short. Who cares? I don't care. Like, I'm an open book. I've been this way pretty much my whole life, but it has definitely gotten more intense in the last, year. Because I really do feel that way. Life is short. Fuck it. You want to know something? I'll tell you. Hope you never see my corn folder. Yeah. This is where it's... I just admit it. It's like, I'm so vanilla, man. The big scandal would just be like, really? Like, you really aren't just... I'm into a good missionary video. It's literally two people holding a Bible. I'm kidding. Pap, you just need to have the attitude of RuPaul and the heart of a teddy bear and the mouth of an Irishman. I've got the mouth of an Irishman, heart of a teddy bear. I'd say more of a golden retriever. Like, I feel like I'm more of like the golden retriever of the left. Of like the streaming sector of the left. Where it's just like, I'm always excited. And just, hey, where are we going? What are we doing? We talking about stuff? All right. I got people watching me. Cool. Ooh. Ooh, we got a Macho Man call out. My bad. Didn't see that. Who saves that? I was about to say, what the fuck is with that? Can I just, who's saving stuff in the year of our Lord 2025? Jesus, don't you get bored? I see the same video twice and I'm just like, Yeah. Going through a little bit of corn hub. When you go through the corn hub, it tends to show you the same video. One too many times, yeah. Maybe I don't even make it the video, yeah. Damn, I. Hairbud. Macho Man. I don't even want to do this anymore. Oh boy. I can't even read that. Wait, what's that say? Don't talk about the only place for a cop. I'm sure that is oh my god. Could you imagine a storefront with that one? You just literally, oh no, but you could probably get sued for using the hub part because I'm sure they got that copywritten. Yeah. Looking out for their future earnings.
At Bandit's Eye $5. When the apocalypse comes, those with folders will be the new oligarchy.
Release the folders. These people, they saved things on hard drives. Yeah, a little bit weird if you ask me. Don't know who's going back to that stuff. Yeah. Oh my god. Anyway. Meta the cat. Yeah, here. Meta the cat. Yeah. Coming in with the macho madness. Appreciate you. Oh yeah. Anyway. Thank you for the 5, Bandit. Appreciate that. You look like Tim Dillon with long hair with those glasses. Oh no, I literally do my Tim Dillon impression like this. I'm not sure if you've ever seen it. But I do have a Tim Dillon impression. This requires a flat brim hat. And then yeah. I mean technically here, let's see. I just pull the hair back. There. Can't even see it. Alright, so I just want to tell you guys, I'm a little bit of a silly Billy. I'm not really a political commentator, all right? I was a comedian. People were shocked to know that I'm gay. I mean, come on. They are. It's so funny. Every time that I have had to tell people that are fans of his that he's gay. They're like, I thought he was joking. It's like, no. Whoa, transformation? I am going to be committing to the bits a little bit more. I don't want to ruin it, but I may have invested a little bit back into the program. There's a certain somebody that might be getting a little bit of an element, just a little bit. God, if I can find a Donald Trump like Snuggie where like it's the suit. And just so I could slide it on real quick and just, all right, here we go. Yeah, no, this is gonna be fun, guys. You know what? I'll just talk about this a little bit. You guys got me writing again. I haven't wrote like a comedy bit almost 10 years. So, yeah, it felt really good. So yeah, I got a few things. I'm cooking up a few things. I got a new segment that's gonna be debuting kind of soon. Yeah, the new year. I will say this much: after the new year, it's gonna be some changes for the channel, but it's good. You've done stand up, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a different story. Now again, self-assurance. You know, I didn't ever like headline or anything like that, but I did, you know, I featured and did some stuff. I had those vibes. Oh, thank you. Jesus. I'm not sure if that's ever a good thing or a bad thing. It's like, I had the vibe that you went out and did comedy. It's like, hey, you know, yeah, no, this is what I always wanted to do right here. This is it. I wanted to have a radio talk show where I could do comedy, workout stuff with you. Like, God, half the stuff that has just been great segments on here, it would have been stuff that I would have turned into, you know, a stage bit, but definitely put together a tight 15, but I don't think I'm going to be doing that, though. It would take something special for me to get back into that. There's occasions that I miss it, but I watch a lot of these YouTube comedians, and they look fucking miserable. Like, I'm a big fan of Big J. Okerson, and even he's trying to do this, which it kind of, like, dawned on me that I'm like, oh, no, I'm lucky that I did this. Like, I'm happy that this is my place, you know? Dave Smith, he was a comedian that did some stuff, you know, where he was outside of politics for so long that, like, now it's kind of, you either know him from watching Piers Morgan in the politics or you know him from Legion of Skanks. There's very, very little crossover. I don't think there's a lot of skanks that are going over to the Dave Smith Libertarian podcast. Although, who knows? You never know with the comedy crowd. All of a sudden, they could just turn into a bunch of political heads. Which I know that like the Austin scene is like that for reasons. You've done jokes for other people. Oh no shit, that's awesome. See, now I've always respected comedy writers and, even freelancers. That's awesome. I hope they paid you well for the jokes, because I do know that there are a few people that were not exactly cool with that shit. There was one specific comedian that I will never name, because I don't want to get sued. I'll say this much. It wasn't Menstelia, but it was somebody who was touring around the same time. Oh, man. Like, same thing. Like, if you were just an open micer, they would warn you. They're just like, if you see this person in the crowd, don't do your best bit. It's like, what? They're like, yeah, don't. They'll steal it. It's like, okay. Yeah, it was good. Nice. Fun over at the Skank Tank. Yeah. I mean, listen, this is where yesterday kind of came in, where we had some fun with that Kyle Kalinske, but that kind of showed you, right? Where it was like, that was more my element. Last comedian I saw live and met was Francesca and her husband, Matt Lieb. Nice. Hell yeah. No, that would have been cool to actually, like, work with her. I never crossed paths with her or Matt. I think I might have quit right before Matt got into it, though. Because it's been a while. I mean, 10 years, so about. Oh my god, it's been 10 years? Holy crap. Anyway, no, I was 31. So, 8 years. Anyway. Yeah, no, I got to meet some pretty cool people. I got to work with people that are now a little bit. There's one dude he's huge. Like, he's one of the biggest comedians out there. He was nice to me, but I'll just say this much. He's a one-trick pony. He's been telling the same joke for like 20 years and somehow getting away with it. Sells out fucking stadiums with it, so. But that's the thing. I never had a comedian overtly be a dick to me. That was one of the coolest aspects of doing comedy. Like, I would always hear horror stories about certain dudes, but I never had it really happen to me. Like, well, okay. Except for one guy that I cannot name, but yeah. I've tried the humor, but I wait to do my best at the holiday table. Dude, some of the funniest people I know are not comedians. Like, they're just... Yeah, that's my favorite part is... that was my favorite part about Twitter for a long time, was just looking for funny replies to stuff. But yeah, like, one of the funniest guys I've ever known just delivered pizzas with me. Like, he was... Dude, we had so much fun together. Jessica Kirsten and Tim Dillon. Hell yeah. Yeah, Kirsten's cool. Jessica's cool. She's one of the ones I've met. I can say that. Also, like, big supporter of like the working comedians, like the up and comers, especially if she's one of the ones that will pull like a local for her opener, which I really appreciate the people that do that, even to this day, where it's just like, hell yeah, man. Like, that means that they did a set, or they've seen this person at another set and they're just like, oh, so you're a local comedian. Like, that's some of the biggest ways to grow. Like, somebody from like Chicago, that's how a lot of the guys that that are Chicago comics got found. I want to see Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland. Yeah, that'd be fun. I want to see Stavi. He's like one of the guys that I haven't seen live yet. I want to see Stavi. I saw Dan Soder 2 years ago. I went to go to his theater show. That was cool. Always appreciate those guys, but yeah. I appreciate y'all that like the humor here. I do like the fact that I can be that person. I have kind of felt the pull where I felt like I had to choose whether I was going to be just a comedy commentary channel where I was going to talk about Joe Rogan and comedians, because that, when I first started making this channel, was something that I did, where I split. One of my most viewed videos is the Burn the Boats video with Joe Rogan, so... Stabby is blowing up. I'm not talking about his weight. Oh, hey, with his last video, he would have actually taken that joke because he's just like, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. Then he showed what he ate, and he's like, I'm a piece of shit. It's pretty funny. Yeah, Stabby's a kick-ass dude. Overall, like, I've heard nothing but good things about him from people in the business, from just anybody that enjoys comedy. Even people that don't agree with his politics, they tend to think that he's hilarious. So he's a real one. Pep, the show, your show is fantastic. I think we all have lots of fun watching some of the worst news. See, that's what I was here. This is what I was born to do. I was born to break some bad news to everybody in a way that it will make us laugh. So, yeah, thank you, Etch. I really appreciate that. See, look at me. I'm all bashful now. All right, we got something else to get to here. I got this Stephen A. Smith video I wanted to watch. Also, we have an update on the Piers Morgan thing. Oh, speaking of, hold on. I was waiting for past 5 o'clock to check this. Because I know it said that there was a new upload coming. Oh, that was it. Never mind. Okay, it's the one I pulled up. Okay. Well then. That makes that easy. Here. I really have to pee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Stan up here. Look at him. Are you moving? I gotta pee. No, you're supposed to hold it down. No! You are abandoning me in my time of need, sir. Some co-host you are. You still want your pension, aren't you? Huh? Come here. What are you doing? Come here, cutie. Come here, cutie. Come here. Wanna go potty? You gotta go too? We're gonna just take a little bathroom break. Yeah. I think he has to pee too. So here, you know what? We're going to take a quick potty break. But I don't want to leave you guys hanging here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this up. Oh, nope. Can't play that one. Crap. Here.
Donald Trump went on a desperate Panic Truth Social rant as he tried to pressure Indiana Republicans to gerrymander the state to help him rig the 2020 election, despite repeated defiance by Indiana Republican lawmakers, which has resulted in them receiving death and bomb threats as a consequence of Trump's attacks. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Donald Trump is desperate because he's worried he's going to lose the 2026 midterms. This is what he says. As Mediaite reports, these people who hate America, Trump demands new gerrymander and off-the-rails marathon rant. Donald Trump demanded that Indiana Republicans commit to a mid-decade redistricting effort to help Republicans hold on to the House of Representatives in next year's midterms over the course of a wild marathon Truth Social tirade that saw him accuse Democrats of hating the United States. So let's dive in. He says, it looks like Indiana Senate Republicans will be coming back in 2 weeks to take up redistricting, a very important initiative to balance out the Democrats' endless pseudo blue and census rigging strategy that's stolen seat from Republicans and given them to Democrats who would not have them if they played fairly. Radical left Democrats have rigged the game for a long time. Remember, until the great Speaker Newt Gingrich, Democrats controlled the House for 40 years in a row, and now Republicans must fight back for the American people who want and need a massive tax and regulation cuts, lower prices, strong borders, powerful military, and safe cities that Republicans are delivering. And Democrats are fighting against every step of the way. Democrats, if they steal power back, will again give us the highest ever inflation, sky-high prices, open borders, transgender for everybody, DEI, and unlimited violent crime that they caused and allowed.
Usually if I ask if he has to potty, he'll go towards the door. So
came back into.
No, you know what he wants? This. Fine. You get one. Yeah, get one. We got a $5 dono earlier. There you go. All right, fine. I'm getting lots of treats. Dude, you're going through these.
Office this year. Republicans must do what is ever necessary to stop the destruction of our country by these people who hate America and are so ungrateful for the opportunity.
You has classic old dog.
Oh yeah, given them. Our country and democracy is special. We must do everything we possibly can to defend it.
Nice
from
and chill.
Far-left infiltrators who want to destroy
really
it.
good boy.
I'm glad to hear that the Indiana House is stepping up to do the right thing, and I hope the Senate finds the votes. If they do, I will make sure that all of these people supporting me win their primaries and go on to greatness. But if they don't, I will partner with the incredibly powerful MAGA grassroots Republicans to elect strong Republicans who are ready to do what is needed to protect our country and make America great again.
All right. This was only a placeholder video for our next bit here, so let's do that. Wait. Oh, he didn't even get to the tweet yet. Here, let's do that at least. I didn't realize he didn't do that. Here.
As cowardly Republicans, and I'm here for it. I'll be strongly endorsing any state senator or House member from the great state of Indiana that votes against the Republican Party and our nation by not allowing for redistricting of congressional seats in the United States House of Representatives, as every other state in our nation is doing, Republican or Democrat. Democrats are trying to steal our seats everywhere, and we're not going to let this happen. This all began with the rigged census. We must keep the majority at all costs. Republicans must fight back. Now, again, the census happened when Donald Trump was president, so I'm not sure how we rigged the census. Number two, Donald Trump started the gerrymandering war by ordering Texas to gerrymander
you really can't
5
rig a
seats
census. Wait a minute.
that he felt he was entitled to. As a consequence of this, there have been death and bomb threats issued at Indiana lawmakers, Republicans.
What the fuck is up with these?
Simply because they're
every
not
time.
going
I don't know,
along
man.
with what Donald Trump says. Take a look.
A bomb threat? Yeah, you heard that right. There's been a bomb threat against the business of a Republican state senator who opposes redistricting.
Sean, thank you for renewing with the spicy. Hell yeah.
This is unbelievable. It's out of hand. And this isn't just the fault of
Still owe you a smite game.
President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. It's the fault of bootlicker Mike Braun, who is just a total empty suit, a weak man and terrible governor. It's the fault of other statewide officials that have been fanning the flames on this, like that fucking creep Micah Beckwith, our lieutenant governor, and Diego Morales, that tiny, weird little man. And this is what we have. This is the clown car of elected officials here in Indiana. 20 years of one-party Republican rule has gotten us to this place. And so it's time that we stand up, that we make our voice heard, and that we get rid of these losers that we have governing us. Because
I'm gonna laugh my ass off when we find out Texas's gerrymandering scheme got cock-blocked.
They're not.
But Callie's goes through. It seems like, listen, I don't want to speak too like hopeful on this because we do still have court challenges to California's. We also have the challenges to the judge's ruling on the Texas one. So
getting
we'll
the
see.
job done. They care about preserving
I'm optimistic
power.
though.
They care about themselves. They care about.
It's already going in the right direction. So there's that.
The wealthy donors. They don't care about seniors. They don't care about children. They don't care about working families.
No.
We deserve better here in Indiana, and we're gonna get it this election cycle.
I like that guy. I think it's George Hernado, who is a Democrat, but he's attacking Donald Trump because Donald Trump's rhetoric has led to death and bomb threats against Republicans.
I don't care
As
about
Aaron
Wookiees.
Parnas, lawyer and legal contributor to Midas Touch, noted, is an Indiana Republican state senator who was attacked.
That's right. Wookiee lives matter there, Chewy.
By Donald Trump yesterday, had his home swatted last night. This is from the police department. On Sunday, November 16th and around 5 p.m., an email was sent to the Terre Haute.
Oh no, Chewy, we cannot seize the means of production right now. I know it seems like a great idea right now, but the Millennium Falcon is not. We are not powerful enough right now.
Police department advising harm had been done to persons inside a home located in southeastern Vigo County. This information was immediately relayed to the sheriff's office, at which point deputies responded to the home, which was the home of Senator Greg Good. Attempts were initially unsuccessful to raise anyone at the residence, but ultimately contact was made with persons inside the home. All persons were secure, safe, and unharmed. Investigation showed that this was a prank or false email known as swatting.
Oh, Jesus.
Not good.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
As Nikki Kelly notes, another swatting attempt against a state senator.
Sad combo.
From State Senator Dan Durnelk, who's a
Chewbacca's just like
Republican. Quote, today my family and I were victims of a swatting attempt, but local law enforcement...
These rebels always trying to come in with their woke nonsense, not in my empire.
Enforcement officials were quick to analyze it, recognize
good.
The report was false, and inform me of the attempt. It is scary and shocking to me that someone would go so far to try to cause harm or fear to me or my family. I've always done my best to serve my community, be their voice, and work alongside them and my colleagues at the State House to help make Indiana a great state. It's sad because of these efforts and...
Hey, what time is it? What time is it? What time is it? You guys see what time it is on his end?
Work that I am villainized in some minds to the point of harmful retaliation. Threats to public officials cannot and should not be the norm. I hope to see justice for this illegal behavior. I appreciate the Highland Police Department, who worked thoroughly to determine that my family and I were safe. And then we're going to get into this Politico article about...
Callie's getting challenged. My brother told me that. Yeah.
A Republican...
Well, no, it already was. I thought that the DOJ was going after it.
State leader who is really resisting Trump in this respect. So this is the Senate president. Why is Indiana resisting Trump's redistricting? The Senate president explains. This is Roderick Bray. The Republican leading Indiana's resistance to Trump's big-ass redistricting pressure.
Oh, he just bought a
campaign.
A sub to Politico?
Finishing a surreal dystopian.
Man, somebody was sick of the pop-ups.
Week. On Sunday, hours after Trump posted on Truth Social that Roderick Bray was one of the rhino senators, along with his colleague Greg Good, who did not want to, quote, redistrict their state.
Greg Good.
Allowing the United States Congress to perhaps gain 2 more Republican seats. Bray saw his colleague Good and family become the victim of a swatting attempt, which we just read about. Good, who despite Trump's post hasn't actually yet made his stance on the matter known, was only the first Indiana lawmaker to get the swatting treatment. He was soon followed by another member and another. By Thursday, there were 4. Bray is the president pro temp of the Senate, which stalemated at
They can't afford to lose 4 people.
Tuesday on a vote that was a close proxy for a gerrymandering, even as they flouted Governor Mike Braun's call for a special session to take up redistricting, drawing new maps, The vote arguably meant that the White House is still 7 votes away from the 26 votes they need to pursue their maximalist redistricting goals in the Indiana chamber. Before the vote on Sunday, Bray made some calls to
this is for Indiana.
Ensure his family's safety. Quote, I talked to my local sheriff, who I'm very close with, and he gave dispatch my home address and my cell phone number so that they can call me if something like that gets reported, Bray said in an exclusive interview with Politico. He sought advice from other friends in local law enforcement, too. As stalwart as Bray has been in resisting being drawn into Trump's redistricting campaign, he's been equally resolved in keeping his own counsel about it. For more than 3 months, the 56-year-old small-town lawyer and former Sunday...
I think he knows, though, because there's a lot of transplants that are moving into Indiana that are not counted on that census right now that could sway that election.
A school teacher has avoided doing a sit-down interview to explain this.
The same with Nashville, actually.
Keeping his head down instead, until he met me in the State House office Wednesday. Let's see. There are 2 intertwined pressing questions surrounding Bray that everyone from Capitol Hill to the White House is asking right now. The first is Trump's dream of eking out 2 more House seats from Indiana dead. Quote, it's not totally up to me, he told me. The second question, at a time when Congress and so many American institutions are folding under Trump's pressure campaign, how does a lifelong conservative from a deep red state in the beating heart of Trump country hold out?
What's
Why is he
Indiana's
sticking his
population?
neck out?
That's a good question.
Bray told me that the changes Trump is demanding could long outlast him and hurt his Indiana. Quote, it's absolutely imperative that we're able to do hard things here. And in order to do that, to do hard things that maybe not everybody agrees with, and maybe even some of the
estimated 6,924,275
people get really angry about, they have to trust in the institution, said Bray of the Senate. There's no sign that Bray will back down. In fact, interviews with more than a dozen of Bray's colleagues, enemies, and longtime acquaintances, many of them granted anonymity to speak candidly
we got double
about an issue
that.
that's left the Indiana GOP in open civil war,
12 million.
suggests he'll keep taking the heat. Quote, there's no
million in
moving
the
Bray,
state.
a Republican close to the White House said. Quote, he's going to die on this hill. He thinks he's morally superior. Bray's clear opinion is fuck you. Now, it's a really good article. You definitely should check it out. We don't know what the final result will be. We don't know.
I don't know. I mean, you asked the question. I'm the streamer, and I can give some knowledge to some fellow people in the chat here, you know? No, a good question's a good question. And honestly, I don't mind. So, it's okay, DJ. Be nice. Be kinder to yourself. Not that big of a deal. We're all good. Yeah. All right, we got about 2 more hours. Or I have to go and join Good Morning Comrade, which, here, you know what? I should probably link to his channel. Give me 1 second. Cool. Working class, working. Oh, they definitely are. Was thinking the same thing, but hey, my dude, you do you. Don't worry about it, guys. Sitting right in front of a computer. Oh, yeah, okay. You know what? There are times. You remind me of my buddy Keith. He's very much like that, where so like we always have like comic book discussions. Like he's kind of like the comic guru. So we'll just be talking about comic stuff. It's like, yeah, who wrote that? It's like, I don't know. It's almost like we have these supercomputers in our pockets that we could all, I don't know, at any point pull out. It's just like, all right, you don't got to be a dick about it every time. It's not like he's wrong. But again, he doesn't have to be a dick about it every single time. Yeah, if you're watching this, by the way. The joke's old. I need to say that to him. Just be like, you know what? We fucking get it. And then he'll just stare at me and smile. Because, like, that's all we do to each other. That's how me and my friends burn each other. It's just like, hey, gotcha. Ow. It's a little closer to my keyboard than I thought I was. Actually hurt. Punched my keyboard. All right, so we have David A. Smith. What? Stephen A. Smith, which I don't understand why we constantly are listening to this guy's political opinions. This is what we did with that Jillian Michaels lady, where it's like, dude, she was the biggest loser lady. Why all of a sudden are we pivoting to her when she's one of the dumbest political commentators out there? She has some of the just most basic, no, it's even less than basic, because like she's certifiably stupid. She has just really bad takes. So it's like when I hear Stephen A. Smith getting brought up in the same light, it's like, oh God, this guy, he's such a numbnut. And of course, his politics are always going to line up to making sure he doesn't have to pay his taxes, because they're all that rich. Like all of these fucking people that are in entertainment land that have salaries and just like work for big networks, they are all very well compensated. So like my ex-wife asking me why I was going to bed, answer the damn thing. Answer, the damn thing won't come to me. Mind you, the woman holds 2 degrees. Jeez. Well, I mean, if I pulled that one on my wife, I have a feeling that she would just stare at me blankly. Definitely reached that point in our relationship where it's like, occasionally I do have some zingers. Like, let's put it this way. If I make my wife laugh, that's how you know it's fucking funny. She is definitely not a generous audience member as far as being a comedian. So maybe that's why, you know what? Hey, to her credit, it's made me a better comedian. Because, yeah, I would run stuff by her. If she didn't laugh, then I would second guess it. And I'm being dead serious right now, by the way. She would sometimes figure it out. My favorite one was the one where she stopped me halfway through. She's like, "Are you doing a bit right now?" And I was just like, "Can I finish?" She's like, "No, I'm not in the mood for bits right now." I'm like, "Oh." Is Jillian supposed to be a doctor or something? No, she's not even a sports doctor. She is a TV personality that had a fitness show. She made fucking fitness videos. At one point, she had nice six-pack abs, and that was enough for people to just be like, she knows what she's talking about. She keeps a good figure. You know what? And she also does the little step thing, the step aerobics. We need more of those aerobics videos. I'm pretty sure that's how she got her start. I think that she got her start as an aerobics instructor that made videos. Then she did the Biggest Loser thing. Dude, they used to sell video games with her face on it where it was a bunch of, it was like a computer game or whatever. And seriously, that was her whole claim to fame. Like yoga, spreading. No. Hey, come on now. No, for real. She was the last vestige of when there were the aerobics DVDs, Buns of Steel. You guys remember Buns of Steel? My mom. I was about to say my mom had Buns of Steel. It's just wait a minute. I could be taken wrong. She had the video Buns of Steel. I remember being getting to that age where I was getting curious, and those were some of the videos that I would just be like, I'm going to take this now. Thank you. Suzanne Summers. I remember the workout videos with Suzanne Summers. Anyway, what were we talking about? Kind of aging myself here a little bit too. Oh yeah, right. Stephen A. Smith. Right, that guy. We're gonna get his dumb takes on something. The Thigh Buster. Oh wait, yeah. What was that? Was that the bow? The thing that was shaped like a bow, where you had to go yeah.
How do you really want to be remembered?
Just someone that stood up for biblical truth. Just that. That's someone that stood up for biblical truth and took all the heat that went along with that.
A lady.
And, I guess if I want the world to remember, I want the credit that, and this is just a worldly ego thing, but I believe I'm the best sports writer maybe ever.
Sorry, my ADHD happened when I was watching yesterday's stream.
Was done
Dude,
with
yesterday's
BS.
stream was so much fun.
What makes you the best?
Again, if you guys haven't checked it out already, definitely give the VOD a watch. Jason Whitlock.
Most sports
this guy.
writers never take on the super serious issues and explore, make that part of their brand. That, hey, look, there's issues from Colin Kaepernick to racial issues to. I feel like I've taken a lot of bold stances. And so I guess if I were to refine it and remove myself from it.
Wait, am I unironically in style right now? Holy shit. Because you guys know, the story of my jeans, right? Haha, because my jeans are blue. Get it? So yeah, most of them look like this, right? Because I just don't like buying new stuff.
Be more Christian. I want to be remembered as
So I guess is that the thing where it's we're tattered jeans are okay again?
Oh, man.
Man, I love how I accidentally fall into fashion every now and then.
Whitlock was the boldest sports writer ever because of
skater shoes are making the comeback. I'm just like, hey!
His biblical worldview, because of his faith in God, because of the way his grandmother discipled him. And that just made him an elite sports journalist because most serious journalism is done outside the world of sports. That's always been true.
Yeah.
And if you actually look at this era of sports writers,
they're awful.
I apologize for this.
That's why, honestly, you can kind of credit that with like the way that stars, like sports stars, are just so like they come and they go. They come and they like. There's just literally nobody that has like a ton of longevity anymore.
Sounding narcissistic and arrogant, but I look out and see all these people trying to mimic what I did, and they're doing bad versions of it.
To say he's delusional is quite an
My grandma was like, don't go to the store in plaid pajamas and a beanie. You look like an idiot. And she went to the store and everyone was wearing it. I shit you not.
Of course, that would not be all.
I don't find Stephen A's political talk authentic.
No, I don't either.
And so I don't know what to make of the heat he catches.
Obama's made a comeback for a minute? Really?
Because I don't know why anybody would give him much heat about his political positions, because they change so often. And so I get like people like, I got a biblical worldview that doesn't move.
No, you don't, though. You don't. These motherfuckers that say I have a biblical worldview, sure you do. Do you really live a biblical life, or do you do the picky-choosy thing where you're just like, well, you know, they weren't literal about the Bible. It's like, yeah, wait, what? They love to do that.
ESPN has given Stephen A an audience, and they can take it away. When they get ready to take it away from Stephen A, it won't exist. I'm not trying to simply diss Stephen A.
Anytime I saw jeans chewed up on the left leg, it was a sign that the open primary drive on the Harley got them. Or somebody still rides a chain bike that doesn't have a chain protector.
Out ESPN, it all goes away.
You don't think people follow him?
No.
Why?
Because he's inauthentic.
Well, that man Whitlock brings up.
They only use the sword. Fake Christians love running into battle, butt-ass naked, swinging a sword.
Respond.
This same dude, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, saving it. Yes, I love I love when there's a response video to something like that where they think they could just like talk about somebody like this. I mean, listen, I have enough faith that I'm gonna say something about somebody and immediately be like, when they ask, who the heck is this Pep Talks guy? Number one, gonna use that in my intro. And then number two, I'm gonna be like, whoa!
Working over there at Blaze Media, trying to come across as he's some paragon of virtue.
Oh, yeah.
And he brings up God a lot. Tell me what's God-like about what he does. He talks smack about people. Mm-hmm. He ventures into the personal.
Mm-hmm.
He swears up and down he knows stuff he can't possibly know. He does all of these things. And he hides behind a cloth of truth. This is what he's trying to swear that it is. But never telling the truth about himself. How are you acting before you got a job at Blaze TV? What proclivities did you have, Jason Whitlock?
Steven, you've been implicated in some strange SUL stuff. It's all alleged, but come on, man.
We could talk about other people's personal life, but we don't want to get into yours, right?
I mean, we should. We should definitely.
Looking like a damn walrus. This is who you
yes.
are.
All right, he took it there.
The lion that you are.
And he would not hold back now for a second time.
There's a reason why Stephen A pretty much won't leave ESPN unless they push him out, is because he has no audience without ESPN. He's done whatever is necessary to make as much money in this business as he possibly can.
That's not
there
fair.
Are
He's got his
people
own.
that actually do still stand for something in the media.
Man. Now you just sound like a salty little douchebag.
And that's why I think if you take the ESPN name away from him, what's he really saying that people are interested in? He's now running around pretending to be some kind of political analyst, and he just spews talking points. It's clear as day.
no
His
thanks.
book is written as a prelude to him running for president.
There are people who say, why is Whitlock so obsessed with Stephen A? Whitlock's jealous of Stephen A. Why does Whitlock talk about him so much?
Because he's important. He's running for, in my view, the presidency.
What? Stephen A. Smith is going to run for president? This is the first I've heard of that. Oh my God, he looks like he's wearing the undershirt for his trip to Hoth.
Acquired a lot of power.
He's a spy for the Empire against the Rebel Alliance.
Power at the most powerful sports media platform that we have here in America, ESPN. Stephen A. is important.
Keep this in mind when hearing this.
Who you working for? And by the way, you're working for them. Why? Because you can't get a job anywhere else.
I like how he lobs the same thing you were just saying, except his actually is right.
How come Fox won't hire you? How come ESPN won't hire you? How come CBS or NBC won't hire you? How come you can't get a real job? You don't talk about that.
Hey, watch it, mister.
This is the kind of stuff that happens. He has gotten to a point where if you look at him, the only way he's making money is...
I'm more real than you'll ever be, you piece of shit. You sit there making millions to give, like, milquetoast takes and, like, ride that line and hide everything about yourself.
For talking about...
I'm doing this literally just for kind of, like, the fun of it, and also just,
I mean, you know, he talks about...
My voice is just as important as yours, Stephen A. Smith. Go fuck yourself.
About me all the time, y'all. He talks about
Consider
me
getting yourself a membership to shut this motherfucker up.
all the time because you're not where I'm at. You know,
dead serious about that, by the way.
Oh, you the dude that slide tape recorders under hotel doors to try to listen to athlete conversations. That's the dude you are. You're the dude that sit up there and lie all the time, every chance you get, and go about the business of undermining people in your professional career. There's a reason, ladies and gentlemen, you can say what
Sounds like beef between two former friends. It better be at least
you want
entertaining.
about me. But you notice that you'll see me at basketball games. You'll see me at football games. You'll see me at boxing matches. You'll see me at UFC matches. You know why you don't see Jason Whitlock there? Because he can't show up in public. Because he's scared of what's going to happen to him. He turns on everybody. He will lie. He will deceive. He will do everything. Satan is his father. When I said what I said about him, he tried to call Winston-Salem State acting like I was lying about having a basketball scholarship. At least that's what they told me. Do you know what else he did? Are you ready for this?
Did he really question that?
Kevin and Josh back up on it here. So I want to see their face.
He
when I said
Stephen A. Smith. No way. Really?
Do you know he called my pastor? Pastor A.R. Bernard from the Christian Cultural Center in New York. Jason Whitlock called him trying to get him on the show to talk about my personal life and my personal revealings to my pastor. When we talk about despicable, how despicable can you be?
Smith would go on to say, this is who he is because he is useless. He's just blowing into the wind with the breath that he has left in his fat, blank body. This is who he is, okay?
Called him a walrus, too.
Jason Whitlock is hurting because I'm where he wants to be. When he talks about politics, nobody cares. When he gives social commentary about issues that does not pertain to one of us, nobody cares. When he talks about journalism, nobody cares. He'd continue. Remember one time he was at Fox and he was upset that he couldn't have this parking space or whatever? Why do I bring it up? Because it's a funny story. Because he wanted to look and see what parking spot it was. And it was a parking spot for Skip Bayless, and he had a problem.
Entertaining.
What he didn't tell you, I almost croaked. Because he got on his knees to look under the car to see whose parking spot it was, and his big behind was struggling to get up. That's why they still laugh about that stuff. So a few points to react to here, all right? Number one, I disagree with Jason Whitlock on almost everything that he said. Okay? My thought process has been this. The reason Stephen A. Smith wants to talk about politics and wants to dip his toe into the political realm is because he knows that at the end of the day, there is a shelf life. in sports and with ESPN.
Yeah, he's right.
When prior to the whole Kimmel thing with the FCC and Brendan Carr.
Oh my God, that's why she did the political pivot. Oh my God, that's why Asmongold did the political pivot. At some point, people get sick of watching you for just your I guess your entertainment bullshit.
What's stuck?
And they kind of want to know the real person, and knowing real people is knowing politics and knowing the politics behind that person.
Out to me was when he went on Part of My Take.
This has been Deep Thoughts with Pep.
And basically said he wants that spot. So in my view, not only is it for longevity
The base supplied the fury, the resentment, the hunger to hurt. The elites packaged it, polished it, sold it back to them as gospel, a feedback loop of filth. One roared for vengeance, the other handed them the script. One foamed at the mouth, the other found the cameras. Look, they built a whole apparatus of rot.
Purposes, in media. But it is also about him potentially becoming,
dare I say, poetic,
becoming a late night show host. That is my view. I'm not saying I'm right. It's my inclination off of his own comments. Another thing that really struck a nerve with Stephen A. was the fact that Jason Whitlock called him out for writing about his dad in his book. When, if you listen to this entire episode of Stephen A. Smith's show, he says his mother asked him not to speak of his father while she was still alive. He had his own feelings, but he fulfilled his mother's wishes. The third part with the pastor is low. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of weird. As a journalist, you go and ask questions. That's fine. But if what Stephen A. is saying is true, and Jason Whitlock called up Stephen A. Smith's pastor in a position to bash Stephen A. and go in with that agenda, that is wrong. Obviously. That is very, very, very wrong. So I highly recommend that you check out both. And I will just say Jason Whitlock does sound super sour.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here was saying that it seems like this is just it's a friend breakup that went, very south, but there's one side that obviously has a little bit more, number one audience share, let's be honest. But it also seems like Stephen A. Smith is not wrong in this. Like, it seems like Whitlock really is just a salty Susan. All right. Let's see. What else? All right. We got the bit here. We got this Piers Morgan thing. I'll get to that in just a wee minute. But before we do that, let's hang out for a second. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the show. If you are just joining us, yeah, you know what? I haven't done this in a minute. Welcome to the show. I'm Pep. I have a nice little channel here where I have a great community. I appreciate you all joining me and being here today. If you haven't already, hit the like button on the stream. Really helps me out. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. You can do all the things to help out the channel and any smaller content creator. If you guys see a channel and they only have a few live viewers, it doesn't hurt to pop in, kind of check things out, and just show a little support, especially if they have the same kind of politics and policies as you. You know what? That's the way to be. Good morning, people. Eleni, how you doing? Free thinker. I appreciate you being here. Greetings and salutations. Clip that as a short. Which one? Wait, what am I clipping as a short? Oh, crap. What am I clipping? Here, give me the time. Pinkerbell, do me a favor. Give me the timestamp in Discord and I'll do it. It's not that hard. The little intro you just did? Oh, I should. Yeah, not a bad idea. It's almost like that's the professional way to do this. I'm a professional. I said that convincingly, right? No, but for real, guys, I do want you to know that I really appreciate all the support you guys are showing me through even just watching the stream and being here. So, yep, you should. All right, I will. Maybe I'll put that as my intro to the channel. But yes, I will. I've been doing the shorts thing, okay? Actually, if you guys haven't seen the newest one, please, if you could, do me the favor and hop on over and check it out. Because it really helps me, the channel, and it helps boost the rest of my stuff. I remember you reached 1K. Yeah. App, did you lose half your followers? But now you're at 500? Oh, you mean I was at 1K when somebody bot swatted me. No, these are all organic followers. I have purged all the bots. I got a hold of Twitch to do that, so I didn't take a hit. Because that was during the Botageddon, when they were also going through certain channels, and anybody that did have a certain amount of bots that they couldn't really account, like, they couldn't answer for. Yeah, they gave some penalties out there, so I wanted to make sure I avoided all that. But, yeah. No, I think that when you joined, I only had like a couple hundred followers, if that, over on Twitch. I'm happy just to have this many. Like, I got 490. That's not bad. You know, like I said, I'm not really a numbers guy as much as, like, I'm not pretending like I ignore it. Like, I don't. I do check the analytics. I do occasionally, like, look at the numbers, and it makes me happy, but I had this realization that I think I would have the exact same reaction to me having, like, my 1,000th follower to having my 1,000,000th. Like, for real. It would be like, yay. What in the... Oh, well, that's not very cool of you, bro. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be a piece of shit? Like, that's not very cool. That's not very cool at all. Yeah. Now you're spamming fucking swastikas. Dude. I hope you know that you are, you're a certifiable piece of shit. Right. Yeah. Yeah, wow. Wow, indeed. Well, good thing that the, I guess the United States doesn't consider that a hate sign anymore, right? This is huge for local politics. I mean, people are still going to vote for Democrat on the national level because they have no choice, but because what happened between Trump and Mamdani, local politics is about to get really weird. You watched the short? Oh, thank you. Well, it's get weird in the way that, again, you do realize that the second that Trump did that, the entire GOP just went, what the fuck? And they just started tearing up the script because they were just like, this was everything we had. That was going to be the face of the Democratic Party. We were going to run on him for the next 5 fucking years. And Trump just kneecapped us. I'm telling you, man, there were internal meetings that were a lot like that, where it was just like, what is he doing? Damn, look away for a few seconds and miss the piece of shit person. Damn. Yes. Started in with, like, what is this? Like, again, those are the people watching Nick Fuentes. If that's a real dude, that's the people watching Nick Fuentes. Those are the people that flood his audience, which, have fun with that, Nick. Have fun. You cultivated it yourself, dude. You deserve every bit of what you get. I will say that much. You have a path to redemption if you actually try to redeem yourself, but you know damn well what you're doing. You're still catering to those pieces of shit. Now you're trying to get a little bit more mainstream because you got that little taste. You got the taste of being welcomed into those parties again. And then you're starting to maybe grow up a little bit where you're not so much of a fucking edgelord. Oh, to be a fly on those wall on the oh yeah. Seriously, just like on the podium, although you might get smashed because a lot of slamming, you know. Yeah, we can't have him do this. Yeah. Oh, that's what happened. Got it. Yeah. Yup. Edgelord asshole. What you gonna do? But all right, let's get to this. Put this off long enough. Speaking of Nick Fuentes. Yeah, Mr. Cool guy here. Ugh.
What is your view of Fuentes?
I think, number one, he's a white supremacist.
Oh!
And I think he's an opportunist that has figured out how to make
Oh my god!
money.
I can't get over how, like, this guy looks like a little kid that put his daddy's suit on.
Being a white supremacist.
Your negligence to acknowledge the fact that his fans, his constituents, have been following him for 10 years. You know, this
What's
thing
that got to
is
do
rich
with
in
his
nuance.
anti-Semitism?
Hitler had followers.
Nick Fuentes is not MAGA. He's MAG-GIT. He trades in being a subhuman, mentally and conspiracy-minded, Neanderthal knuckle-dragger.
He's speaking Generation Z because they feel left out. Housing costs are going up. Trump has betrayed us.
You can't expect me to be...
Man, thank you, mods. You guys are on top of this shit.
Someone denies the Holocaust in front of the entire world. And let me just be clear.
I didn't deny the Holocaust. I think the number was
Oh, that's...
exaggerated.
You don't give an SHIT about 6 million Jews being killed. We know that.
He really just spell out shit. Wait a minute.
This weekend, the Jerusalem Post published an editorial calling for the Pope to condemn Nick Fuentes. It's latest evidence that a man and a movement which many would rather pretend was a purely online phenomenon has become a very mainstream matter. As we've talked about on this show, conservatives are openly split between those who believe the likes of Fuentes
Next time if that happens, just report him as a ban evader.
should be silenced and ignored, and those who believe
Actually,
the
you
right
should
is
do
now
that with
dabbling
the second
in its own
account
form
there.
of cancel culture, especially when it comes to the other major dividing line of Israel. More to the point, many of the people clutching their pearls on both sides of the argument are failing to ask why he got so popular in the first place, and whether MAGA needed and still needs the movement many would now like to disavow. Well, joining me to debate all this is Jake Shields from Fight Back Podcast, Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz, Rabbi Shmuley, author, often known as America's Rabbi, and Richard Black, the founder of the Safari Journal Company and a right-wing commentator. Okay, welcome to all of you. Rabbi Shmuley, welcome back to Uncensored. Nick,
Did you report him? Because honestly, at this point, it's time. Fuck this guy.
Fuentes has a growing number of followers, a growing amount of...
Mods, I'm doing the thing. I'm going to turn chat off on the screen. But yeah, make sure that this asshole's out.
influence. The more people have tried to cancel him, the more his views have become more widely disseminated. And the more
We get it. You're 11 years old and you have nothing better to do with your time than to fucking go and troll a bunch of adults.
popular he seems to have
Good job.
got. What do you feel about this? And what do you think should be done about it?
Nick Fuentes is not MAGA. He's MAG-GIT. He trades in being a subhuman, mentally and conspiracy-minded, Neanderthal knuckle-dragger. He is utterly ignorant. He knows no history. And his MAGA is Make America German. Amen. He is just using a Hitlerian playbook. He says that Hitler is his hero.
Thanks, LT.
There's a lot of similarities, of course. You become famous by targeting Jews. He's not anti-Israel.
Also, make sure that, like, I'm dead serious. Make sure you, before you ban him, that if he comes in with an alt account, that you make sure that he is labeled as a ban evader.
He's an anti-Semite. He's a Holocaust denier. Hitler traded an anti-Semitism beginning in 1921-22 because it was the
Get enough of those hits, buddy.
way to become the most famous. History has shown if you hate the Jews, Jews are news. So when you ask how did he become so famous, it is specifically his anti-Semitism. The question is he transactionally anti-Semitic or is he ideologically anti-Semitic? I think it's both. But the way he speaks about blacks, that blacks should all be returned to slavery, and that if you go to a black neighborhood, you're going to be stabbed in the neck, that they're all murderers. We've seen this, of course, with Hitler, who wouldn't even shake Jesse Owens' hands when Jesse Owens dominated the 1936 Olympics, winning 4 gold medals. And you know, but Fuentes is playing with fire because In the same way the Nazi movement cultivated hatred they could no longer contain, you have Tucker Carlson saying openly that Nick Fuentes is gay, which I couldn't care less. I have a gay brother. But Ernst Röhm, who was the head of the SA, was killed by Hitler in large
Nazi symbols are
part
bannable?
because he
Yeah.
was gay.
Good.
And at some
Get him
point,
banned.
Fuentes' followers are going to turn on him. Because just like Hitler didn't look Aryan in the slightest, neither does Fuentes. He's not this white Norwegian Aryan Ubermensch Superman. He's actually a short, weird guy, kind of like the way Hitler was. He has all these weird tics. He's famous because hatred sells, and hatred towards the Jews sells. And when you come along and you stoke those fires of such incendiary racism against blacks, against Jews, it's going to turn on you. And I think Fuentes is really at risk from his own people. I'm never going to touch him. I wish him a long life and increasing marginalization. And
My favorite part is that some people, they come here because they see that I, have only, 1,500 subs. So they're just like smaller channel. He's not going to have like a lot of moderation activity.
visibility. But I think that his own maggot movement is going to turn on him.
All right, Richie Black, I can see you pulling some faces there, so you can respond.
Yeah, well, I lost count, honestly. I mean, I lost count of how many lies I was just admitted. Where do we begin? Obviously, Rabbi Shmuley is part of the tone deaf majority who are more than likely the cause of the rise of Nick Fuentes. When you start off the conversation with lobbying insults, first and foremost, and mentioning something about his height and his looks, you're completely neglecting the fact that at this point, and in my generation in particular, we see this as an emergency. We don't care about what he looks like. Mentioning that Hitler killed Strom because he was homosexual, which is not true. That's obviously a very complicated thing. Or the Jesse Owens statement, which, again, I believe Jesse Owens made a statement that Hitler actually called him to congratulate him, and the president of the U.S. at the time did not. So food for thought there. But this is a cheap tactic, and it's one that's been overly used over and over. And I really want to warn people like Rabbi Shmuley and anybody who uses this tactic, because ultimately what you're doing, what you're forcing people to do, is to de-radicalize this movement, de-radicalize these words. When you lobby these words, anti-Semitism, and you say, well, you're not allowed at the table unless you're...
Is Nick anti-Israel?
Anti-Semite.
Not for the same reasons that most of the world is.
Well, you're putting it on us to first de-radicalize what it means to be an anti-Semite so we get a spot at the table. Nick Fuentes is correcting an imbalance in the conservative movement that's been going on for 20 plus years. He's pointing out the obvious flaws that we need to pay attention, to pull away from foreign influence and control to become a sovereign nation once again. He's never said anything about putting blacks back in chains. And, if you're going to go off of clip editing and then sensationalism, obviously he's very sensational right now, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're being...
Well, let's play a clip. Let me play a clip of Fuentes, and we can discuss this after we've watched it.
What are all of these groups? Who are these people? What are they actually? The World Jewish Congress, the Jewish Leadership Conference, the Jewish Federations of North America. What are we to make of this? This is totally unique. There is no other group of people that does this. I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish. Is there anything comparable for any of these groups? Is there a World Irish Congress chaired by billionaires and bankers?
No, I mean, that strikes me as pretty openly anti-Semitic, because of course there are plenty of groups around the world for all sorts of nationalities and religious and ethnic groups. Of course there are. We all know that. So the idea that somehow this is unique to Jewish people is preposterous. The guy is clearly anti-Semitic, isn't he? I mean, there's no even pretense to not be.
No, he's not. He's not. I'm gonna jump in again. I'm sorry, he's not. You're taking a clip out of context. Here's the thing.
What was the out of context?
Yeah, what's the out of context there, man? Right, I think that there's plenty of context.
Well, first and foremost,
I don't like this shit where they hear something that's just, blatantly what it is, and they're just like, you took that out of context. You didn't listen to an hour of him speaking.
I'm saying you have to really listen.
Hang on, don't, Rabbi Shmuley, let me just handle this.
Rabbi Shmuley, you're
hang on,
Richie
Black, I'm very curious.
They did a real disservice.
Hang on. When you say,
like
Richie Black, when you say we took it out of context, explain how that was taken. It seemed pretty
Taken out of
straightforward
because
context to me.
I'll tell you why. Because first of all, you're taking it out of context because you have to take in the full scope of everything Nick says, not only in one of his shows, but over the course of time. You know, his fans, the people that are loyal to him, the people that are pushing for America first, these aren't people that just showed up yesterday. And this is where you really lose out. Your negligence to acknowledge the fact that his fans, his constituents, have been following him for 10 years. You know, this
constituents.
What's that got to do with his anti-Semitism?
Yeah, what does that have to do with his anti-Semitism, dude? Just because he has an audience for over 10 years doesn't mean anything.
Hitler had followers.
Yeah, that's an insane argument.
Mussolini had followers. Stalin.
Honestly, dude, just because you have professor face, this is one of those situations where it's like, yeah, it makes you sound like even dumber because it's coming from somebody that looks like they should be giving a lecture at fucking Harvard.
I'm curious. I will, Jake, I will bring you in, and Ben, I will bring you in.
He looks like Park Rose Permaculture's brother.
But just, Richie, just to be clear, you said that clip was taken out of context. I can't understand how it was taken out of context. It was very straightforward. What was the out of context?
First and foremost, what I'm suggesting is what you're lobbying.
Jebediah? Who's Jebediah?
As anti-Semitism. You're suggesting that what, Nick?
You mean Josiah?
Hates all Jews? Is that what you're suggesting? Like, what does it mean anymore to be anti-Semitic? Because
if he's oftenly confused in the Bible, but not on YouTube.
Say you openly
not as far as the
Adolf
YouTube
Hitler,
commentary
you probably don't care that he murdered.
Oh no!
I would definitely argue if your assumption is that somebody who has any adoration for Adolf Hitler is obviously anti-Semitic, then you yourself have not dived into history and or looked at the subjugation or the persecution of those.
I can't believe we're hearing this.
Of course you can't believe it, because this is a new age. America must rise to the occasion to address the issue of people like you. This is the new age, and it's coming full speed ahead.
Wait. You have told so many lies. Number one, Adolf Hitler never called Jesse Owens. That is a total fabrication. Wait, that is a total fabrication. Number two, when Nick Fuentes. No. Let me speak, please. Number two, when Nick Fuentes says that there is no other similar group like the Jewish Federation, you don't know how many Irish Americans supported the IRA. You know how many Mexican organizations have Latino congresses.
Listen,
Nick Fuentes is as ignorant as you.
And defending America first.
And I am allowed to bring up. Excuse me.
Imagine being a grown man on the internet laundering that little twerp.
Allowed to bring up his appearance when he wants white Americans to rule.
I feel bad if he's on our side. I don't.
Over each other. Don't talk over each other, please.
I don't think he is.
He won't let anyone speak.
Okay.
If you love Hitler,
if you both talk at once, we can't hear either of you. We can't hear either if you talk at once.
We know how interruptions work, dude. Thank you.
Ben, look, there's a real battle raging within the conservative right in America. And to pretend that Fuentes is not gathering fame, infamy, whatever you want to call it, support, following, notoriety, attention, probably the thing he craves most, and making tons of money out of it, is to put your head in the sand. So he is a phenomenon that is getting bigger, not smaller. What is your view of...
It's like a corporate leprechaun.
Fuentes? Obviously, Tucker Carlson sat with him and got criticized for not going hard at him enough and so on.
Was cooking supper and getting dishes ready for Turkey Day. Oh, nice.
Of Fuentes?
I think number one, he's
gonna have a very quiet Turkey Day. It looks like.
Supremacist, and I think he's an opportunist that has figured out how to make money being a white supremacist. Forget the Jewish issue for just a second. This is a guy a year and a half ago that talked about somebody littering in a neighborhood, saying it's a black guy, and it's always black people that do this, and he would kill him with Adolf Hitler. That's his exact words on his show. Quote, "This is my neighborhood. I'm supposed to be mad at Hitler. I'm supposed to be crossed with Hitler. I want this guy dead, and I wish Hitler would kill him. I wish Hitler would have killed him, you know. The guy should be killed. The guy should be killed for what...
Jesus Christ.
But that guy should be dragged from...
These are expressly not the views of Pep Talks, you know, for...
and beaten to
holy shit.
Death by the public. If I was in a room with Hitler and that...
Holy crap, he really did, like... Ow.
God.
You know what I said about that whole redemption thing?
Me and Hitler would team up and blank that guy up. We would kill that guy, and we'd high-five at the end. So this is an individual.
That guy, that dude in the white shirt's like, hey, sometimes he says stuff, you took him out of context. Where's your context argument now, jackass?
Who hates anyone that it's not funny when you talk about dragging a black.
This is fun. Okay, so I kind of just figured out that I think if I have this right, I think that these are all right wingers who are now like fighting each other over this. Okay, I'm here for this one. Let them fight.
Let Ben finish.
This is like when you're watching an NBA or NHL finals and it's not your team. You're just like, I don't really care who wins. This is just going to be a good game.
Let me finish. Sorry. This is the difference between, and I'm glad that you guys are on the show because I actually think it does a great service to show the excommunication
nice,
of the
Nate.
real
Hell yeah.
conservative movement.
I appreciate you, dude.
Supremacists like
you
you
keep
guys
getting your
that
Twitch
laugh
streaks. I
about killing
appreciate
black
that.
people or laugh about the Holocaust or
Watch streaks.
deny. Let me finish. Let me just finish. You can talk in a moment. You can.
Miga versus Maga.
I'm happy to have a conversation with you. I go back to the core here with Nick. Nick is an individual that has figured out how to basically use stooges like you guys to make money off of being a white supremacist. He has been excommunicated from anybody that's saying the Republican Party.
Just want to see some body checking, maybe a fight or two. Well, then don't watch current hockey.
Is not a part of the Republican Party or movement. There are
Too
very
many,
few people, and the proof of that is the fact that you can name
They're all 5-minute majors now, so you barely see people doing any fighting.
them. It's Candace Owens. It's
Very
Tucker
rare now.
Carlson, it's Nick Fuentes. It's an extremely small group. All of them making money off of, I think, real racists and gathering them together and then acting as if they have this power. They're just making money and trolling you guys with their white supremacy. So I'm glad that they're being called out. I'm glad that they're being exposed. I think the scary part is they do gather people, just like the KKK did back in the day, just like Adolf Hitler did, just like Mussolini and Stalin and many others have. But the difference here is, at least the conservative movement, many of my good friends in the movement are calling them out on a daily basis because they understand the threat it is to conservatism, and we police our own. So I'm sorry you guys want to be associated with them. I'm sorry that you think the Holocaust didn't happen, or gas chambers didn't happen, or black people should be killed or dragged, or the N-word is appropriate to refer to African Americans. But this is white supremacy.
Okay.
I'm going to give.
All right, no, hang on. I will control the panel. Right, the Jerusalem Post editorial, which teed up this debate, said that Fuentes and Candace Owens represent a direct and dangerous challenge. They undermine decades of attempts at reconciliation between Catholics and Jews, and they prey on young Catholics, offering them a vision that fuses religious identity with outright bigotry. And the longer the Vatican remains silent, the more their poison spreads. Just before I move on to the other panelists, Ben, do you think the Pope should speak out?
Of course. And look, real leaders lead on issues like this, and they don't see how many followers they may gain or lose. I think that's the saddest part about what you're witnessing with not only the Pope and the lack of leadership there, but with people like Tucker Carlson. I think he's been isolated since he lost his TV
The Pope has come out and explicitly condemned this. What are you talking about?
show. I think he's found a new audience in white supremacists. I think he gives an audience to these supremacists to come on, and he does make a hell of a lot of money. I mean, if your goal is to be a
Wait, are you guys are they trying to insinuate that the Pope has something to do with this?
multimillionaire and to stack cash, it works. Candace
Yeah, the Pope needs to weigh in on an internet beef is is the most content brain thing I have ever heard. Seriously, did Piers Morgan really just entertain that?
and Tucker are
What are you fucking talking about?
part of that. Nick is part of that. But there's others that have to
was
call them out
profoundly
and be loud
weird.
about it. I don't do this because I'm trying to make money. I do this because I love this country. There is right and wrong. There's a line in the sand, and I say to every conservative I know out there, you're either on the side of Tucker and Candace and Nick, and you're a white supremacist that hate Jews and denies the Holocaust, or you're on the side of right and wrong. That's where we are.
All right, let me bring in.
Pierce,
Hang on, Rabbi Shmuel. I will. Jake Shields hasn't spoken yet. All I would say is, I would say that I don't. Look, I think you said a lot of things there about Tucker in particular. I've just spent some time with Tucker today in London, actually, for his show, and I don't recognise some of the things you said about him. Just to be clear.
Well, what though? I mean, he's given an audience.
I don't think he hates Jews, for example.
I've known him.
I don't think Tucker hates
he
Jews.
likes them.
I don't think he hates Jews.
This is what I would say to Tucker. I saw Tucker recently. I've known Tucker for a really long time, Piers. The problem I have with Tucker is you're dabbling in anti-Semitism by saying, well, I'm not the guy saying it, but let me give a seat at the table to a very large audience of people that are saying it. You're using stooges to say it and giving them a platform. That is no different than giving a safe haven to a terrorist if you're in the Middle East, or to somebody that's killing the Jews when Adolf Hitler was around. You must call it out. You cannot sit there and say, I am not an anti-Semite, but please, anti-Semites, come on my show and let's fester this evil in the world. I will.
But
call
I have a lot of
Tucker
people.
out for that.
I've had it there, but Ben, I've had a lot of people on this show since the start of the war between Israel and Hamas, for example, who many on the Jewish side would say are anti-Semites, right? Simultaneously, those on the pro-Palestinian... Wait a minute, Rabbi Shmuley. Those on the Palestinian side make the same charge against what they say are the Zionist terrorists on the other side. So it depends who you talk to, how these things get categorized.
And here's what I would say. If you have a massive...
Wait a minute, Rabbi Shmuley.
At some point,
I will come back. I want to bring Jake. Look, Jake hasn't spoken yet. Jake, you interviewed... All right, Jake Shields, you interviewed Nick Fuentes a year ago. I want to show a little intro to that interview where you gave your reasons for mainstreaming him, because it's relevant to this debate.
Yes. Guys, I'm here with the notorious Nick Fuentes. It's a very interesting guest because you were so vilified. I kind of believed it and fully believe it. I remember hearing like you're Nazi, white supremacist. The only thing I saw was negativity about
Oh my God, it's Jake Shields. I knew I recognized him. Ah. Why is it always these fucking brain-dead UFC fighters?
This is negativity, and you had no voice. You were banned from literally everything. So then I think I started texting you, got a couple phone calls, and you were so not the guy that I thought you were. And then
this dude, who is he? Jake Shields was a UFC fight, a very famous UFC fighter.
I don't know, a year ago or something, we met up, had dinner in Chicago, and it was just, you seemed like such a genuine, normal guy, and that's when I'm like...
Yeah, I met this guy at Clay Guida's gym.
All right, I was completely lied to. I was wrong about this guy. I want to do something, try to help you get mainstream again a little bit, which you are starting to slowly move that direction.
Brain damage people, brain damage makes people reactionary, for real.
I think it's just crazy how bad they're able to vilify you.
I mean, what I was saying,
very
Jake
true.
Shields, is it's not that crazy when you judge him by what he's actually said on the record.
I mean, listen, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I do know enough where it's like there's a reason that they talk about like how impulsive you get and how reactionary you are.
Examples. A lot of women want to be raped, but they have to pretend that they don't. Jim Crow was better for black people, but who cares?
I don't like amplifying their voices.
White people are every bit justified in being racist. Hitler was really fucking cool. He compared the Holocaust to baking 6 million cookies. Now, none of those things strike me as being anything but utterly repellent, and yet you decided he was mischaracterized.
They keep saying you take this out of context.
Yes, because we let me talk.
At Brian Frankfurt, $5. I'm not a neuroscientist. Pep of pep talks.
First off, I met him through a black friend. You're saying he wants to kill black people. If you watch his show, he jokes a lot. Humor, Generation Z. You guys don't understand that. And when he was talking about girls getting raped, he's talking about rape fantasies. 56% of girls, or maybe it was like 70% of girls, have rape fantasies. This is the reality. He's not saying he wants to rape girls. The cooking thing, look up the numbers. They say it was they claim they were burning bodies in 10 minutes. It takes 90 minutes to burn a body now, so there's a little bit of validity to that argument. Nick was nice.
But you're denying that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. Are you denying that?
I'm just saying. I'm saying it doesn't match up with the furnaces. I don't know. I'm not making a comment on that. I'm saying there's some holes.
You are. You're questioning the number of people who were killed in the Holocaust.
Okay.
Today's show is
As I
sponsored
said,
by...
brain damage. Brain damage is a hell of a drug there, Jake. Shields. Not the Jake I know.
Do you think that they were burning bodies in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I think they were burning bodies in gas chambers and then mass graves.
Jake Shields is Jake Shields is one of the dumbest freaking ex-UFC fighters. Like, this is why I can't stand these macho fucks, because this is it. Like, they promote all this shit. They promote football, all these sports that cause significant brain damage. Then we're platforming these assholes, and then they're just like, yeah, you know what? I did something with my life. I got plenty of money, but it's like, dude, your brain is mush.
You think? Do I need to
Like,
go?
literally, your brain is fucking mush. All of you assholes. Jake Shields, Eddie Bravo, all these guys.
Okay, so you think it was 10 times faster than today's furnaces? Okay.
How fast would have been acceptable to you?
But it's ridiculous.
He's a flat
How fast
earther.
would be acceptable to you?
Pierce.
God, I mean, it's scary.
I don't even care about the gas chamber thing.
You don't even care about the gas chamber thing. I think you just expressed a desire you did.
God, why couldn't somebody just hit him a little harder?
Jewish, you would.
I will let Rabbi Shmuley respond to that point.
Bodies that fast. I don't think.
Oh my God, I come back and I swear to God, that's a monkey in a backwards hat. Yep. Eddie Bravo, the flat earther, yep.
I didn't even get to the point I was trying to make. I don't give a shit about the.
Hold on.
Yes.
How many people do you think
You
were
don't.
killed
You
in
don't
the
give an
Holocaust
SHIT about 6 million Jews. Being killed. We know.
Just say it.
That's the point. That we know you don't care. Hold on.
That's amazing.
I don't know how many was killed. I don't believe it was 6 million, but I'm not trying to have a Holocaust debate.
That's crazy.
You literally.
What? Yeah, that's gonna turn into a debate there, bro.
We are trying to have a Holocaust debate.
I think that's actually kind of what this is.
You can't expect me to be
Let's do a different
silent
show for
when
Holocaust
someone
debate.
denies the Holocaust in front of the entire world. And let me just be clear.
I didn't deny
Number
the
one,
Holocaust. I think the number was
Pope
exaggerated.
Pius, excuse me, Jake. Give me a moment,
Can we
please,
get
okay?
back to
What
our
happened?
Jake, this is not an MMA fight. This is a debate. Number one.
Yeah.
Number one, Pius XII
Okay, I didn't get to finish my point,
remains
though.
in ignominy and Pope Pius will not even be beatified or made into a saint by the church.
This is the problem with podcasting.
And now, if Pope Leo,
Platforming every fucking idiot.
Died in World War II? How many Christians died?
Against Candace Owens, who's a Catholic,
How many
or
Christians
against
died in World
Fuentes,
War
he will immeasurably undermine his moral stance. That's number one. Number two, the utter
Why don't we have
lies
another
and
show
the
for
ignorance of
Holocaust?
people like Jake Shields. Jake Shields doesn't know anything. If I ask him the
they're
names
magic-
of
they're
Treblinka,
magic
Majdanek,
furnaces?
Grossrosen, Bergen-Belsen,
As furnaces.
they're-
Yeah, I know all those.
Stop
On
the
every single
furnaces.
one, they
By the
keep
way,
jumping numbers down.
Jake.
Oh my God, is he doing jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, but for Holocaust denial? What the fuck?
How long it takes to burn a body? Let me ask you one question. Since you're a great Nazi lover like the Fuentes,
Sure.
Why is it the Third Reich? What is the Third Reich? Just tell me, what is the Third Reich? Where's the first two Reichs? What are they?
I'm not a Nazi.
You don't even know.
know.
You
I
have
have
no
no
clue.
idea.
No. You have no clue
I'm not
about
a
what even the
You don't need to be a Nazi to know history, you dumb fuck.
Third Reich is. There was the Holy Roman Empire, then there was Wilhelm II, then there was. You don't know anything. You're just using something about crematorium.
But I do know furnaces can't burn bodies in 10
minutes. What I do know, what I do know is the reason.
This guy is... Guys, I want to use the word.
I do know that.
No, fuck it. This guy's retarded. No, I can't. I can't keep this one in.
Why the reason
Jake
why
Shields
you want
is
to
an R
minimize
word.
the
This isn't what I was trying to talk about. I had a point that I was trying to make.
Is
No.
because
And you're
Jewish life to you.
You see,
is
this
like
is where this is like that guy is exactly who that is reserved for.
Mention one thing.
That shit.
In the same
that's
way
how you think
don't
of
know.
Palestinian
In the
child.
same
All
way
right,
you
all right,
don't
let me
know.
jump in.
literally
Let me
call
jump in.
Palestinians child.
Let me
I
jump in.
I
care about
can't
Jewish life as much
speak.
as
I'm
I care
jumping
about
in.
all life.
All right,
denial
Rabbi
is
Shmuley.
mainstream,
I am
then I can't
jumping in.
speak.
Rabbi Shmuley, let me speak. I would say this, Jake Shields.
I
You say
care about all life
hang on. You say you don't want to talk about the Holocaust, and yet you're the one that brought it up. You're the one questioning the number of people who were killed. That is deeply offensive.
you brought
That
it-
is
you brought
deeply
it up-
offensive
you
to
brought it
Jewish
up saying-
people.
saying-
Well, no, I
you
read you
brought
some
it up
quotes by
saying it was
Fuentes.
Evans.
Right, but
He's
you're
right with the
but you say
math.
you don't want to talk about
Yep.
it, and then
I'm
you
just
say
saying the
something
math
you
doesn't match.
you have no basis for
You
your
brought it
argument.
up.
You have no basis to
I have a lot
justify
of
your argument.
I have a lot of basis.
Well, you don't
They
actually.
couldn't have cooked that many cookies.
You don't. And actually, what you're saying.
How many crematorium? He doesn't even know how many ovens
Please
there
don't
were
all
at
talk at
Auschwitz.
once.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't know anything.
Please don't all talk at once, or nobody can hear a word.
To be fair, this is going to be one of those rare times where I'm like, let Shmuley cover this one.
Nobody can hear any of you. No one can
This
hear.
is the only time I
any
think
of
I'll
you
ever say that.
If you all talk at once. Now, here's my point. My point to you,
Traumatic
Jake,
brain
Jake
injuries
Shields,
aplenty.
is
Oh,
you
yeah.
said something deliberately inflammatory, which you knew would be deeply
You brought
offensive.
the Holocaust.
Huh?
Well, the math doesn't add up.
The math doesn't add up.
Dude, you think 2 + 2 = potato? Shut the fuck up, you fucking musclehead.
Can I finish my point that I was trying to make?
This is exactly
well, finish the point you were trying to make.
Anybody who's listening.
You know what? There's a Holocaust going on today in Gaza.
What's the point you were going to make?
Really? Really? There's a Holocaust going on today in Gaza?
Yes.
Which
yes,
Holocaust?
so we can see.
Wait.
Please stop talking all at once.
See, this is...
I'll let you respond, Rabbi Shmuley.
Stop inviting 4 people on a
people
panel
make
show,
their
you
point,
idiot.
There's no point having a debate. So let him finish his point.
Rabbi,
right.
How about we
Please shut up, all of you.
2 + 2 = potato. Science.
I was just trying to say he's speaking Generation Z because they feel left out. Housing costs are going up. Trump has betrayed us. He said no more foreign wars. What does he do? Bombs Iran. He didn't stop the war in Russia and Ukraine. He allowed Israel to slaughter the most brutal thing we've ever seen in Gaza. He's talking about going to war with Venezuela. Inflation's up. He's betrayed Thomas Massey and Green. What's he do? He's bringing over tons of visas for Chinese.
The weird part is, in this context, Shmuley is probably the least reprehensible human on the screen right now.
And Indian workers to give away to the high-paying jobs, regular Americans suffering. The young people, a lot of boomers don't understand.
Damn, Piers is on news or on Channel 5
It's tough out there.
in UK. That is a big deal.
He speaks directly to them.
It's one of the main,
jokes
like,
a lot. He's not a
main
racist.
channels.
He has his humor. You guys don't get like the Generation Z humor. It's edgier.
I didn't expect this. No, I'll admit that.
I don't think saying Hitler was really fucking cool.
I was dead serious about the sports analogy. It was perfect because this is like watching a Stanley Cup final, and I just don't give a shit who wins. Because we all win watching them lose.
Here's the problem. Love Nick.
Here's the problem.
What a nightmare blunt rotation. Oh.
I will come to each of you.
Dude, at least I think, well, Jake might smoke, but I don't want to share with him.
But please let each other speak. Otherwise, nobody can hear you. I can promise you, the viewers at home, if you all start talking, no one can hear any of you. Ben.
Yeah, there's 3 things here. One, I'm glad that what you just witnessed was said, and this goes back to what
Why
I was
is the
saying.
center guy controlling all this? Like, I honestly, he's the one that I want to hear from the least here.
Earlier, you have a group of individuals that's very small that is out there saying absurd things like the Holocaust didn't happen, they didn't cook that many cookies, referring to Jewish lives. How long does it take to shoot somebody in the back of the head? You can figure that out. It doesn't take very long. How long does it take to dig a mass grave? How long does it take to do a gas chamber? The idea that you are dehumanizing people that are Jewish.
Let him finish, please.
They didn't burn 6 million.
Just make sure that you're not the one who packed it.
My friend, and if you actually studied the Holocaust and you understood what happened,
wasn't my blunt.
and have gone to where this happened, you haven't, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. If you did, you would not say something that's incompetent based on facts. You're saying it based on regurgitating something you heard from Nick or somebody else. Have you ever been to Israel? Have you ever been to the kibbutz? Have you ever been to Germany? You've been to Germany. And you've been to the kibbutzes. And you've been to Gaza, where I've been, and you've seen what happened after, and you've been to where the side of...
I wasn't allowed in Gaza, but I've been to Israel.
Okay, so you've been to where people were murdered. Jews were killed in Germany. Have you done that as well?
No.
No. Okay, so you read it from someone, and you believe that you're changing people's minds by implying that one of the worst moments in the world's history, the extermination of Jews, is something that we should downplay and then say, well, maybe they didn't burn as many bodies, maybe because they shot them in the back of the head or they put them in gas chambers.
Don't steal from them because you'll end up smoking oregano from the frat boys down the street.
Why can't? Of course, I think it was a big deal. I'm just saying we should be able to discuss the number.
No, I don't. Because anyone watching right now, anyone that's watching right now sees you acting as if this is something that didn't actually take place. That is anti-Semitism, and I would say to you respectfully.
How is that anti-Semitism to question the numbers?
Jake, can I ask a question?
Because
why
you're
is this whole conversation
downplaying
about
the
the Jews?
Holocaust and the extermination of Jews. You're literally downplaying.
Is he really doing the I'm only asking questions bit? You win this one.
Why is Nick Fuentes obsessed with? Wait, can I ask one question to all of you, please? Why are we talking about the Jews? I thought so. I'm being told by Mr. Black and Mr. Shields that Nick Fuentes appeals to. Wait, please let me speak, and I won't interrupt you. I'm being told that Nick Fuentes appeals to a crass generation with an incredible sense of humor about rape and about blacks being criminals and Jews being cookies who are baked, but he doesn't mean it. But he appeals to them because of affordability and because they're being left out, and that was the MAGA movement. How did this come back to whether the Jews, 6 million Jews were killed? How did this come back to the Jews control the banks? How did this come back to Jews committing a genocide? Wait. No, don't interrupt me, please. Please don't interrupt me. Nick Fuentes doesn't appeal to any social or economic policies. He appeals to pure, unadulterated anti-Semitism, which is why, if we've been speaking now for 40 minutes, 39 minutes have been about the Jews. I have every right to bring up the appearance of Nick Fuentes when his whole thing is about appearance. White supremacy. Why are white people superior to black people? Let me go on. How does Israel come into this conversation? Nick Fuentes didn't criticize Israel. He criticized the American Jewish Congress. He thinks Jews have no place here. But let me ask you a question. When I say that his movement will turn against him, it will not bring the Jewish community.
Okay, to be fair, you've taken your time. It's time to let somebody else.
Who will bring Nick Fuentes down? He's going to self-implode. He's going to step on a metaphorical grenade because, as he said, he's Irish, he's Mexican, he's gay. His people hate anyone who are not.
Wait, has he actually come out?
Part of the Aryan white supremacist, and they're going to turn on him like they did on Ernst Röhm, 1964. Night of the Long Knives.
All right, let me bring in. All right, don't all talk at once. Thank you. Don't all start shouting.
It's about
Don't all start shouting.
Jew hatred.
Okay, Richie Black, your response. Mando deodorant is a game changer. I've been using it, and I won't go back.
First and foremost, Rabbi Shmuley, you've put your foot so far in your own mouth that you're choking on it. The rest of Con Inc. and neocons are drowning as well, and this is why they're panicking, by the way. You know, I like being on this panel because you guys make me feel young, by the way. You make me feel young in a panel full of fossils. I want to address, by the way, what Dave said earlier about Nick. This is really important as somebody who's Catholic. I have a real big problem with what you just said about him pulling Catholic young men. Is it Dave or the guy in the middle? I already lost his name. Sorry.
Ben.
What's the guy in the middle? Ben. Sorry. My apologies. Ben.
It would be Ben.
It would be Ben. Okay. Sorry. So Ben, you mentioned that Nick is pulling Catholic young men down the wrong road. You don't know these people.
I didn't say that.
These are my friends. No, you're suggesting that the Jerusalem Post should, in fact, don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you.
I didn't say that. I just
it was the Jerusalem Post that said that.
Let me make a comment about that.
It was the Jerusalem Post that said it, not Ben.
Thank you. I didn't say that. I was correcting you. So don't put words in my mouth.
He was. Fine, I won't put words in your mouth, but you were defending the position of the Jerusalem Post.
This guy's a certifiable dum-dum.
I know a lot of these young men who have started lost, addicted to pornography, addicted to violence, addicted to all these things that are troubling them. They find Nick Fuentes, they become Catholic. They become confirmed Catholics. They change their lives. They become better people. Some of these people...
Many people that watch him also become white supremacists.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I'll tell you right now. Because
yes, they do. Oh, my gosh. I think that would insult Nick Fuentes.
Let me finish talking. You don't even know what a white supremacist is. I guarantee you. And you know what?
I'm looking at one right now.
No.
I'm looking at one right now. I know what a white supremacist looks like.
I almost don't want to correct you. I almost don't want to correct you because you know what? If I correct you and you eventually figure it out, if you eventually figure out what you're doing wrong, then we will lose in terms of those who are coming up and taking control of the conservative movement because you guys are
You're not ever going to win this battle.
Played out.
As long as I'm right, you are a white supremacist. You said I don't know what one looks like.
No,
you're literally a definition of a white supremacist.
You can't even define white supremacist.
Guys, somebody had said this, I think it was yesterday, about like the whole America First movement and like MTG and all this stuff. Yeah, the writing's on the wall. They are really trying to push a new movement, but I do not think it's going to have as much traction as some are fearful of.
Jake Shields and
I absolutely can.
But let's be very vigilant because we have watched the rise of fascism. So if they get that element, then we're literally like, there's no difference at that point.
Say it again. We have plenty of black friends. We actually work with people.
Did he really just pull the I have plenty of black friends card? Oh no. Oh no.
I got a Jewish friend.
No. Well, certainly you're not a threat if you're obviously willing to work with Jewish American voices. Obviously you're not a threat if you're willing to host black people on your show. You have no idea what a white supremacist is. I'll tell you right now.
What is your definition of white supremacist? Someone that wants to kill black people and Jews and anyone that doesn't look like them. What is your definition of a white supremacist?
I will give you the definition if you just shut up. So
please, tell me.
Moving forward, I'll give you the definition, but let me finish my thought, and I will move to that definition, okay?
You haven't figured out on the fly?
This is the problem.
It's like eating ramen noodles minus the water, listening to them.
I don't even know how to do it. White supremacist. Nick is obviously not
crunch.
a white supremacist. Give it a rest. First of all, a white supremacist is what?
Definition of a white supremacist.
That white people are supreme? This is not the conversation we're having.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like this is getting voluntary food poisoning.
Okay, and also
because you're hanging out with white supremacists.
No. First and foremost.
I mean, he got you there, buddy.
Nick, you're white supremacist.
Listen. I don't like this guy, Dave or whoever. Not Dave. Dave, not Dave. Dave, not Dave, but Ben. I don't like him at all. I want to bully him about his stupid big ears and the fact that none of his suits fit and that his portrait looks like it's straight out of a therapy office. But I also have to say he's the one who's right about this. Stop shouting. Then mute Shmuley's mic, for fuck's sake. He's the only one who's been really shouting, causing a huge scene.
You finish, let me finish.
But you cannot dominate the entire show. Make your point. What's a white supremacist? Say it already.
What are you talking about, Shmuley? You talked for like 4 fucking minutes, and honestly, I would get frustrated too. This guy sucks. Like, this dude sucks. And on what he just did where he's like, let me say it. That did major bitch energy there, guy.
Spit it out. What is a white supremacist? Stop teasing us. You're not a host teasing a commercial. What is a white supremacist, Mr. Black?
Keep going.
Well, let me intervene. Let me intervene, please.
There it is. That's simple.
Let me intervene.
The only way that I like crunchy ramen is if I have a little bit on like top of a salad.
Let me ask Richie Black. Let me ask Richie Black. Shut up, please. Richie Black, what is a white supremacist?
Damn.
A white supremacist is somebody who believes white people are supreme over all races. Nick obviously doesn't feel that way. I don't feel that way. Jake doesn't feel that way. We are American nationalists, and this threatens you. We're young, and this threatens you. We're replacing neocons, and this is threatening you.
I actually thought you were smarter than this.
If this is who's replacing neocons, then guys, if we lose elections to these assholes, we really have some self-reflecting to do.
America first is on the rise. America must rise to the occasion. And as far as somebody who said he was an opportunist, Nick just started the America First Foundation.
That would be me, by the way.
Everyone go donate, by the way.
Because Jake Shields, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to add, if you look at me and Nick Fuentes on Twitter, we are constantly being attacked by the real white supremacists because we're not white supremacists. These people go probably harder after us than they do you guys because they're mad that we're not taking their stance. They're like, oh, you guys are race traitors, this and that, because we stick up for...
Do you think Jesus is proud of his contingent when he looks at a guy like Jake Shields? Where he's just like, that's my base?
Races that want to have right.
Really?
We're just sick of Israel. This country gives them billions of dollars. What do? They bomb us, killing 34 Americans. I'm wearing Philip Turney, a real patriot, gave me this shirt.
Finally, God.
Yeah, the truth. The Levant affair.
It's about Jews,
anti-Semitism, right there.
Yeah, about Israel.
All 4 of you are currently talking.
American traitors that support Israel over America. It's America.
Can you be honest for half a fucking second, Piers? You have a 6-second delay, and you're not doing anything to curb it.
First, America only.
Bro.
We're sick and tired of working for Israel. We are done serving your country. You should move to Israel.
We got it. I got it. By the way, Pierce, may I speak, please, without their interruption?
Oh, yeah, not wanting Americans to be killed. My friend Phil Turney, 34 Americans were killed, and I'm anti-Semitic. Bring that up.
Please control yourself. Now, Mr. Shields.
You guys are the ones killing Americans.
Pierce, may I speak?
Yes.
Mr. Shields.
No, go ahead. I'm letting you.
May I point out, Mr. Shields, that we're in the 250th birthday of the United States. If France had not come with their fleet to Yorktown, you would be
This is Rage Bait Gold.
speaking with a British accent. Democracies support one another, and Israel's the only democracy.
3-minute warning.
Israel is a tiny, tiny fragment of what American aid
And we
goes
get
to.
to
Ukraine has received $100 billion in American aid over the past 2 years. That doesn't bother you. Wait. And you know why? You know why it doesn't bother you? You know why it doesn't bother you? No, but you didn't say it.
He just said it did bother him. Shmuley, shut the fuck up. This is where... God, I hate this shit. I absolutely hate this shit.
The Ukrainians controlling America. You said Israel. Hold on. You are interrupting me. You said the Jew. Then you said that you're sick of my.
He's interrupting you because you can't put a coherent thought together, and you're just spewing.
Country. I was born in frickin' Los Angeles, California. You damn racist. So
but you
stop
represent
it.
Israel.
Jews can be as American as you. Now number two. Now excuse me. Don't.
Why am I giving these guys a platform again?
I love Israel with all my heart.
I think that this is hilarious.
Number two.
I'm gonna just say it. Like this, watching MAGA versus MAGA has been wonderful.
Just like Irish Americans still love Ireland.
Like fuck these guys.
Number two.
Pretty much, that's the consensus here: is fuck them all, but let them fight.
When you say that someone, Mr. Black, is not a white supremacist because they
Oppo research. That is also true.
It's about America first. That's pure garbage. You are the Klan. You are Nathan Bedford Forrest. Great. You are the Confederacy. The Confederacy was all about believing, excuse me, that the color of someone's skin made them automatically superior.
1 minute.
Not their character, not their morality, not their values, not their sacrifice. Wait, and I'll tell you more. And I'll tell you more. And I will tell you.
Did I thumbs down the stream? I won't ever do that.
And Mr.
I don't care how much I don't like it.
Mr. Black and Mr. Shields, you're saying that America is controlled by Israel? Do you know how many 450,000 Americans died?
Obviously, they're controlled by Israel.
Wait, France, Belgium, Holland, the Netherlands, Norway. Why doesn't that bother you?
Our presidents don't go kiss the wall over there.
500,000 Americans liberating Europe.
All right, don't all start shouting again.
All right, you guys, excuse me,
Can you all be quiet?
Piers, this would be much better if you broke this show into halves and then brought the other two in at like a different moment. But like for real, man, if you want to platform these guys having a back and forth conversation, or you do this thing, since you have the power to do so, when you have a guy responding to the other person, you mute the other two so they're not invited to come into the conversation until they have their allotted time. This is part of debates.
All right, please. I want to play another clip. I want to play another clip. I want to play another clip.
They will not let me speak.
Look, I'm going to speak. So, Ben, I want to play a clip. This is slightly changing the topic a little bit, but still on Fuentes. I want to play something he said about populism and the potential alliance, which we may have seen a bit of, by the way, with Mamdani and Trump in the Oval Office. Let's take a listen.
Why don't we have populist Republicans and populist Democrats that just solve problems? Just solve problems for Americans.
Pep is a man of the algo. Live by the algo, die by the algo.
And by the way, I am willing to compromise.
I want to laugh, but you're actually true.
The left.
Fire Dragon, how you doing?
100%.
Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here.
I'll work with anybody. I saw the track APAC people. It's some progressive woman
having fun
and some progressive gay guy. I'd work with them.
We're watching literally just the worst of the worst. So apparently you have the MAGA contingent that is, the ones that are just like, no, you know what, Holocaust's bad. And then you have the other side
shutting down APAC.
And it's been kind of entertaining.
In a second, in a heartbeat.
Followage.
Same goes for Anna Kaspari and Cenk Uygur. They were in favor of democratic populism. They want to deliver.
If you haven't followed already.
For healthcare, they want to
Pretty sure
deliver
you have, though.
education. I would work with them in a second. In a second. A Zoran Mamdani all day.
No, I did think that was interesting in the context of what we saw in the Oval Office with Mamdani and Trump.
All right, that was
It
funny.
was a very unlikely camaraderie that developed after their private meeting, which was then on public display. What do you read into that, Ben? And this theory of the horseshoe effect, that populism on both sides can kind of...
So the right can see the writing on the walls and are propping up bipartisanship to maintain power. That's a decent theory
for
because,
the greater good of
like the Zoran thing, like that would kind of play into the whole like we should probably not side with the Nick Fuentes side. And it's like, do you think that there's internal, not like polling, but like internal information about the rise of these groups? And like maybe I was wrong. Maybe these people, maybe they do have a bigger movement than I thought.
America.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Democrats that say that are full of it, and we saw that from what Mamdani.
This is why a big Dem tent is a bad idea. We'll just wind up fighting with moderates. Honestly, the thing is, it's keeping our dicks in our pants until election season.
Said about the president after that meeting.
We can't give into this off-year bullshit where we constantly like shout at the independents and the Democrats and the centrists. Like, realistically, and this is going to sound bad, we need to literally kind of manipulate the situation. We need them. Plain and simple, we need them. That's just how this works. Because the other side's not going to vote, so we need these people's votes. That's how voting works. So we have to be able to, number one, it's not even broad tent, it's having ideas that are undeniable and sticking with that.
The next day when he attacked him.
And then we worry about who we're caucusing with and like the minuscule, the smaller problems within.
Yet again.
If we have smaller disagreements, it's better to have the power and then have those disagreements. But then again, we saw how that worked with shitheads like Kirsten Sinema and fucking Joe Manchin.
I think that meeting that Donald Trump had was a smart one. The reason why is I think you meet with people that are politically the opposite of you. I don't care if it's Kim Jong-un or the guy Mamdani. I want to know my enemy. I want to know what they believe. I want to hear what they have to say. And I want to know how to beat them. I think studying people that are completely against you is an important thing in politics. I think
it's not necessarily that he's supporting Hakeem Jeffries. It's the fact that he will not support Osei, and he's not supporting the idea of a primary.
Actually, one of the smartest things about Donald Trump is he's willing.
Which the problem with Osei is he literally just joined the DSA. He doesn't have like the most spotless record, and there is a problem with taking it like kneecapping the only fucking leadership. I'll say that much. Like, if AOC, Bernie Sanders, and all the leaders and Zoran Mamdani, if like the figureheads of DSA are saying that that's problematic, I'm willing to listen.
Willing to meet with
now, I would like them to be more clear about why they have not been.
Basically anyone, no matter.
So right now it is kind of going based off. All right, you know what? I trust them. I'm gonna trust them, but not.
Who actually says
not
he
blindly.
shouldn't have that meeting.
But I'll just say with the little bit of research I've done into Osei, he's not that great.
World leaders, whether it's Putin, I think that is a smart move by a world leader.
Okay, I don't know too much about the primary challenger. See, that's part of the problem, though. Like, I don't like DJX. With all due respect, it's so easy to just be like, no, we can't support that. We can't do this. But not looking into it is so detrimental because it could actually be worse. Like, that's where I'm just saying, make sure, like, when we especially are emotional about things like this, because I get it. I'm not saying I don't get emotional about stuff like this. But that's what made me look into Osei, because when I saw that AOC officially was just like, no, I cannot support this, I'm like, let's see why. And when I saw that he joined the DSA in October, and then he's been called an opportunist by most of the people that he's worked with, I'm going to believe the people from behind the scenes that are just kind of like, yeah, you know what? This guy's kind of a shithead.
I also think that there's a real threat right now, as we've seen two declared socialists win in major cities in America.
And we have, see, this is the thing. We also have, like, we're starting to get there. We literally have growth. But the only way we can fuck that up is just by being like, all right, time to start. We got to start doing the purity testing right now.
Mayor.
Right fucking now.
And we're seeing the Democratic Party implode. It is now run by
Cameron Kasky is a base candidate for New York that IIRC hasn't been denounced.
Socialists, Marxists, and communists. I've said this on your show, I think, a couple of years ago. The Democratic
I don't think he's running for that seat, though.
Party is dead. It has been masquerading as socialist Democrats and communists as Democrats. Now they're just saying, screw it. This is just who we are. So I think that's an important meeting. But the idea that Democrats who just held America hostage and shut down our government just to score political points and literally vote against food stamps, the people they claim they want to feed, for example, and they wouldn't pay government workers, would somehow come together and work with Donald Trump, or as Fuentes described it, like that's a pipe dream based in total insanity. The Democratic Party is broken now. They're in their own civil war right now with AOC and the others. And so
it's not wrong.
I can't imagine right now working with them because the party is trying to destroy. I mean, AOC literally is the leader, and Mandani, and Chuck Schumer isn't extreme enough for the Democratic.
Yeah, but you're missing the point where Donald Trump likes Mamdani. They're starting to realize that maybe DSA is kind of, based.
Right now, I'm probably going to lose his leadership position.
But if they're so
and Nancy
extreme,
Pelosi's
but
called
Ben, if they're so extreme,
I think he's based. I think he's just running for Congress. Well, Osei's running for Congress, too. Hakeem Jeffries' seat is in Congress.
why was Trump so cordial?
It's just a different district.
To him in public. Why did he say?
Because I think sometimes when you meet with somebody you're trying to figure out, you just don't walk in there like it's a fight and punch him in the face.
Yeah. I don't know about that one, dude. He kind of was glazing him pretty fucking hard.
Learn about them and figure them out and see what the
Man, it's kind of weird because now that I have confirmation that this is after the Zoran meeting,
real threat is and what they're about.
He isn't
I've
talking
debated
about
a lot
it.
of liberals who I walk away from and I look at a buddy and I'm like, that person's insane. I mean, I'll do that today. I'll be like, man, I met with a lot of white supremacists today. I learned something about their hatred and their quote America first. Like, I'm going to take something away from this hour and go, all right, there's a real threat here from people that are claiming that America first is white supremacy. Like, that's what they're masquerading it as.
When you tell us not to interrupt them when he calls us white supremacists.
Sorry, I'm taking a breath for this one.
I think that Trump played Mamdani brilliant.
They don't want forgiveness, but they will because the consequences are coming. And when they do, these people will beg for redemption without remorse. What consequences? Who? What?
Trump played.
Dude, I'm not looking for retribution. I don't give a fuck about that. I want to make people's lives undeniably better to the point where we cannot always get kneecapped. I want to make literally people love the socialist policies that are out there so much that they'll fucking fight for them. That's what I'm focused on.
Like a fiddle.
I don't give a fuck about retribution against a Hakeem Jeffries or any of these fucks.
Trump won.
I don't even believe in karma, but just let it happen. Like, even if they have good lives, who gives a shit?
But you guys are.
Keep doing that. Just keep doing it.
Trump won that interaction with.
I'm serious. I don't have that kind of mentality. Sorry, T-Bone. I'm not trying to shit on you either. I'm just saying if I'm misreading that, then please feel free to correct me.
Dude, one of you couldn't even get my name right, and you're like, the weasel you are.
History doesn't owe them clarity, and we don't owe them a fucking thing. Full stop.
Nothing about me. You know nothing.
We owe our fellow Americans the actual optics and the actual, you want to talk about consequences? How about the consequences of our policies? And I'm talking good consequences. I'm talking about we, again, make it so undeniable where it's just like, yeah, you know what? This free healthcare shit's based. We could never go back to that fucking insurance bullshit. So anytime, you do realize that that's the first step to being like, oh, you know what? That insurance scam was really fucked. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, we should definitely give them another. We should give them the chance to kind of speak on this because maybe taxing billionaires is a great idea. Yeah, man, I think that's a great idea.
Your irrelevance is affecting my memory a little bit. You're a nobody.
All we hear from
The Americans didn't revolt against the British. You'd have free healthcare and better democracy. You know, Quiet, you Canuck.
You're not going to TV for a decade, but I'm a no.
I don't want to hear from you right now.
Got it. That's good.
To be honest with you,
Show them the better life that was stolen from them. Exactly.
you're all talking.
But the thing is, you can't do that when you are always filled with the idea of retribution. Like, I get it, man, but I also don't have that. I genuinely wish my enemies well. If I got haters, cool, man. You know what? Hope you still have a good day. That's dunking on my fucking haters.
At the same time, I have no idea what any of you are saying.
May I say, Pierce, may I say, Pierce,
we're not. Like, why would you
Pierce, may I say,
a ridiculous lie?
MAGA is Donald Trump, and Trump has rejected Tucker Carlson as a kook. Trump has rejected Fuentes and said he called him a kook. Yes, he did on Twitter, on X. And he said that he met Fuentes, and he utterly repudiated him, and Kanye won't meet with any of these people. He kicked out Marjorie Taylor Greene with her laser beams.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's gone.
Trump is kicking, excuse me, Mr. Black. Excuse me, Mr. Black.
I didn't say
Trump
anything.
is kicking out every anti...
I didn't say anything. I like how Pierce even laughed at that. He was just like, that was funny. It's like that wasn't him. Notice how he also didn't correct him. He's like, I'm going to let this one go.
Trump is kicking out every anti-Semitic. Now, excuse me.
For the algorithm.
Now, Pierce.
Mighty fine work of the algorithm. A little tickle, if I might.
To answer your question, I think Trump played Mamdani like a fiddle. I think it was an act of political genius. What he basically did is understand that Mamdani appeals to only one set of people. I'm not talking to the Islamists who...
Because the thing is, T-Bone, I also think that I don't disagree, but I also do. I just think that focusing on that specific line of emotions, it's not going to get you anywhere.
Affordability.
To get you focusing on the wrong stuff.
Where I am right now, it really is an issue. And Trump's whole base are working class people who have been forgotten. Remember in 20...
I'm not even, because also I'm not a utopian, by the way. I don't think that this is all, we're going to get into power and all of a sudden everything's going to change. No, it's always going to be hard work.
17, his first inaugural.
You have to be willing to do it, though.
The invisible man will be invisible no more. He understands Mamdani has tapped into something. And much better to co-opt that agenda and say that the Republican Party are going to deliver affordability and against inflation.
Jesus Christ. It's like we're saying the same thing.
Making groceries affordable. Trump is a...
Us first. No, we got to do this.
Master tactician. It took a genius to pull off that because Mamdani wanted him to be the enemy, and Mamdani failed.
All right.
And of course, Mamdani the next day was...
All right, that's enough. Richie Black, your response.
All right, the truth is on our side. At the end of the day, I'm listening to these guys talk, and I'm thinking there's going to come a day, right, when we do assume power of the conservative movement, and they're going to have to look and say, wow, all these thoughts we had, all these assumptions that we lobbied at them, all this criticism, we were actually wrong. They weren't white supremacists. They were really aiming to fix the problems that they were faced with. Moving forward, though...
mental kneecapping? Well, the mental kneecapping comes with them, you realize that all these guys, especially this dipshit, is going to, if we have leftists in power, they're going to lose their collective shit. But if the policies are just objectively that popular, even they will have a hard time with that one.
I don't know that having this...
So yeah, I think that we're kind of kneecapping them mentally that way. Also, we're going to drive them crazy. The thing is, we can't give in to the let's go Brandon bullshit. Dude... At some point, as Americans, even I played into this. I had a problem with this, where I played into the anti-Biden shit, and that definitely formed a collective perception. I do believe that.
At the end of the day,
objectively, Biden was not as bad as people made him out to be.
You do. When you take control, what will you do? What are your policies? Go ahead. I'll let you speak. You said, when are you going to take control? What are your policies?
And that's not even me glazing the guy, because I had my disagreements, of course, especially about Gaza and about his, just blatant support for Israel. But, ignoring the fact that he was better on, domestic policy, that's just, come on. He was pretty good on domestic policy.
Conversation of policy. I know what you're trying to do. It's the same old trope over and over.
For the times he was able to actually do something with it.
What will you do with America? Go ahead.
I'm just making sure you're done. Are you done? Yeah, I was about to say cut off all foreign aid to Israel and influence from Israel. That would be step number one.
That's $3 billion. That's 0.00001% of the $20 trillion GDP. Go ahead. That's one thing. Next.
Hey, isn't it funny that the minute
Biden wasn't that bad, I agree.
relationship with Israel, the minute we talk about ending the relationship with Israel.
Fucking Pierce. He's so done.
We talk about ending the relationship with Israel.
We're getting to about that time.
Rabbi, I want to hear what he says.
What's your second
really want to hear what he
policy?
says.
Let him speak, Rabbi Shmuley.
Israel the Jews.
We can't hear his policies if you keep talking.
7.
Okay, I was just saying it's quite funny that the minute we talk about ending relationships with Israel, the first thing Rabbi Shmuley does is talk about money.
Say your policy.
Because you keep speaking over him. So all I do is speak over him.
Yeah, I'm not doing this, Rabbi. I'm not doing this with you. I'm not doing this shouting match. This is exhausting.
He doesn't have
It's not about having policy. I have plenty.
Mute Shmuley. He really is the problem here.
Actually, but
so his whole policy is white supremacy. We're going to put the white people in charge. We're going to get rid of the Jews. We're going to defund Israel.
No, let them go, Jake. Let them go. They're really putting the clown mask on. Let them go.
Is all you do. We've both been very clear about it. I'm attacked by white supremacists all the time. White supremacists, blah, blah. I named it.
You can't even say the fucking word. You brain damaged asshole. Oh my God.
It's the same old trope.
Foreign aid, ban AIPAC from FAR. There's a couple right there.
There is no foreign aid. Elon Musk ended USAID.
Stop.
You potato brained I can't even.
Printing money, which
He's literally mashed potatoes. Just
AIPAC doesn't have to register. AIPAC doesn't have to register. Don't neglect that AIPAC does not have to register, by the way. Throwing that out there.
Okay.
Is AIPAC the Jews? Is that your real
People
question?
like you cause way more anti-Semitism than me, Rabbi Shmuley.
All right. I have no idea what any of you are talking about.
Blame me. It's like,
So-
I know. We Jews are
Pierce is just like, I can't do it. You know what?
anti-Semitism.
I
My
can't.
yarmulke, my existence is why you
white
hate it.
He's knowing the fuck out of this.
I
That's fucking.
I asked you for your policies, and the only thing you have is an obsession with me. And you know what it is?
Oh,
you guys
man.
Are so
I named a few, but you kept cutting me off, so I didn't get to name more.
The Jews, you guys are obsessed
I'm really
with us.
jealous
You know
of
what?
you.
Mr. Bragg, you know what? I'm not that important.
Can I say one
All
thing?
right, I want to aim with a final question. I want to aim with a final question for everybody. I want a one-line answer from all of you. All right, Jake, who's going to be the next president of the United States?
Thomas Massey, hopefully.
Ben?
I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea, and I don't think anybody else does either right now. It's way too far away.
Give me a name.
Who's on the short list?
No, who do you think at the moment would be your favorite to win?
My favorite would be Ted Cruz.
Okay.
That one's funny.
How about Shmuley?
Oh
my
God. Ted fucking Cruz. You mean, hey, your Texas flooded, peace out, Cruz? Like that alone. And he ain't got the riz of Trump to just be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
My good friend Robert Kennedy Jr. I think he.
Oh my God. I don't know. Unless you are familiar with felching, I don't think that you might really want to put me on any ballot.
First of all, he's a great supporter of Israel for all those who hate Israel. I think that I don't agree with everything on vaccines. I'm fully vaccinated.
Yeah, Ted Cruz, the man with the dog-faced wife. She looks like a dog.
Does get
Little pug, look at her. She's got that little pug face, little puggy. Kind of cute. You know what? You want to kind of give her a little chin rub.
I think he has that mystique. And finally, I think he's extremely authentic. But I would also like to see Rubio or Ted Cruz, but Bobby would be my first choice.
Okay, and Richie Black.
What is the question? The question is
who will be the next president of the United States in 2028?
Not who I want, but who I think will be.
Who do you think will be, yeah?
Yeah, J.D. Vance, and I'm not happy about it.
Okay.
Right, Biggie.
Oh, yeah, I gave who I wanted, so...
Okay, well, who do you think it'll be?
It'll be Thomas Massey, so I don't... if I had to guess, I'd probably say J.D. Vance, too, but...
Man, they got some confidence in their party.
Okay, well, out of interest, Richie Black, who do you want it to be?
I don't know. It might be Massey, though. I think things are changing so much. People are
Well,
getting
we'll see.
So
I mean, in a way, we've seen how split the party. We've seen how split the.
One more head kick there, Jake. One more head kick.
It is an American
military secrets and tell them they stole our nuclear secrets.
Oh my God, he can't. Nuclear.
Okay, Richie
They
Black.
just screw us over.
Nuclear.
Richie Black.
Fucking. Oh, come on. Jake.
Out of interest, who do you want to be?
Listen, I have concussion history, so I shouldn't be talking. But holy crap, this guy gives us a bad name.
Obviously, I would vote for Massey, but you know what? At the end of the day, no.
I want one guy just to be honest and just be like, it could be AOC, guys. You should be scared of that.
No, I don't. Shut up.
What happened to Nick Fuentes?
You're so annoying. You're such a worm.
Right? Because that's how it works, right? Where it's just like, what? Lady president? No!
Shut up for a second.
What happened to
She has a foreign last name. We can't do that.
little Nicky?
Stop talking, okay?
Yeah, you know
Massey,
what? That's a great bit of advice for absolutely everybody on the panel.
We need a mute button for
talking.
Floyd.
Stop talking. Thank you all very much.
All of you for a very long time. Especially you, Jake. Whoever gave you a podcast, I think they did it as a joke, and you don't know that people are laughing at you. Wouldn't that be the funniest thing? It's like, Jake, you know, it'd be funny. You know, it'd be funny if you started a podcast. It'd be really funny, right? What? You think that I should start a podcast? Yeah, dude. You should totally do it. You got some good ideas. Really? What do you think? You really think that I got some good ideas? Oh, yeah, totally, man. Totally. Yeah, your first... He doesn't have very good friends. His friends hate him so much. Anybody that gave him that affirmation, they hate it. They're just like, oh, dude, fuck Jake. You know what? You know what we need to do? We need to just get him to talk into a microphone. And then they did have the shit shock, like, he has how many followers? No. They returned? No. That's a lot of that. What do you want about... it's the same guy who convinced Jesse Lee Peterson to do the same. Oh my God, Jesse Lee Peterson, a name I haven't heard in a minute. That guy. You mean Uncle Ruckus? Like straight up Uncle Ruckus? Like, my God. There was one time he even said it where he's just like, you know, the white man did go to the moon. I was just like, oh, Jesus. I didn't see no black man on the moon. I was like, what the fuck? Do you love white people? It's so much. Oh, man. I can't believe that somebody like that exists. It is fun. All right, so I got 8 more minutes that I can hang. My God, man. Dude, look up Jesse Lee Peterson explaining slavery. Oh, my God. You know what? Fuck it. I think that one, if I can, I'm going to run that one through the check. I might play that on the show tomorrow because I do not have time tonight. But here, I'm going to put this in my queue. Let's see. Peterson. Explain slavery. It's one of my favorites. It's so fucking bad. Oh my God, you had blocked that one out of your head. How? It was infamous, dude. The way that he stammers through it too. Oh, it's original internet gold in my opinion. Like dude, DJX. Oh my God, I don't have time. I have to dip here in a minute. Here. Yeah, he says, thank God for... I think the clip is called Thank God. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank God for slavery. Here it is. Here. It was Fallen State, I think. Yeah, it was. It was the Fallen State. I think it was right here.
But we're criminals.
As a preacher, I got to ask you this.
Okay.
As a preacher, called by God, sitting in the room, read the word when God called you. As a preacher, does it matter their lifestyle? can they possibly bring this upon themselves by the way they live?
Lifestyle does not bring murder upon.
I know
It
it's
has
this
nothing to
one
do-
because he asked this guy.
So you're really saying that a white Christian is different than a black Christian?
Yes, I mean Christianity does not occur in a.
Where is it? No, it was, it was this one. We used to be slaves. Okay, I'm gonna find the timestamp. Yeah, next time. No, I got the video pulled up. I'll go through it and I'll make sure that I'm telling you, no, DJX, I swear to God, because that was everywhere. Like, TYT covered it. Everybody covered it at the time. Like, I think MR covered it. It was so ridiculous that you were like, wait, did he just say what I think he said about what? And I remember my first thought was Uncle Ruckus, where I was just like, oh my God, he went for it. He became the character. Oh my God. It's like even the writers of the Boondocks were just like, oh, we got to go back on the air. They're just like, one episode. Just one episode. It's like, that's all we need. Oh my God. Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you for who said Jesse Lee Peterson's name in chat today, because that brought it all back to me, where I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's got some hot takes. Oh boy. He was the original hot take Sally. Whew. Yeah, because I think that's I swear to God I'm remembering this. I think he would said it where he's just like, maybe. It's so fucked up. I remember the dude across from him. I remember the pastor looking at him like, no. He's just like, but you do think that. All right. Yeah. If you guys haven't seen it, this is going to be fun, because this will be one of the segments tomorrow. Screw it. Like we'll do a throwback. You know what? Even for fun, I'll do a Michael Brooks video, because I miss Mike. I miss watching Michael's content, and could definitely use a good little funny video. I'll watch it again. I was telling you, man. You'll go down the rabbit hole though. Like, I have a feeling that, like, I'm excited because this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna watch that, and then I have a feeling that I'm gonna end up watching the debates with them. Cause God, here, real quick, because I do gotta start hopping up. Peterson. It's Destiny. Yeah. No, my God. I misremembered that. It was David Pakman. He had a debate with David Pakman that, as much as I'm not a Pac fan, it was also very, very funny. Wait, yeah, and it was also Ethan Klein. Yeah, Ethan Klein also. Oh man, it's old content. So it's back when there was this moment where everybody was friends, and David's nice. Also, what up, eminent professor, otherwise known as Good Morning Comrade, right? Well, one part of the Good Morning Comrade podcast, which I am about to hop off and go join here in just a moment. Need to take about 5 minutes. Hassan and Vosh went in. It was Vosh too. Okay, guys, we are going through it. We are going to watch the Jesse Lee Peterson saga. Okay. You actually kind of gave me like something to really look forward to tomorrow, because I'm going to do... Mockler did one too? Oh, I get to do a super cut. This is going to be fun, guys. We're going to do a super cut of people debating Jesse Lee Peterson. Koi's TV, what up, dude? How you doing? Good to see you. I know you're about to slide out, but wanted to say hi. No, I appreciate you stopping by, dude. I'm ready for the laugh. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna wake up early tomorrow to do the supercut. This is gonna be Ow. All right, well, I might have to do the supercut live. We might have to put it together because I just realized I have a freaking appointment. I got my my eye doctor appointment, which, hey, you know, I did some self-care. I actually prioritized getting new glasses because, yeah, I started noticing that I'm, like, squinting to see my computer screen, which that shouldn't be happening. Hope you're well. I'm okay. I am streaming. I'm happy with that. And, yeah. But everything else, although wife had a good day, so I'm making my appointment next week. Yes, Pinkerbell. Take that influence from me. Take the good influence. I have to call my dentist and make I gotta reschedule. Because excuse me, I scheduled out more than 6 months ago, and that was before I had my show. So, over on this space. So, I need to make sure that I can, you know. Saw your doctor yesterday. Hope that went well. I saw my doctor a few months ago. I'm doing okay. I'm doing very well. I'm the healthiest that I think I've ever been. My blood work came back and he was just like, exact face. He literally did the kid with the computer, our evident knows at the Kenny Omega. About the same, but not streaming, but everything else ditto. Yeah. Oh yeah, how's your back pain, man? I remember that. Yeah, you were going through some of that, so I hope you're okay. It was back pain. I just remember it was something. Good night. Wait. Oh, I got to be careful with that. One of my favorites, if I do say. Can't wait to discuss. All right, yeah, guys. Oh, you know what? Don't have to I thought it was a little bit later. My dyslexia saw something else. I feel so bad for Sandy's back pain. Oh, yeah. I talked to her about that a little bit today. It was nice having her in chat on this space. Sandy's cool. I definitely want to chat with her. Funny enough, I am interested in a lot of the stuff that she knows about. So, you know. About the same. Back is so much better. Been walking with the dogs and losing so much weight. So, W, still on job hunting. Hell yeah, dude. Well, I hope the job hunt goes well, but I'm really happy that you're doing well. And the pain is going away, because living in pain sucks. I really need to schedule some doctor appointment. I'm still in some of my worse health. I've been mentally and physically. Yeah. Self-care is important, guys. Yeah. Sandy lives in her own painful hell, but she a strong one to keep pushing on. Yep. I think I talked about it a little bit. Just to wrap on this note, I talked about how I read this weird thing that was. I'm not really into metaphysical stuff, but it brought up how those who have never broken a bone are kind of destined to have either like intense internal pain. And I was just like, oh, that sucks. And I was just like, does that mean like back pain too? And they're like, no, emotional pain. I was like, oh, well, that still sucks, because I've never broken a bone, knock on wood. So let's be careful with that though, because I don't want to be that guy where it's just like, yep, somebody's watching over me. Goodbye ankles. So taking care of yourself makes you happier. Everyone else around you happier. Yep. Nah, I'm spite and venom. That's no fun. It's no fun to be so. I mean, sometimes it's okay to have your emotional explosions, but you want to be. I'm full of piss and vinegar, but also that's because I'm not very good at self-regulating my bathroom breaks. So yuck. not the strongest one to go out on. Good night, everybody. Hope you tip your waitresses. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna head over to Good Morning Comrade here in just a minute. I gotta take a quick break before I hop on his show. So here, let me. I didn't link this, did I? That was my bad. Head on over. Sorry if we are not live quite yet. I think we're going live. All right, there we go. All right, guys. Oh, wow, you're 20 minutes behind. Ooh. All right. Well, definitely enjoy the 20 minutes that you were behind. You can definitely go back. We'll be in 15 minutes. Okay, cool. Well, then perfect. Subbed. Nice. Hell yeah, guys. I was just about to say. Hit the subscribe button on Good Morning Comrade, which you guys should have done already. Come on now. I thought that you guys went through this space content list and saw that you should go subscribe to each and every one of them, which I'm going to advocate for. And I'm proud of you. You guys all rule. I do love you guys. Yeah, I will see you all in a bit. Let's do the outro, and this is going to be lots of fun. Where is me outro? There it is. All right, y'all. I really appreciate you hanging out today. Had a great time. Yesterday's stream was also a great time. You know what? One more time. I am going to share yesterday's stream because it was legit one of my favorite streams I think that I've had in the entire time that I've been doing this. So specifically look up the Kyle Kalinske bit. I am going to have to clip that, and I might make that a members only video because it was too good. It was just too good. So, but thanks again, everybody. Kois, I hope to see you again on another stream here, man. I always appreciate you popping by. But yeah, man, it was really, really good to see you. And all you guys in chat, thank you for participating today. And I think that's it. I will see you guys over on Good Morning Comrade. Take care. Oh, let's fix that. All right. Outro time. See you in a bit. Outro's not queued. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally
you just woke up.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.